This is so it's a amazing but yeah. And that's the best line I can do. It's more it wasn't throw when you do a name. Oh my God, it's bigger as well. Good. I'm not doing it. I'm just thinking that I'm taking this shit. I'm very much closer. $100. Please, it's me. Here is episode. And that part is going to take them in the whole of the state and we go in the conversation. Reference to the person because I'm not here to put more house power than right. That's something for people that want to get back. Doing airborne. Something. Right? It's like, I just nothing. I just I don't know. I'm not no lie. The only way to do that is to see as lost. Go and believe in yourself. That my thing will turn out all around. It is oh, yeah. As long that's so and I'm like, go, go. Go. I mean, in the store. God, God, oh my God. Oh my God. That's it. But you remember it? Oh, I don't think on. What did make me on the new thing? And break my apple. That's not the bigger. And they did that for Christmas, guys. It's all the way. Yeah, come on. Wait, come on. And one, Aaron, they can't be fair out of that. No, we just haven't scared them the right way. What scares against being one in any of them? Well, banana. This is a what is this one? What's the same thing as? Okay, everyone just seems wow. The thing is, take the pictures out, lost, look the light. Pretty good in this last game. I wasn't even thinking about any good. It was something I was going what is it? Just why that's my home. I saw it. Oh, thank you. I guess I heard something wrong. Listen, even though it sounds like it's funny, it's like around them, maybe it's time to school to flying. You want it, it's like my best friend's best. It's very speak of God. That makes because he was standing there, and I told him out, what if I do? Yes, God. Yes, I didn't know. Now I find music. Okay, I feel listening. We're done. So yeah, so it's so it's the words for it. Yeah, it's public to me. It's a very I read on a fan. That's a mistake. Such an interesting studies down for us in the green section. But thank you so much. Not to be able to so what's your movie? I can add yes. We should have the software episode. Let's do it. Actually, it's slowly. It's all. So it's not like I back to the brain. This is everything is it was just a folder. I'm glorified folder that was marking it really, really good. So I was going back to pee on the break. I've been great. It's like and I'm in kindergarten. I used to be the first grade people, and I had a little nervous eye. And then it got nothing but it was all that hard. But I'm all better now, and it was not enough to let me go on. Regular grade. Just because the teaching third grade and now it's in kindergarten. That's not me. Well, my third grade class, it's a very smart player. I'm sure you are too. Let's have it for everybody else, because I will be grading you all in her. But it's got to be good. I'm going to get started. It's not good to believe. Then I've got a combination with my father's for the bed. For the skeletons in the body, the face of the body. I know. Okay, so look out for the whole extra thing. Look, it's like nominee. Okay, Illinois, will be our third nominee. Yet again. And amazing. You know what? One was next class president. Yeah, nominee is. It's just an estimate. There, me. It's not. That's on too long. Never go. Buy my iPhone. Got the laptop bar in bed. There it is. I said, what's in the I decided to use them to want something that's even more. It's like when everyone is living visually when other people still on. I got everything in balance. So it was important for something that belongs to the other one. And so so whenever it's for the episode of people to I did the same thing. They still nothing. We get on people taking the school and taking the do. It became stronger, not stronger. So my face of the two, they go away from the guy. It's it. I'm speaking to it is not in people's. Well, few months they work on something called both on something, but nothing on starting on this stuff. Okay, so now they won't have to get. You know, then one of them will have to go back to the school that can be like, okay, it's not started. So that's you think that's funny. Oh, I don't think you know this. I mean, this is all very long time. Thank God. That's We are getting we are planning. This is giving me serious appeal. A on phone that is the first individual that is but we go down because we get into the end. We go to the must Don't give a pass on that. They're not on your side. I think that was just a whole lot of. That exact statement was 100% again. I think. I think you know. No, what is we all have that. It's just a thing about time. We can. I can see. I don't want to tell you, but this is yeah, but your friend. My baby. So good. My cousin says. Yeah, 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 yeah. I think it's a big part. I don't say we like to do this all the thing. Yeah. Martin? No, that. I really had a good time watching this episode. And I kind of wanted to go on longer. The throwbacks to the traffic keepers, the Terminator, and of course, you know, South Park is thinking mind very asshole. Thank you so much for getting this episode. The whole thing on South Park is like beats friends, man. The whole thing on South Park is beats friends, man. What thing are you going to be open up that? Yes. Let's check out the South Park episode. Now, let's see. Well, Father, now I the final round. Are you ready to play the grand line? Yeah. This one I'm dating some sentence. What is the thin block of skin that runs from the base of the penis to the scrotum? Why is that, Franklin? And why am I not making this? I don't bring him. I don't think I don't. I'm sorry. You're sorry. Yes, I would understand. Going to beautiful super no. That's what just the Japanese it was one the place way incredible. You'll stand with that in the super seven of the road. Yeah, what's the reason doing rides out towards the road and it's rolling over cows. And graduation's song night. I know family and John Boy. Please be like ready to go and stay. Keep going in the 9 8 one is grateful will be arguing gold. I saw one thing. But even that I never everyone in the right way to go. This is to do it, right? There is one who catches up to this guy and does this. He goes his neck in the work right? But the man doesn't come on. And it's that's in your life. Keep the whole so, if his daughter didn't is a possibility. It was 7 5 years. That's all. It's all along. Okay. This nice, I guess. This is the only vacation is how to make the best of it. Yeah, look, reading side by Terrence Philip himself. Find out the ball. But one ball, the Jennifer left his mouth. Yeah, Jennifer loved vehicle, especially back in the 90s. Right. Wow. Everybody, you don't have, you don't have any life. Yeah, I think there's a little bit different. And Chase, you got like. Hold it. I'm trying to put a vibe like that it takes you on a grand tour going in the front all that actually good that thing. And all those that are coming to my opinion are Splash Mountain and Disney, and I think they give you the whole thing with Grand Driver and the Brighter Path. And then the other one I'm thinking of is the Tower of Terror. It's not really a funny, but then when they dive into this like he's thinking too of this whole town, they shoot it from the top of the planet and they run them straight down. So really the guy for it's okay, but if you have like a hard time with private in, it makes it even better. That you got one great right. This one, it's only 17. Right, man. The worst. This was the line item. This is my thing maker a long time. Are you serious? Yeah. I'm fine. Thank you very much. Okay, I'll pay you $5 for 3 balls. In the 90s. Well, it's $17 as a full thing. Third one for dinner. There you see we have a winner. People, that's all bullshit for always. Group that book business. Okay, take the one. Take the Barbie mirror and Bon Jovi Pink Band. Oh, no, you gotta win 7 times. No. $5 to play. That's how arcades were back in the day. You can see red tickets and you try to win some prizes, but most of the prizes were trash unless you just had a crap to win or tickets. I could get something really wild. I could be practically happy with it. If you would doing something. I'm afraid the fat little friend is such a bedtime. I'm afraid he was but everything he thinks he could do, he was positive, and then the team lead. You know, it's neat to take him home and then sleep. How's the day been doing? All morning. Get there and go. Work out the whole time. I never seen it before either. But I know one thing. And that's how it's going. Oh, down. Rain? Rain? Right now. That house stage. Then. I guess it's had a lot of practice, if you know what I mean. Jesus, no! Evenings. This was not housing that I've seen in the newspapers. Oh, you guys are right. Yeah, no. I'll tell you what, Mark. Very nice, and this is great. 5,000 from Chance of Hilton. Right, Bill, if the Chamber Party carry on. It's on sound. Strange. You have to get back to the article. That was not a union singing on soundboard episode. At least to me. That last scene was hilarious, and then this one is fun and straight. So season two, it just feels like the winner of it. The sound part is when comedy it's doing. I'm glad I said it. Because again, but thank you so much for having this episode. If you're doing this, please make sure to give this video a like, comment, share, and subscribe. Check out another content episode. What let's check out the software episode. It's simply everything. Let's see. So for this graphic better from the office. Oh, she paid me. Is there anything that you avoid this on board to make yourself sick? Do not put a good parent or a good grade down. I did this thing, and I'm getting myself sick. Right here, you can see it. They're in business, right? Why does this Grand Prix have so many semesters in one being listings? I think over the top, then that was the arm that they do. So that's the stay on. I see you stop. It's still good. Yeah. That third one is probably the minus. You know. Now it's starting to get that. She was doing nothing good. Sick. And long as they stay on the bus. Something not in circumstances, let the children all. The best way to tell them something like a big scary monster is up off the bus. Yeah. That's right. Not right. And nothing. When the children talk this up and what's this? And I go to your mother and sit down and shut up. That's oh, super fun. Wow. On my way. Don't like yourself whenever you know like this. My on both sides is brutal. That weakness like you have cookies really. It didn't happen because someone didn't bother. Oh, no. I care a lot about that bus over there. What was it again? Yeah. Go with it. That's what I'm it's again. Sure, no. Go book this again. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Shut up. Yeah. It's got shut up. Yeah. This factory is in Tennessee would make a great comedy. Great to go on that. And the rest of y'all stay on the bus. Talking about it. This one is natural. I it's the budget person since very long. What's the name? That's the what to say. All right. What's going to do it? But what? Fantastic. Hopefully, I can make enough dollars, right? Let's be started, by the way. We've been doing fine. Yeah. I'm gonna let you keep on dancing. Not brilliant. Oh, yeah, it's that example. Thank you, finishing these kinds of people. Stand. You're nice. Yes. They're not finished. What do that be done? Not real, have a little different. It's some kind of alien. So you're not calling. Actually, it's tonight, though. Tonight, it's like the dance and good one. It's gonna sit down. Hey, holiday, this is God. I know, they're all. Sure. None can see the sun when the child is listening. Completely one. Home class, though. I know I should be that time. I got and then hungry, get our runaway children back. Well, if this need to wait for me, when they don't go through and then don't need to come up and know what the field of music is to call in if they score. Back in the day, they used to put the face in the instant fields on the party. It was in reality. Right, so I can sit here with my golden grams. It's looking at this young black and white photo of this child. This is what happens. So I think like it's like, oh, something's going to hit. It's like the way how he's talking. As far as oh boy, hey, big pedal. Yeah. Oh, good. You want this? That's a big one. Just say something. I'm going to do it. I can show. Individually imagining they care to this is taking on the bus right there, even though they just killed him. Thank you for sharing the time with me. I'm having a nice time. Starting, yes, definitely not about the message. And I hope that wherever you may be, your videos next. Thank you. Hey, Randy. Well, please come home, pal. No, you don't get to start from the they all need to buy you. As I said before, the following is somebody in this room. The father and this John Elway. You wish. Oh, someone was like that. Exactly. Yeah. Oh, great. Super chocolate gifts and five ice cream. Plenty of things. When would you actually forget this? I can't get under the I don't know. This is my I want to find it in front of the feel of like the thing all the sudden. What is it? What's wrong? Realize I can't sleep. No, this is real. It's all been a little ego over brain. Oh, I know. I don't want this. But it's in the wrong again. No, oh, look at the dog, man. I see that. Because it's super rare to get a nice friend in the episode. Yeah, I thought it was pretty creative with the whole imagination. But thank you so much for recommending this episode. If you directly think that you need to do like, comment, share, and subscribe. And see the coffee down sound like these brand minds. What's the end of the day? Yes. Listen to this episode. You know, I'm still the dirty stuff. Let's do. Why doesn't do someone in this room? It's okay. I'm fine. That's what I want to know. That's not what I got. Oh my God. Was it the school counselor or was it Miss Mallory? Feel free to be back there. Okay. Yeah. It must have helped me going wrong. Outside. The other day, one phrase, just keep opening boots. Don't hurt the feel my hair and back to burn my morning out. Next time, and after you got that. Wait, I'm not telling you. I'm saying, you can tell the time the first of all, you can get out of there, all right? See. Our children. So let's pretend for 1 second that we had a conference call and versus the staff. What is the children? That's a good question, man. Why do you do this? You don't complicate all of this. Let me get right on that. I'm sick of it. I think almost interest. You know, this is my head on your birthday. And that's the story. And this one is so together. Really? So that's what the world makes them the silly washed up. They will fight on the street and oh, they have no place for body that are given the location of the city. That's it. So they always be weird. On the shorts with the love on the town with the dangerous alcohol. American both one is not I don't keep up that clean. And then going back to the side, this is just right. But started in on issues me. What wants to be head? Why is it? I don't see. And well, we can do that. It's supposed to be a very difficult time for you. Yes, it's such a good decision. Just to figure out the ways that you have this. Do you know the actual time of perception? About 8 years ago. And I see the fetus in his ages and it's never 8 years old is a really ready to be considered abortion. Is this not really that you has been 40 times? Just that kind of fit nothing because the people thought your birthday was a good After the bar principle since after the 70s. You pray I can't help you, but if you want to choose the law, you have to speak with the Congressman. That's exactly how it's supposed to be. Ready for the blood. Doctor, you got a truck outside. I'll be right there. You're right going to take time along here. Yeah, man. Medical science is not yet there. Yes, I can never heal screaming against the burning sun. Some people just have a big sun. And it's getting I said, oh, but I'm not Eric Hawkins. You can play that in the what? So you see this movie. Yeah. That's why I couldn't get no English law should have told me. Well, thinking not, it's cool. Start doing it. Well, all I know is the story right up for awards and go. I don't really know anything about porn. Oh, that's not going to throw anything. I'll just keep out because it changes English. That's Lincoln's Eric Roberts. You were able to get him to play the part of the month ago. I know a lot about Eric Roberts. I think career was he did start to do it. I love that. The reason of a much like that is a movie called Basketball Best. I want to announce it before the meeting. Oh, I can start. Well, I created using some shit. We think about it, I was able to use the same side for now. I'm thinking of that. The man's magazine. No, well, the police can say that. What in God is not being so for they close the house and that's not just but I was very active was incredibly critical and stuff. Unless we get up soon, all these people in here men children something like that. It's on full life on the big we shouldn't move any other so long as the power gets involved. Yes. Both one. I see it's all over the and the rest of it's it is only that they really can't go out for you. People take it. Jimmy Lawrence, it's all nothing but it's all American most world is not business. It is all as addicted to personal histories, but not the it's done there on farms and investment, but it's done down in Islam. So America's most one is written so the state is done on both the good one. I've been shot. My God, Mr. Atkinson, right away, Mr. Garrison. Yeah, I'm going to get the man on this. These things are blocked. I linked up to the South Park Food. So I definitely got to our pizza movie. Who brand Roger Rabbit? Was it Denver? Mr. Garrison? Chad? I could be the only person who is so fucking your wife was had a present put to me. Jessica Rabbit wasn't fine, though. They just strong there. And if they can send me a global brand, that is why there's patency. I need another pair of patents in here. Did you see that? I should really be I don't know. The business said, I over 100 people's attention. And only myself and history You can be anything. Do you know anything about surgery? I was what perfect. What the sense of who's this young? I mean, all around maybe all the state. That's not it. This is the worst storm I've ever seen. Oh my God. I haven't eaten for breakfast. I'm good. No, oh, God, I'm probably not going to I will be on. Eat the channel. Stay on. This is eating that. Oh, yeah. Yeah. What's your kids? That's a lot. Breakfast. Oh, they're pretty, but the fuel was pumped up. Damn, what? Don't be a we don't have to think about it. People without being no matter how long it's been going up in water. That's a finish first. I'm not sure I could all right now. When you know, I need to all to be strong. This for me is that you're the instant. You ask me all this bullets. You have the help of suction in mind. Ready? First, I'm making a decision and just hold up. What is it? My bodies. I need to hear things. If everything delivered by do you want to why? It's fine. You do. Listen. But everybody has stuff. Don't be down. Don't want. It's not like a found out. So the location, general, the large self-sustaining general, just this kind of emergency. It's out and away from the home. Oh, you care to. You must split out in the teaching. Team will consist of so standing, file, check, and the skin. TV consists of that. No, didn't do it. With the standing up the building, setting it. Your goal will be to turn up the backup general to do this. You must break the storm outside and get into this steward's office. Simply will go to the holding area where there is a television as you go. Moving to the level of the family program, so TV next to the steward's job. So, that's again. Oh, the generator. It was only dangerous spot at the top. And it couldn't be lost around this area. That big thank you. Sure, what's that? My name goes, die, and it's like, all of them, what is it? All the others, the next to the back. I can remember myself. Exactly, what else? Yeah, right. So, of course, nobody gives a shit about Aaron Rodgers. And the Rodgers, no. No, no, there's no going out there and goes. Aaron Rodgers is much easier than I expected. Can't go on. I have to get something. This thing, listen, JB, we've found enough out to the generator. So you don't need to walk with all that suit. Well, for goodness sake, listen, JB, we should be safe. I told you, teammate. This is just was it the Babylonian? Out the Babylon? Samaritan? Look at you. It's the back of Germany. We see the two copper knife. Now, if they are both there, yeah, why can I be the most important? Most of these lights all the nations are lights from John. Okay, no, that's the plastic son of a this is my project himself in his hand. Give us kind of look at it. Your chance now. Well, okay, so the alien becomes baby, we don't have to do it. I did not. The reactions to that meaning. Well, good, you tell me what you mean. So, well, yeah, but you get in. Those are two very difficult. When you're a husband with the nation, if you're little dad, I'm sure it's not done, man. He tries to shoot him in the mouth. There's the little Bible. Look at the right, Professor today. Ourselves in my own. In one day at a time, day at a time. Yeah. Freaking love from Eric longer than a dog back. Anybody else on that? I can find it. I don't think they getting point. The sacrifice in his life. If father and dad probably is. See, did anybody see that chance of both spent the last one? Wasn't that the funny thing? That body is based on Jesus. The father is. Yes, it's talking. Well, yes, it's true. Wow, I don't think so. It's a lot of people in Shane as well. You see, this problem is a natural. They didn't work. That she has both male and female genesis. It's true. You know, the broken ball game, and we all got together with her, still young as that. No, not exactly, but you did. So after that, it's not been a tool. So this one is DNA after that. Only thing you see is the body. And she had another one in the bed and from the body. I'm sorry, I just want shopping. That's a lot of it. And I know the name of the thing that was it. I just needed a better saying being happy about my needs. Thank you so much for letting me know this episode. I'm actually good. You can check out every episode that taught me this morning. I recommend it's on Sydney's. Now, catch you next time. Yes. What's really memorable about that? Kasi tapos na part so the next thing staring for the true love. Let's get yeah. I like that. Then you say, yeah, that's yeah. And now they're number. Maybe the grandfather. If it's see, and put the numbers. And also, listen, baseball, we take our brand because of the That's There's so down overkill. I don't even know what is. One thing I know. You can try not that. But not question. Tell me for the next 2 days what you learn all about reading that. Somebody in your whole life. That's that is incredible book. I had nothing. That age of own stuff is causing God problems. I don't believe I know you. That's a shower. But sometimes I like to depend on it. You were supposed to be just comparison is always very solid outside. It's really loosely supported. Go back and watch. Where you were when find somebody in your own life who can be enough. Can be them right. Didn't get a bed. They all the furniture. I was going to get people who didn't have. Sometimes it's really smart people who do this. They put the messy up. They use it in the that's really good. Sorry, no, there's never something that provides you hope. But all the just for the whole thing. I know that you're invested in entertainment, but you only want to get I would like to have enough as well. No, that's all fine. I'll be fine. I'll be past the thing when we get what's called it. You end up how you it. Let me tell you, it's great news, guys. And see, so big to jump. It's not from 6 people, it's 20. You will. You will. The open technique is all only saw one cell. Today, this is to these government. This is all Denver. And it's not there. So, so they love people. Sound like yeah, done. Yeah, if you hear the particular phone, well, boy, obviously, if you listen to your work, because baseball might make them up a ridiculous lot. It's always right. If we did not want, well, it won't happen thing the same birds and long run. Well, that's it. All of that is in the practical way. So, we can do it as long as we do it. Going to open your body, we can, and you'll be paying full benefit. And so it's that process of that is not just yeah, like anybody. We can say, look at this, not just that. You don't know, public access to the care. And yet somehow managed to survive. Well, let's see if Lon was having the hospital. Yes, go there. I think she was she down to the she had moved back people and get us on people. I think he's someone missing point of it. Let's look at somebody else. Yes, good one. Right there. This is basically keep going. But I'm talking about. Statements about the large traveling. You start It's great to have you. Thank you. In vitro, và sinh sản còn sống còn hay cả sao bên mấy là phải rồi nó thấy họ liền. What if it's people mention? You may want to mind. You are so what you know something I never know like that's what you I mean yeah you know when you're very sad. Come on down. And I was saying, we got a bad out closing. All we ever wanted was along with it. We waited and we waited, but they never built it. I think Dan was one of the long guy more than anyone, but he Yeah, son of a that's big dinosaur dog. That's it. That father, this is crazy. People just want to be wrong, but I mean, we're not higher than showing up. Don't that's the next thing very good. It's not that you and me getting their things together and of yeah. It isn't. It's it. Rather that. The milk started on the side, it's on the left. We gotta take it spot by spot. Today with the birthday, you know, Sunday. Well, then, how do you think the thing back? Quite wrong for him. I told you, buddy, we have to do that. That's saying it's still going. The outside is. And he's done. I'm trying to forget myself. You sound like you I guess very the best one. I'm very, you know, it's a son doesn't it's so she got that. He did well, and he was so happy. The story is amazing. So, yeah, it's been that important. I'm glad to say it was not the story, but it's on more show. And some of you know, I just thought, oh, that's you don't have to residence there and but wait, thank God, and think of when it's from a view. Well, it turns out it's from kids. These actions, it's about people that are right. Look find out more about this debauchery and leave it to them. It's not it. You can online. Yeah, I thought that we have right now, stack as a box and watch it, same type of thing. I thought that it doesn't want to say this, or it's not that. I didn't think well, should go. Someone said, it's not a chance. And again, the whole stuff. Actually, if you want to be the back, you can also take that there. I know I saw a few episodes of Bear Stringer, but I didn't really put that. To make, I want you to be the same noise. Because he's on. So still. There you go. Very clear. Why you know practice okay, that's enough. Let's talk to another people. Maybe I'm back here and see. Form of the card. Great form of the card. Look around and say, we can all be suffering your lives on. Higher, we call already. Is it? And that's Houston. I just moved the picture going. Oh, you know, look that up. What? I'm saying to Oh, yeah, really? Always apologize to all of you for what happened. And our competition really well lost sight of why you got me so good in the first place. Yeah, it's me. Actually, that was for years. It's true. But in the actual just the fact that I was still with all the clicks and waiting and the future was. I said, that was a responsible and I was expecting. Especially for early wins. I'm really noticing the example of man's backstory. I wasn't expecting that. And you can't really down with Jesus. Thank you so much for having this episode of the Faith League Action. Please make sure that it was good. Like, the comments here, and subscribe. I'm gonna stand by everything's brand plan. What's the only debatable? After that, let's check out the Slump episode. Merry Christmas, girl, Nancy. Let's see. No, I'm sorry, so I think I should go off in the last time I was. I now and then, I've left over the back, the third and then, they home. So it seems like one is only person. It is the actual element. It's just like, oh, this is it's me. I was out of the you get you see the school, why did you not rest? You got friends. This is exciting. In the dance, so snacky. But the grass was known to the poor. But it's not for the body for me, grass to go. And I love it. And the grass. And it's very nice, not beautiful. So found out. I got me a school with you. This is me speaking. Yeah, all you say was but and great grand mountains. Well, because then we do some party. Get on. But now, oh, I don't. I can't be. Hey, good. Hey, I took it, I think, and beat you to death with it, and I didn't feel thankful. But they just not walk me to the drugstore. That's why I see this ability when I'm. But I'm fairly certain not to be it was subject. Why don't you pick with me in a business? That's another line. On the line, consider me a witness. Yeah, ran away without thinking. I'm going to see if I go to the other states, without information. That's almost granted that includes the child. You see what something? I don't know these phones. It's a great, I have no business. Second, who was no more than no, you always go like, oh, yes. Oh, you know, it's a baby, you know, I'm really kidding. He didn't have the good. He was even now he's another. I went to a beauty parlor and had my tattoo again. Everybody, get down. We're not going back to me. Listen, all that corner, we're going to live at the restaurant. Get on the club members, walk the dog on the house. We understand that our house and the situation is critical. So we'd like to remind you all that this not going to price to bring back. Remember the simple law and they can step in. You got it right. Charlie Manson said we got to put inside possible. What's that part of the restaurant? Yeah. If I is here, I can go afraid to go outside. He's going to get a house, he's turning there. I got right now, Stan Bart is in big trouble. The attorney anticipated his parents, so that's going without telling them. And Tom, his mother is very disappointed with him. What is that? I'm gonna go get you. I'm gonna go back with them. Stay with the mother and father. I know. Why you can't get everybody to back to I want to talk to you. I can see how the thing was, and this I called him. And then actors Karen Bell and four other people in Los Angeles. Really, there were definitely people I thought I happened to kill a bunch of people. When I visit, they said, "You took care of me. You took the time to care about what I did." They don't care about it. But they have 9,000 from the brand. Hey, yeah. No, Howard, you go ahead. I've got something to say. That's all the time on the stones. I'm always correct. Somebody show the police the right plan. Right? Oh my God, kill the little Lord, come here. Really, police. All right, and spread it. You're going back. You never make it up in the family, not still. But he's gonna make it say, who else is gonna cry? You see, get happy is what the holidays are all about. It is great. I feel like I'm in my own Christmas special. See, I'm the star that's special time. When we laugh and sing, I feel more than only. Forget about me, and I'm moving for a day. So it's concerning. Opening the presents on Christmas morning. That's the way that we should all be real now. So I say, happy holidays. Happy holidays, everybody. It is not a guy, not there. Listen to me. Oh, I'm sorry. It's a hospital. It's good. You know what? Really do. Yeah, right now. Forgive me too, man. Oh, it's just that's just a bit of a thing. I'm sorry about that. Yeah. You're going to be really. I suppose the late one doesn't do this. Just keep doing it, okay? You have to think about what the election is coming. It just makes things that much heavier. Everything is back to normal. I guess the only thing left to say is welcome. Everything. All I know. I don't think mankind is thinking itself. Yes, there's murders in the world and but those are the vast minority. The majority of mankind is made up of humanity demons. You try everything because I go. And that makes scary to see. It's like other other parts. Well, happy holidays. What was that? What the? Thank you so much for recommending that. And if you enjoyed this reaction, please make sure to give this video a like, comment, share, and subscribe. Merry Christmas and happy holidays from the Lord. And I can't do much. What's the later? Yes, looking on the top like I was saying, for very kind of roads. That's the most. The better sort of things. See, authors that kind of change it, making white. And just what you do it. The only mind to mind with you want to. Of course, there will be no. The introduction of serious now. This is the episode. We drink that way. That's fall down. Yeah. This is what it was on. Yeah, exactly. Hey, so the guy, yeah, guys, she doesn't take a ride. So, all of that. I know. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I got to the bell this time. Why did you get the right to have one? Why? Me, that's what it usually do. You take my bell, and you just look at the time. I get. I want to be here every year. That's all born in 1862. You no longer look. Yeah, I just I'll get older, you know.
It's very good. And it's not no. Not by contact. I'm saying because the Confederate would have got in their ass and take this picture. The Confederate would have looked at it and take it there. Yeah. Stop listening to their president. That's right. That was a really Confederate thing. That is like what you guys are on this? It depends like he's doing what. Yeah. Look at all this honest. Ask him if you want. Somebody got sorry. Yeah, yeah. It'll be nice. I've never said foods. Maybe they maybe that all the last time. I don't think it's not right. Somebody tried, I think somebody gets under the gun on you. They're going to overplay this job. But there's a bit of only this one week. Yeah, I think every time I don't know. That's what we do. We have that. Then we put that. That kind of thing. We have it. I get what we do. Then, you know, like, that thing that won't be strong. But I mean, just, you're going to be so. But that, so much. He's really motivated though. It's not hard with you. Let's be honest. So Lord decided to call it the national God. Who seems to live by who are not back to that local God. It's so for his little fighting and still. Yeah. In here, everybody. Those kids are making so bad. It's not more than 50 songs still. I'm sorry. I didn't know it. I have all. Yes, I doubt that maybe it's in the yeah, and I think I'm feeling that. Is it too much now? One, I'm gonna go. Let's go. Let's go. I think that's general. Oh, so what the? That's the source. It's the front door. Oh, that's. Where am I? Yeah, we got to say that in doubt without it. Never happened. Well, I said, they working on it. They do. Not the body. We got to see this pussy. Wait. You don't realize it's on the floor. Why? Oh, I feel more last night. Opportunity. All the reasons. They were getting like an administration, not saying there. You just time to pick it. I'm like, the government's going for it. Yeah. And that's what it must have been. When you saw the mistakes in the before. And one day, look out, it was down. Better bring the pounds on it. Render side though, if some guy just has an able thing to do, and he looks like he picked it up, he's still the Lord, you know, like all of that's wrong. And nothing is because I think found some brand building history there today. They did not always old black about 2 weeks ago. I got it for good. The post blew off his desk, and Penny has a guest right on the book. And this one is pretty blessed. So he was actually doing the newspaper. If Abraham Lincoln got shot by John Wilkes Booth. And his own TV talking about it as a boy. And it just actually go, this was called that is a series. Now we do it. You know, all the country I do so that's crazy.
I wonder if people were just I was going to after that only President Trump pretty much goes down in all shot downloads. This is going to have a man walking to factory carrying a Confederate flag. So, oh boy, this doesn't look good. Just like the man march, except that they're actually on the people. Black men can do it. If you can depend on one person, it will be man march. At the federal level, demonstration or manifestation is spiritual and political leaders of the black people. The new not certain ways of living. Oh, it's even feeling, oh, yeah, he's third man. It's not happening. As vice president, I think they do what they want. It's got to be. It's going to be the money. Generally, meet in front of the county. Sir. It's this about this ring. Like I'm changing. He can't. Come on, boy. Quick, this listen. I'm going to sign the document declaring the Confederacy winners of the Civil War. I got the game to take the rest of the bill. Go ahead. In here to you're my friend. Everyone in everything is purpose of that. So I thought, well, the president of the United States, I want to commend you for stopping the battle of that. That's right. Well, slavery is illegal and illegal. Partially finished. Both live. So you wouldn't. All right, I see season 3. That was a good episode, and I get my bonus. It was way better than Davis. Thank you so much for the end of this episode. That the people who go to the action who different in this video. Let's comment, share, and subscribe. And I'll catch you in the next one. Peace. What's going on with the other? Yes. Let's have a stop that episode. We can. The second he said Democrat the new change that this is about Biden, like it was about Biden Democrats because Donald Trump being showed up to Biden that she's subpoenaed. When they're going to be surfaced when he was subpoenaed by House Democrats and showed up on the Senate side and showed up at the White House to answer in some fake phony lame press conference, not actually going to the House and moving when it was compelled by a subpoena to bring. Hunter Biden did that. And then you have to go get involved and show up here, but we know that they're going to actually the legislation for consent is private. We try to get some more legislation for consent. The speech of buying break of you are working members. Come here, so and then when the Democrats are saying, hey, he wants to speak, he leaves. This is a job. This is a part. The man needs to be in my comments. Oh, and by the way, the man who is committed to harassment, which you may sit on, by the way, that was not a normally ordered committee of Congress, because Nancy Pelosi did not want the Republican members that then Leader McCarthy put up. We're going to point to it. I'm looking at you for thank you, Brenda. Looking forward to that. There was subpoena, he did not answer it, and other American, if you know, because that my phone. And was the Democrat president of the highest order against the worker. Because there's like my Democrat privilege, we have to look at the most recent case on that sense. It comes down to a congressional subpoena. You can't be dangerous different when they do get a congressional subpoena. What did they get the first time they talked about? Nothing against the first result of the lawyers and realize that they should have that kind of help them all. Here in America, they thought to put there in New York.
Thinking that little bit about privilege and all of this that we're seeing there. I've also looked into, I've been mentioned, and there are many readings on January 6th committee. It's not just the Biden, the individual subject to equal treatment under the law, we all have to follow the law, but it's also and this is that is subject to oversight and law, you must comply with the law here as well. Now, I believe on very technical and has to do with Congress, you know, but I believe, and many of us do, and we have an obligation to focus in creating a participation to execute the serious death in parts of the country, 7 times identified, and it's still up to the public of the front of the public. I'm surviving, took him up on that office. He said, I did show up in the I did something. He showed up here today. He showed up here in the first. And Mr. Chairman, I know you think you're asking what we got, but we got members here that have submitted falsified evidence to the record. We got members here that have submitted that mischaracterized. So, for your about your thing that's in the day, which is not those type of things. You got remember, even Huffington go guns, it used to be, yeah, even stand with it. Why? Person eyes that we want to testify in front of the public for the American people to be able to dig this down to criminal justice for the country. You got members of the party. You got members who we are 1 year into the term, what the duties are at the beginning of the community, but what would you do us on day one? And so, what you should do is I'm not in there. Power of open and if you want to do that as a citizen. And yet for that, I think more committed to allow the concept by public. I can do it in a production. And we cannot do that by getting the things back in there. I am on a defiant here. We have to be fine. Let's do it today. Not tomorrow. Let the Lord do it.
The only downside is typically getting it transparent. So basically, a public festival that we have. I can have to do that. The issue here is because the decades, not someone who has some debate to set the tone for Congress by. So Congress typically controlling the entirety of the program. Right? So you would not have much say in the second, if any okay, disregard the congressional subpoena, then they should all of them be charged with that. So I'm not saying that I'm going to sit here and tell you this here, if you do not open the congressional subpoena, everything should be followed here. Okay, that sounds like a fairly good tool. That sounds like a much stronger failure to come in and do local programs failure to. We are the greatest country on the planet. Be your civic person, saying this is saying about you specifically, but you literally said to give, Mr. Biden the opportunity to small to speak at the committee, to invite the president and be about, the hearing, maybe of the hearing. It should be matter though, is now the chairman are not buying. Like, no other members' words of Congress are really not buying. The Biden party, if you're going to vote, if you're going to get it back, we're going to vote, if you get it, and we're going to vote, the chairman think that the chairman would be not buying. And that's what we're doing. What we do is we vote on the chairman. Thank you. I'm going to go back to the point, with the third for a second, before I go to Thank you. What is going to be taken agitated written document, the written language in the security, because support from this committee is also signed off on by the clerk of the house. That is providing the document that matters here. That is what governs. That's number one. Number two is understanding. It is said that all witnesses said that no basis for it. But remember, whether they play the right side of the aisle, what was said by Mr. Burley was that the important evidence for the continuation of the influence. And the purpose of that hearing was the relevant basis for an influence and how we got voted for an inquiry. Among the person that helped did have the result of the repeated inquiry was the unsurvivors who were here. Unsurviving is invaded, that is opinion so flagrantly invaded that he decided to go on at the Senate side to give a press on them. If there was small a member of the House, help him get that time on the Senate side in the press conference. That's a flagrant violation of the convention of the video. Secondarily, he has the ball so up here and went to something done. And he didn't say he was sitting right over there. I hear that. He said, you can stay to the whole proceeding. And chose to leave. That's what they'll get. But we disappeared to Congress. Back in December. Those not people did the violation of that subpoena. A subpoena that was executed with the signature of the clerk of the House of Representatives. That is the document that is binding. That's what we work on. This area actually submit for the record of the Hill. Written by Doug Turley and entitled Eric Swalwell and the Politics of Consensus. Thank you. That's okay. Let's welcome over the command of this ranking to the largest this $700 million. Looking at order is very important stations between President Biden and President Trump. President Trump has an international real estate portfolio that he has amassed over decades. I'm quite sure if you go back through all of the hotel receipts before he was president of the United States, that you have foreign dignitaries staying at your hotel all across the world. What is your name? You just about to make it up. Because the very nice thing, they look good. People like saying that. Oh, yeah, what's not the government was for organization when he was president of the United States. He might recognize from every point the president summit, he actually voted the top organization when the president thought was president of the United States. So if you had a portfolio of hotels and people choose through this media, through Hyatt, through hotels.com, if they choose to go and stay there, how was that the president being invited to have 50 money exposure? That's what you're saying. Providing family has no business. They never have freedom, except for politics. And although they have the oversight committee, in conjunction with the Ways and Means Committee, and the Hearing Committee, and the Law Committee, to demonstrate is that they took down our nation for millions, a million, 1.6 million, the latest count, and 1 million. And there was never anything that was even except public corruption. We have questions and answer hard. We didn't say that you can answer something. You ignore a regular subpoena as a private citizen. We can probably say outside for a moment. I can love in the state of New York. This is some statement. Someone's just like, don't as a person, guys, you should figure you out. Person. But as a politician, you didn't be done, I'm not able. It's been famous. As a city of this, if you can say it, Trump has been mad in the 8th of July so much that he was mentioned so many times in that conversation. Everybody knows to do this story. Yeah. So imagine people have this also. But it's also been really hand in hand with that recently walked what they live there. Like, oh, I need you to understand the our culture is strong. And America is the largest export. A good export more than anything else in the world. It's a culture. It's a region. So there people from all around the world who are moving around in that shop or they do it's a kind of right? Be specific. The most works for typical. So if you don't fall in business, you're going to look for setting of news, everything looks how it's possible to say it. And focus specifically someone that really 100% getting that company that down with you. Yeah, already, which one you can say that the neighborhood or this part of the it's right? It's not much of a difference. So that's not really something that you can answer that sounds it just sounds like recklessness. And that's basically what AOC was doing with most of everything. AOC kind of was the Australian. I think maybe when she first started the going on, I think really money from Facebook related. I think that she was more honest and true to her soft community. But now, she isn't hip hop. But she's known the game so bad, so this goes back to 100% of it. Actually, just like some chess piece. A lot of people up there on the stage in a chess piece and then sticking on side and they have to up there moving. These type of content that it's talks about. But careful when you do this stuff. And I don't care what side of how you thought. I think I just want you to make sure that only thing I care about is making those good things and having a video with the tech and cost stuff. Never know when to do. And at any cause specifically that's nothing to do with the immunity now. You might extend and you can get tapped, right? So we shouldn't worry about making sure the family of good works are pretty people economically. Okay? So when I see record AOC school, it's always coming from this policy of the private type of matter where it's just this case, right? And the question of the big from the element because you speech here, Myron Donald's absolutely been staying here. He definitely held the conversation, held the room. So respect on that one very important because as a closer, if progression makes you cool, I feel inside don't go, that's not. If there's a signature coming to the House of Representatives to look at what you're don't give you my money to make, get here and now to go fast and probably best to the side meeting. Answer for. I think we don't it's so stuff. I think that is that a lot of times raise their say from the audience and the performance long to see it done. Like that. You know, I didn't do the patients now. I don't know that. Because I'm funny. Yeah, I didn't get anybody. I said, funny, that's the beginning. That being the funniest. Other. There is, you can't make it funny, but there is like, here you don't see the funniest one. The other one. Yeah. No, that's a funny. 0. But then there was one where the voice go, but it's sense and then it's coming. You know, what's wrong? That's what I'm saying about. What I said, the active reaction, like these one, the performance assessment. If you have people about the kid, that's what happened. I didn't know that around, my parents, I was very strong to understand the student get on out and sit on. It is, you definitely want to, I can get it. I don't think you don't be funny, you don't have to be hard, that's the funniest. Because I think I is because, it's a bunch of assassinate. You know what I mean? You have to do that, you have to do it. It's a body kill. Again. But you do it. I'm not going. But it's different, they can do it. You do not go. Not very many votes. You're not going to know the experience of the thing. That's just one. But you can never get handed it to the head. Like if you want to run it, you get things. And I'm there. What? The public general, people about it. The same one that we say, the big, we say, it is public, it's very public. There's no football. They're out. And my sister doesn't have one, and, we got one of them, they need to, again, we need to stop doing one. We stop here, because we gotta get hard, we're gonna do it. Yeah. He said in the red, but such a feeling. My family, all of it. Actually, that's for me. Yeah, that's the I think it was. And that's all right. But I'm talking about. It's just, it's a big thing now, you have an intervention for it. See the event for it, really can really have an event. Come home. Yeah, I don't know, we're not going to look at the Scott and Bob. It's very good. But you get these people, they get a bad rap, okay, when you, they take a lot of naps. They feel like they're like a very good one. Starting around, they do posts. It's what they do. If you can never know that you got nothing, you're fucking posts. You know, if you know, so post up in the every day. You wake up here, you call, so you're gonna get out of the house. And find a scrap yard. It's certainly good, everybody got cost. They let you get pretty good. Scrap it, it's over. Spend time with it. So you go with the trivia. When we came up with the open, we run tickets, we go 6 months. And once you go back, I'll be with you. Come to one for send out about that. It's not good. No, you take it on any block to the field. Anyway, when it was, pick my sister up in the park up, not take any 6 months. I didn't start playing that they go back and trust it. I took it 6 months. The day that day, that's why I see it. And I thought that was the nice thing about it, like to clean down, I did exactly so it's gonna be up positive. You know what I mean? I get a good thing in one day, not like just I using the best day. You should have one that goes all those things. He's possible, he said, little fucking thing for long, he's out, go that one. That was good. He fucking. If you know, he's finally steal the building and run. Steal it, he does what the final time to do it in your thing. So we give them a little water clock there, we have it out, so we can get it back, it goes water, so we fucking straight from. And he goes, no, it's not, way back, buy it, that, he looks at it, and it's, don't find it. Sometimes, yeah, probably, yeah. I didn't think they would do that money. You don't know what I'm saying. Also, I think he's going to see things that he goes down. Not to do my water bad. All the people paying to take on top of the class. He's kind of big value. This is how they fucking bad long as life. We got things this against the other we have water and we the other. She down the wrong. She figured out all the top like that door. Running in front of some 18 white cars the place. Then setting out, he was seeing why the same thing. He even landed there, she didn't get to go to wake up, Yeah, I had everyone to cover my problem. And you look up in the air. Anyway, don't be sad about it. She did do the job. And it's, yeah, you done. Talking, you feel without the, but yeah, no. Good. You didn't get the message about it. Everything. You should have done. Yeah, I'll tell you what, it's cool. And I was looking, I was seeing the home, that's okay. You can get it's like that, you can go. No, I think it was good. You can see what you can do, things around them. It's like the fucking rock. He's great. If I have to, yeah, you have to know when this, like, yeah. Como se casou mesmo, eu definitely did. You know, you told me. I really told you. You going on. Yeah, how you can. No, I say that. That's it. What is wrong with the I don't know. Fuck that means fuck it Hollywood. And the whole thing that it's the big benefit. With the first point but I think probably I'm going to really get a little bit from out of the I think the unit thing. I'm going to really do that. People say, can't do that. So, walking the unit feels like being the person right. It's always better. You know, there's a whole you guys like technology. The first one, I do know the dance. I wanted to dance all night. I didn't see the second point, all again, at the face. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Relax. I don't want to talk about it. But if you know anything else, I will tell you. You grab that, you want to know from the organ, or the very thing. Don't tell me what it is that so I get to this fucking kid more ago, guys. We not know what the ball is, okay, little kids. Jeez. Right, that's all. No, it's good. Then, if you didn't know, it's. I'll be going to people say. Like, I know, that's what we talk about. Sorry, because you know, they're not even, it's not. No, and truly the feeling about the good part. If you, sometimes I'm talking about but even if it's not something about something makes sense, but still not. I think, they all got it's a new policy. Given policy mistakes, don't think it can be anything but she's like, no, when you face this, it's smooth. On the good. Okay, and I don't know if you watch the movie. No, we having a status people and that. They look at me on slots. And see, it's something. She didn't know when you go through the pipe, food things, something that's very, as I did, something because the people is on the special story back then. All of a sudden, it's and saying, exactly what that. Exactly. They look like and for next week, I think. I'm pretty sure these guys are going to be all the other guys. Look, you know, it's not going to be the day. I just, it's good. I just feel like they have to take off the you know, I mean, I think a lot of things suggest in the person. See, I can hold it. I got it. You should be racing about this. Yeah, then what's the problem? Your friend says every time it's one. See, stuff. Nothing but the concept in one. So what, when you're going to spend, then you start to the thing we got first, you didn't go as far. What you can say that thing, really good. Actually, person I have to all the people. It's not sure if it's really why they can. You don't think? That's going I think I don't think that's these person that this one, the government of the no one inside of the but you said I don't know. And saying that those people maybe put you in 5 minutes like exactly all things. You'll see it tells you the other people don't know but they have I'm just talking about all the books. Yeah. It's another thing I was thinking about now. And it's supposed to be it's funny. No, that's what's not funny. I'm saying. Everything, it's gone. I go back there, that's all. I had to do this. You didn't know what they were one they brought their girls. They brought more people. They love this. They are the healing doctor. They want the ball away. They love the lady. And they want the currency. That's it. That was beginning every day. You come up with the yeah. They do an everything. They don't say about food. Now, yeah, into the ways. See, it got things like the end definitely. I know my guy, though, you see, it don't even fuck out. See, you're taking souls here. I didn't even expect it. It's fucking all in that. I don't do it. We're going to go to maybe go. That was the thing. Well, it's and definitely this. But it seems the things that would be the big thing is the in time, it wasn't like how it's supposed to get like feedback on this, but very get that one. Okay, look at that. I mean, and then at the end of the day, you do a home. No, we can wait until but and yeah, exactly how you're making that. You can break out the coffee and go ahead and work. Probably the rack all can go so let's see. I don't know how we can play today. I guess you don't think about myself. All right, I think I'm gonna get out of here, guys. Thank you guys very much. Thank you. I'm just going to go and watch it for this person to get out of Again, why? So. If you thought I was gonna come to Austria and not be a pretty nasty sitting down, then I, but at least I tried. You might like James Lambert, world champion ski jump. Yeah, he's done it up, put me on with something. Yeah. Really sexy. And then run out the possible to run. I was working on myself at Fort London, but I got a share from 1984 and 1986, and then 1988 to 1992. And again, it was a pushback. In 1989, I became this sort of my skateboard slide that that's in the morning. So bad. So cool. And it's all kind illegal. With the mentally have they're usually horrid. Wouldn't that illegal immigrant? Maybe you'll find like a Muslim with a low body count, but if they're an American, it's like many times said American women stay for me. Not at all. Well, here's your opinion. Are you drunk then? I'm doing drunk. This is exactly why the 19th Amendment should be repealed. Right here. This woman knows nothing about politics. Yeah, no things about history, or she don't study on her mouth. This is exactly the problem. Why are you here? No one asked you to be here. So go over there. I'll do what you want. You're not wanted here. I'm like, I mean, this is the problem with this country, man. These literally come over here. They start talking. I said, yeah, maybe it's about this. Why do you want to think it's the one? Oh, you need to put Islam in your life. You the Islam in your profile, you can try. Thank you for knowing that. I do appreciate that. All right. Well, you know, we great on Miami. That's basically a series of the wars and stuff like that. Again, another reason why the 19th Amendment should have been repealed. And again, the 19th Amendment didn't work in everything COVID-19. Why is that? No, I think she's cover up. I think you gotta take it up. Women always give their opinion, women not even wanted. Example right here.
Would you rather date a liberal or an illegal immigrant? So I'm 19 years old, right? Eating my turn day in prison and give prison. I'm on the only crowd told me. Actually don't know in I don't know a lot of these terminologies because I've never been on this, you know, attention seven. You know, I think so when I'm going to assess this. When assessing my opinion, you put your underwear on, your shirt and your thigh, blanket and assess. So I'm going through assessments and I walk it. Completely bring it out. So who is it? I said, hey, look. There's nothing wrong with me. And you're saying, look. Oh, and then so that's not so now I'm gonna tell them, I'm gonna do it, man. Hey, you really know? You did it very well. Yes, and it's about time. I said, oh, shit. Shit, I ain't been on it. It's a thing. I get to the assessment and do that by acceptance and you really know. Because you really know. Yeah. Yes, you don't know who. Let's get it there. That's it. No. It. They must have it. Must step in. Just see. I'm saying, it's clear. You know, if you look at who's on, what does don't get the guy, you know, stand up. What's it name? There's no line to stop. He said, who said this? He said, find his regular. But I said,
I said, it's say, if you're say, I'm so what they say, man. And you know, it's something. It goes on to get it. Yeah. Oh, so, and I thought, you know, you do made it. You can put what? Let's go. Like myself. So what's up here? So what's up here? They should be doing that. Yeah. Yeah, so we don't know. Then on top of the that's time. See, yes, I don't. It's feeling what? You can have to. Now, see, they come out and see, I can see, but they didn't have to do it. It's him. That's what you can from it. See, I'm not going to no, but you might. Don't let see, and so, I think I'll have a crowd. Saying chính là làm người ta nó thấy được một cái loại cái luật là vai trò của bạn sẽ được mình sẽ nhận được cái này mình sẽ nhận được nếu mình nó mình có nó mình cho mình làm cái đang thành bản ra được như vậy thì những cái đó thì mình quá tiền không có sử dụng sẽ đạt được cái đó là chỉ là cái xe là cái quá trình phun nó sẽ sì, e poi perché poi la vision fino a insieme, comunque che ne si non sta con il resto. Ci vuole io di tutte lì, in senso da te non di sono tutte lì. Quindi non si può, se fai bene, va bene, ci devo capire già. Di bayarnya begitu doang, untuk waktu jadi bos itu naik PPN itu asli. Dia bisa sekarang juga sudah ada lisensi. Bisa orang sudah ada orang yang sering dari itu 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 tidak sih. Nah, itu ada bisa sih asli bisa udah dari situ pasti yang betul. Tapi kan bisa lewat itu sudah Come six non mi piace una volta io sixteen two it's not bad okay ma sì no se non vuoi se ne sei se ti vede che si no ma se sono mi sono si deve essere una questo si sta in sé no sì bisogna non so sì bisogna un cazzo di io sì se no io non vorrei io non so sì io mi piace tanto se ne so che si con che non mi è stato piaciuto se ne va molto ognuno deve scrivere e va solo e he said, yeah, probably. You can just say it. He said, hey, yeah, it's not together. Look at the people know. Come on. They just not know that they don't say it. Like, she didn't go over your feet. That's not wrong. It's not the well. Yeah, I get another. I turn around. You see that I didn't know. Để cho long nó cái đẹp cái ghê nó sẽ ra cho mình ở ngay nó biết cho mình nào thành mình cho mình nhiều cái sự bất ngờ qua mà cái mà cái là cái này hiện nay là Somebody will come down. Yes, the living I'm heavy with paper. That we put stick in the fire on you. I get night by here with the onion. No, he's coming down. There's a side tissue that is. And you know, the one that I said, no, I'm not really going to do it. I am going to get it. See what's going on? So what? What's that? Oh, they have this life that I've never told along. Stand up and break the bitch out. You keep that on me. You got to take off off of it. I'm not really going to say it. I said, you ain't got no sauce in it. You know what? I'm talking about sauce now. There's something I can do. People make it out here. I ain't got no goddamn sauce, man. It's not going in my cereal. Say, hey, I have this. It goes on. Yeah. And she told you like, hey, and that looks alive. I didn't see it, man. I didn't even so much shock. It's always getting so much shock. Man, then I'm going to go. Too bad. Too bad. And then I'm done. That's my family. I think my still Android going. That's some of the luck I would do. See, that is not good. And like you see, they don't get it. That way, I'll see on the thought. Don't have a it's going to be the same. You can go, then go, yeah, that's like, actually, 4 days is a sea. Then get me, it's and that's, yeah, that's how you can. See, but it's another day, possibly. Okay, see. So, Again, but somebody came with one bag of coffee and said, "You think this? I'm not gonna leave you out there. I'm gonna give you one bag of coffee, but you know, a thing, man, you is your campus." So I'm ready on the radio. With being like, you're not ready, bro. And next, you know, great dog. There ain't nothing happening this here. There ain't no way to get it, you know. You ain't no way to get it, you know. Everybody doing something, I keep doing the next. You know, I guess I said, shit, you ain't gonna get it, you know. And you won't lie. Let me jump on. Oh, you know. Different. It's different. Life strategy is in this. That folks on this, that going, put down, doing shit, backbone. I don't even know something. The next thing that I have hand on, they not doing anything. They not doing this. And like the whole record, they said, women, and man, they all that time, and then we all stand up there together, and all we can do is now that don't sound incredible, but I'm the only one doing it. I'm the only one that you're doing it like that. You know what I'm saying? That's it, man. If this whole chase is all thing, y'all just stay in the middle. Because they know that you get, and it's like they coming from everywhere. And mixed on, hey, you know, that. And he got the back and mixed. He decided that he wanted this woman some extra information that he didn't give me in the goddamn sale. He's the one, look at this. Is shut up, get out and tell me. Okay, the guy was tell me. He the one, look here. Now, and then they now remember that. Look, okay, nobody you got. You bet somebody shit. And you know how you get it. Now, what's it? What you told me is that. So, nobody on this side, or this side. Now, they don't got no people. They don't do it. Don't let them go, but they ain't lie. Don't worry. But if you can go inside, why the fuck am I? I'm not in all this shit. So, that's all we do. But that's all. And you say how things will do. Something else. You know what I mean? Don't fall on the ground. You fall on the ground, oh, you just don't get your goddamn head off. You fall on the ground. You see what they big to the hook and you fall on the ground. So we out here and I'm in everything. Watching the foot. So they start out and circle back around my hand. And somebody from that, a block that. They go feet night. They take it. I got my playing now, right? Now they go run around it. This got me. This got it. This guy got mixed. When we out there, we do our thing. We mix it. Video. Mix it. I see what he got right. He do it. He's do that. Mix out there doing slow. So this is very good. It's all good. And I'm on ain't nobody going to go much of that. And mixed it. What is being out? I don't see it. I don't see it. And when I step, I'm falling back. So that's what I'm do. I'm following. I'm the old shit we sit on phone. The man next is a real running street with us. You don't do it. I'm strong on them. This is really damn my people. Don't do that, yo. Don't do that. No, that father take care of it. Oh, and then I say, and yes, yes, look at you got no food on. You go around here. I know that's nothing. And then walk around here and get out here and slave. You got everything. Yeah, I'm doing my this. I learning about everybody. I'm learning once again. Okay. See, and there's the next thing. Yeah, yeah, brings up in a teacup. They'll be slipping down my sleeve. And I feel like he was big on that part. And I was looking to see, oh shit. I looked at this, I said, Nick, we didn't have all the boots. And yesterday, they speak like this sometimes. So I'm not going go, right? In my bloody day in prison in the big prison, I'm on this doing clown. I'm actually going to go the I'm gonna lie on terminology because I've never been on this, that particular, like that. So, so, I'm going to necessities. The necessity will create you need to under. The colonizer nurses, the colonizer. They love you. I'm not so. They love you. And it's easy. Yeah, I love you. Yes. So then shit. Exactly what it is. No way. You cannot do that. I, India, I, yeah, look at this though. I think still be conflicting dreams of the at the end. India doesn't use that. This is the water this area. This is the more responsibility. I feel you something. What is the goal of the this is not modern. Oh my god, it doesn't say how for the UK name to you. Right, and now we're getting to the probably that people are or India or that. That's what the goal. I got it to that. That's a very interesting thing for it. Oh, you can pick the war. Okay, yeah. One guy. I don't really want to hear from them. I have to know about them. I said I told you. What's going on everybody that? Yes, with me, let's get out of there. We'll get some contract. So this was it's going down. And how long? We can get out. We can play the person. When we praise the band, that's the first was to get our hands on the other side. I don't know how to feel their hands. Wow. I don't need to check out. They're like they're in the bed of the you realize that I was good by not prepared to hear this stuff. I see this as a friend. Yes. Yeah. All right. Well, I very available. Now, I'm like, we're talking but the full for an hour, I think all that today. It'll begin if you're on great. Okay, looking around the lawn, but what they have a rate like that. And the restart rate was different, the way it and it was in a restart rate and all that. You can fix it. And that's more than one rate. And it is nothing special on your one thing that is it was it's going up. Right. I think we probably have. Quick question. What is this grade? Maybe I did it. Awesome. Definitely. It's like that. It's something individual does, man. Sounds good. It's so slow. I could. I think that your doctor gets excited when it spends a lot of time with us. They will eat this and they open this. Yeah, I never read this book. At some point, I want people to just bring us. But at least when the dog get it. It was. It's under this gets out of the person. So. This gets this. What do you mean it's not necessary? Yes, no, please, on your. One. So much. So much. I'm sure you have fun behind. Why would you even do that? Absolutely. It's like something from the shine. Outside, then fine. That's taking an interesting turn. There's Denver on the prize. There's no such thing. It's I'm not so sure what the deal is. I see. Oh, yeah, I thought you right. I see the stuff that was already. It was like and it's all the upgrade. I was like, it's up to that. You're implementing on anything. The written machine. It's nothing. No physical obligation. You can be the one by the plan. She said, was being compressed together. As it turned out, there's something in goes on what you got. I think a while. In the time, I can make the reason, the point, the reason now, you try to rule is something in the outside. It was the first thing that first started on the functional group. Like, oh no. It's like, it's my side. That's now it's I mean, it's control. It's funny that those I'm gonna fight them, but you know, there's no good with that South Park. And say that's what you would do. It's something with fighting sports, video, it's provided to us. But it's way like a good episode. I'm here to see what happens in part two. So please stay tuned for that. If you're good at that, you can give us a little like, comment, share, subscribe. Do you think this? I know. That's America, you have. You want to face rock clothing nothing that is nothing. I mean, it is nothing that is expanding. That means endlessness and endlessness. That is so fucking pathetic. You know, that's like normal. But you know, you're everything in the mall thing. Okay. Oh, man. I never think about that again. Plus, there are more molecules of water than a glass of water. Then there are glasses of water in all the world oceans. Wow. Which means that as you drink that water, and it comes back out of you any number of a half a dozen ways. There's enough molecules that has in your kidney to populate every single other possible glass of water drawn from the world water system. And which means the glass of water you did draw from your culture contains molecules that definitely passed in the kidney of Abraham Lincoln, of Jesus, this come of any historical figure. You're gonna get lots of air and that's all they molecules. That makes no fucking sense. These molecules know their molecules. These molecules are on. That doesn't make any sense. It's school is getting a science with the same molecules right here. If that's someone else they do this thing, it gets me while I talk. And some that read, I thought it was school. You know what I know? These molecules in the new molecules in the past science, why don't they get these colors? You know the answer? Don't know. Nothing makes sense. Why is it so sense? Because America, you want space rock floating in nothing. They say, why not something great? It works out with those that are able to figure out how to team. As you know, that great part of the the same person and the point it's their feeling and the love. And you're something like that. Oh, the land. On the land. They have art. I think you're right. You know, the first all the thing. I honestly want you to do the good time. I always, yeah. But I mean, bam, or and the food. I think, yeah, the food is way better. I think you guys, the story. It's really very different. Don't make your day. No, the viewers who are trying to think something the right way. But somebody has to do it, and I can do it. And I just think that tomorrow, you get to know everything and then figure out how to make it fun. That's what everybody else does. So I love that. And you know why I can do taking myself out of it. I don't do that. I don't serve personally for that same thing. You know what I mean? You must like that way other I think it's minister to you know, you can think me and go, this is great. So that, it looked like, really, I think that he was already. But other than that, really, I'm going to tell you something. Okay, I work on movies, but I do want to do it video. But the example I did you, I was talking that my guy's for a little rock. If I see a little else, it's just see up on the better picture up. But I mean, one of those better than parent. That's it. You know, I still hard for me. I still have that. Yeah, no idea. No. It was you deciding when to play and when, you know, like my rhythm was completely disrupted by this. And the noise is immense. As you know, it's hardwired to me. Like it's the sound that my stress is goes. It's what it's supposed to do. Of all of the noise of the play. And it's Ryan, you're that's right. And I must respond. I go into like, I wouldn't say it's like absolute panic, but I can't, but I really don't, I can't ignore even though we're on the reading about it. My mom got it, maybe that's all, but we've been up all night. And you think about it, evolutionarily, the thing has, it's when they really get spread, yeah, they had it all in their voice. But that would hear it, and then say, die, gone, gone. Goodbye. All the quiet individuals, but then remove. Big. Home from the herd. Okay. You already stepped in the front of it. I said, keep it quiet. I think there's been there was right? My best friend will keep quiet. She can very quiet. And then take a break here. That's it. It's like a door in the system. It's uncle. It's uncle. It's a number. Yeah, they look like they have a nice kind of thing. He's right. He's on the forest, you know. You can step on it, Kelly. You're right. He's doing it. He's doing great. But I think that having his nose quiet, having the various veterans. It's I think it also got people can get in there. Walk the quiet. Walk the cool. Don't think. Skeleton's cool. And like, there's an awkward boy at a dance. He's like, you know, like that. It speaks to like, very Harry Lewis right there. That I think it was a cool guy. He's slow. He's like, so the question is, the question is, how long can you stay within the morning board? Protected by the parent. Well, still you get eaten by the one. So that's yes, that's right. That's the classic there of my mom can tell you. It's like, yeah, they're keeping you alive. You can go outside of that. It's like that. This is the argument for Tootsie, by the way. I think again, very cruel. So we can let him sleep on bed, and then the book was outside, it's beautiful. And he kind of very fellow. Don't worry about me. No, I would like, as a minimum, I would like this effort. And you go. And speaking of health, oh yeah, this is your space. This is like this is to say, I hope you like it. That's my hope. It doesn't really. Don't worry about me. No. I would like, as a minimum, I would like the effort. There it is. That's all I have. Well, there's no bring to give you this to But and you put like playing his guy on the stage like a loving parent. I'm looking at this completely opposite. And here's what I want, because I've heard this text before. I'd like you to call out hi anytime you have a Is that good? I'll thought about what? About what I'm saying. Like I was saying some stuff. And sometimes people understand well, I didn't call you. You said, hey, let me get a you say hi, and I'd love to hear your thoughts because this is my most famous bit, and I'd love to put it. And I'll tell you up top, a lot of us was based on something Bill Nye told you. So it took something he taught me and ran with it. So when you're contemporary, it's still the day, but I'd love to get the years ago. And Bill Nye, after his engineering degree, began is that right? I'm sure he covered that. Oh, yes, I know. Yes, the timing is I know. But I'm gonna go pay. Okay. I'm all right. Then let's do this. I'll pause it when I know you about this. Yeah. That way you won't feel it. That's right. Yeah, we're gonna so hey, let's go and here. I got the man himself. No, I gotta hear reporting him. Okay. Honestly, no, I couldn't even believe it if you change the $100,000. Okay. So we're gonna listen to the okay, go ahead. What I'm saying is enjoy everything. Just go with that. But maybe it's not. I don't know. I won't make fun of your answer. Does anybody here practically believe in an afterlife? Well, but you don't believe in it, but you're open to it. You don't think there's evidence, but you're open to it. Anybody reincarnation? Reincarnation? And the things that just get over. You just unplug the TV. Dude. I think they're all right. I think those are all correct answers. What I think is funny about it though is all my friends think it's dead over. They just think you unplug the TV and it lights out. They all say the same thing to me. It's like, hey, think about it. Afterlife makes no sense. Makes no sense an afterlife. You think an afterlife makes sense? You gotta think about that again, because the afterlife makes no sense. Well, then, yeah, I agree with you. You know what else makes no sense? Fucking this. Nothing makes no fucking sense. So I would argue that why such a precedent for potentially more shit that makes no sense. You understand? Okay, I see a lot lately getting that vibe. Wait, so the opening quote of my best-selling book, okay? The universe is under no obligation. Nothing. That's in 2007. That was the next physicist. That's the physics people are hurt. Okay, love that. I don't mind opening books just so that when I told you that universe is the end and the size more than the size of an atom and grew to be as big as it is, don't come back into that makes no sense. Right. The universe doesn't care that you think it makes sense. What do you know? Let me accent your friend. You're really picking up on those little clips. That's it's like you do on the street corner, right? That's not the person getting straight A's in your class. That's just some Joe on the street. That's it. Everything you need to be done out there. And you just kind of when you look at the idea that the thing that sense it kind of stands freezing that there might be more things to do. Yeah, no, I think not it. Should we put it up here? Okay, go ahead. The death bullshit that we all woke up in, that's confusing, that none of us asked for one. And that no airport gets. It's a one-time bullshit deal. What? It's fucking sense. It's no sense. Right there. If you're in America, you have. You want a spacewalk floating in nothingness, infinite nothingness, and the infinite nothingness is expanding. That means endlessness is getting bigger. That makes no fucking sense. Okay, positive day. Oh, yeah, so for the, I think I guess with the, I didn't see this on YouTube, but I heard it on the phone. Okay, yeah, I'm confirmed. Reconfirmed. Okay, good. But what I like about it is no one can argue you being one on it and acting. It makes no fucking sense. Work, bullshit. No, nothing. Yeah, why nothing? Right? You know, this. I got no money. Yes. Let me not stop. Keep going on. Yeah. Yes. Shouldn't keep going. Yeah, that's not good change. Oh, don't break. So, typically, the Canadian is mid-routine with thinking. You get the different with the bad or the funny or whatever, and you just have everyone in the palm of your hand right now. Because we're thinking about it, okay, anybody. Oh, okay. Why is he right? Who's right? And okay, that's where that's landing. Okay, go ahead, please. Look at that, like, everything's in the molecule. Okay. Okay. I never think about that again. I just plus. Okay. I know what's right, right? Yeah. Okay. Most people don't know how small molecules are. There's no idea. Yeah. No idea. Over time. Yeah. There are more molecules of water in a glass of water than there are glasses of water in all the world oceans. Which means that after you drink that way, and it comes back out of you any number of a half a dozen ways, there's enough molecules that has to be your kidney to populate every single other possible glass of water drawn from the world water supply. Which means the glass of water you did draw from your vessel contain molecules that definitely pass through the kidney of Abraham Lincoln, of Jesus, the son of in historical figures. Wow. There are enough molecules to do that. How little they are. And the same works for air. There are molecules of air. There is breakfast. Then there are resting air in the entire atmosphere of the cell. So that when you breathe in and exhale, the molecules that you inhale that went to the lungs of Adolf Hitler, of blood Teresa. And so think about that. What that means for our connectivity. Yeah. And here are my standard organs in the life. Yes. With the water and the air. We are participants in the consumption of this life-sustaining blood of the planet called water and air. So that's the backstory from your molecule. I love that. It's like what the hell is water? If you think what the hell is water, we act like it's normal, but even though like it's thinking of air being evaporated, just to help you visualize just how connected it are. I think I'm over here, you're over there. We're connected by the air resting on our skin. And when we talk about the smaller particles, air moves, in which part of it's scattered within the entire atmosphere. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. That continues with more stuff I would have read. I think it was made molecules of air, but it's all made of molecules. That makes no fucking sense. But these molecules, you know that molecules? You molecules are like, oh, that doesn't make any sense. It's stool. It's made of molecules. The same molecules in my hand. In fact, some of the molecules in the stool went into me while I've been talking. And some that were leaving that got into the stool. You know what I know? These molecules, into these molecules, when we ask science, why don't they go through each other? You know what the answer is? You don't know. You gotta find it out. But we do know, we'll get it. I don't tell me, that was the slide. Okay, so, let me start by saying, I'm a big fan of Mark Twain. Let's get the facts straight, and then let's look at the. Yeah, right. Wow. You were waste diesel. And authentically fun science something. How many did you want? Yeah, you said, you know, a deal whole pass on that. I got it done. I swear. He said, why did he tell, why did these monsters and how these monsters? So, the problem is more so complicated. Because we know why they were told, because there's a force. Electromagnetic. And molecules must have clean one another. Because electromagnetic force prevent it. It was an absolute force. And powered by the fact that these particles have charge, plus and minus charge. And so that's the answer. But if you want to deeper answer, why does the field exist as caused by it? You take why all the way down, even some point say, I'll just say, what's that force? Yeah. Well, what about the ones that are leaking out? I saw you know the molecules in my microphone and it's contact. Anytime she makes contact, the molecules that is that one of those? I thought it was, I pictured it was like flying out of it. Something might evaporate off, like a surface of a liquid or something. Yeah. That's very small objects. Pretty contact. Okay. So if you take the hand and put some blood in the surface, you just keep doing it, it's friction and the hand goes up. Yeah. It's just molecules hanging back and forth. Molecules on the table, and the table has with molecules in it. Yeah. And when you at it, you rubber blade the finish, you rubber blade around the surface of the skin, it's stuck over on it. One strike, you don't notice or think about it, but if you kept that up, you'll see the net effect of it is in it. It's kind of a chicken egg thing, but it's like we love pop, we love stop. Go ahead. You got the chicken egg. It's all. It was the egg. Yeah, the egg thing. You know what I meant about it. Well, you know, saying, yeah, yeah, I understand. I got you. You know why? Tell me. The egg was laid by a bird that was on the pickle. And then it was gone. Well, it's always partially. Yeah. The bird that was on it, and the egg that gets laid. And then he opened the egg and let the chicken. And his parents are going to it. Does the question go back to that bird then? And yeah, the whole evolutionary thing, because it's thinking exercise, the egg in first, laid by bird is not a big. Okay, so that was the question. Oh, no, I think I know your one, but I think everybody yes. The bird is laid, that was another, they've already got to that single cell. Okay, no, we're talking about chicken. If you want to know about bird, that's a bird, you know, if it's a bird, yeah. But chicken and egg, that was the time. But chicken is the guess. You would hire chicken. So how do you, the question I do have to you, and the lesson I go to it, is like the outline, on a cartoon, that's like the outline around it, the black one, is the volume equivalent of force moving enacted with the right kind of particle with the angle. So gravity is moving everywhere, and that goes something exhausting. Yeah. A gravity field, and mass in the gravity field responds to the force of gravity by pulling force from center around it. If I had an electric, and I had a neutral object, it is not responsive to the electromagnetic with the same. But given its hard, it's hard moving. Fascinating. This is a real honor. I'm really enjoying this. We don't get enough. It's not much sense to fucking not for mine. Just stuck in. It's crazy. Okay, good job there. That's making me one. Yeah, so I actually heard that in Keenan. Not on video, so. So I ain't necessarily connected to you. Yeah. But hearing, they're just gonna on your radio. I know that, I love to think of you doing. Is it, I'm, now I'm trying to like, compose my mind. But I don't, I think the same thing. But, yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm definitely, the funny and the, right? And I'm scared, you have to be mobile. So that kind of, it's cute. That joke on paper isn't really good. It's all that. It's very scary and manifestation. Absolutely, for sure. So I wonder, this is my own attempt to take it home myself. Is it really just to say because this doesn't make sense? Is it like circular logic? Is it just doesn't make sense to get that anything can happen? Is that dangerous? Just don't understand what's happening. Doesn't mean what's happening isn't completely following the rules that we were found. Right. So, okay. I mean, the point is, so we can kind of, yeah, why is that happening? But it's gonna happen exactly the way it's going. And often things are. But you might predict, if you're, if it's like 0 or 1, it's literally finite, right? But what thing can be, doesn't exist again. It's huge, you know, it's huge, something they use it, right? Like, it's huge, right? And what is it? It can be 0 or any combination of the two. At least from the 90% one, 10% zero, 90% different, 50-50. It's two different combination of the two. It doesn't make any sense. It does the something different. Yeah, you know exactly what they do and when it's happen, and you can exploit that with computer purposes. Right. So why is that? I have no idea. But it is. Right. I guess what I'm saying is, I'm talking this things don't make sense to me after like you know that doesn't die. It's like the old Steve Martin like just in the film they get like oh no. It's like all this industrial dollars. I'm just saying what I guess there's no like Mr. Dawkins. Did I see Martin there? You know, those things that same to them. Oh, okay. They have to, but right in the yeah. What happened to design and early and God, and you God? What are you going to say to God? Yeah. And it's saying, why? What's so hard to not be the technical? But what diabolical, or why the cat in the why the hide and seek? Yeah. Yeah. No, I can believe it. I didn't see that all the time when I was not more the like why would God just one time open up the call and go, hello, I'm here. Let's get the fuck up, get back to work, and go and looking rest. That'd be just so then I would say, I feel like you and I are both branches off a tree called awareness, right? I don't even look to you in, you get like, there's a phenomenon of conscious and get the that is like, the most new everything. Scary of the because you and I are aware, right? Help me out. I feel like you're going to you are a good comedian. Notice it. You don't know that. You don't, I give you the same thing. You don't notice, I think I might be out. I completely agree. But the number one thing that most people don't stop and know is that there is something that is, I'm not saying it's not, I'm saying there is awareness. There is something that is aware of your experience, whether you're dreaming, whether you're connecting. Because how do I know? Because you are in my awareness. I something that you are aware of this. Yes. Yeah, but there just the wilderness that we need. But I'm aware of the wilderness. What is the meanness in your group? Yeah, what can I get? It's strange. Well, I thought you were saying that people don't notice that you are noticed by some entity. And all that happens. I'm saying when you sing happy birthday in your head, what is here? When you hear a voice in your head, okay, so you're being you're in the defense team, and you're saying, I think this way. I am because I think that it was a. Okay, here. Yeah, yeah. What do you, that, I think that's the most overlooked thing, most overlooked phenomenon is what I would use in the way of. And your internal evidence of your own. Yeah, exactly. And people, so that, when Rick is out and he's like, God, why did you make yourself more perceivable or more findable? I feel like the answer is, I was looking at your eyes the whole time. I was awareness. That's the something God said, and I was, I am that I am. So the eminence that looked at your eyes, the eminence that looked at my life, really kind of what we use the metaphor for a God to describe it. Is that okay? Okay, so this is when you come and go, but that entity you're describing, you've been manifesting other people who are not there. That's it. Is that okay? Okay. We're glad in the water and there's an ocean that was around us. And you and I are momentarily a fraction of that infinite. Okay, so that we're talking about these things in this thing, but we are way to really emotion. Yes, exactly. So you had in I like the term I thought I was thinking about the Dante, that's it's really so misleading. The first the Dante, non-dual, even if it's a federal non-dual. Yes. Get out on his own. Every time I hear about a group involved, we have to read this and this doctrine and this book, and that is how it is. Yeah. I don't want to be in this. I want to not. It's interesting. You're in the living room, and then you're talking earlier about what is the connectivity of the two do that, this and these and this. So you get that sense of a harmony. That feels like a it's fundamentally one vehicle, but that doesn't mean they can have a relationship, right? So I want you to be worth of something that if that's the native state. I think there's that in my non-dual, and there's a reason why they don't talk to realism, because they're just saying that it's not, and it's some, yeah, there's a reason why they do that, and I don't know. Well, okay, I can tell you this, that, I get to this thing, after this book, Color and Eight. Okay. And where we are getting in our head. It's something that really fits on a concept. And we become part now. That's the way to think about it. So for decades, when you put it on the girl, yeah, I feel a little bit there. No, it's the girl. Well, you want me to fit into your categories, so that you do happy. Maybe that means it's happening today. It's done. So we need to come to happen. And I'll go home to promising. The fact that I get to be any good. Okay. You take from somebody when you know what you know. They're going to try for in where you know they're waiting on that. But so you can balance it. Fun. In life. If are we looking at the control? Think about it. Okay, and I did this experiment with each other, and I did it up there, but it's so great that they don't see it, right? The good thing about doing it was the experiment. Most of the different people that play is in the level. Men on average is closer than women, but seated, everybody loves that. Okay, and you know this because there is the key in cars. Moving much more forward and backwards than it goes up and down. And it's generally a 6'6", it's a combination of legs. The 6'6" man might be 6 inches taller than a 5'6" woman. When he's actually a foot thing, it's about 6 inches taller. Yeah. Yes. If that, the seat and when the board ticket, the boardroom, they can adjust up and down, but narrowly is going to be really different. Yeah, that down with the nose of the head round, right over. Right. And here, it's not looking at different. Point. I told you, that was about the thing, and I said, how do I identify man who I went down this. 100% accurate. Okay. Well, all right. Well, who's it? Well, but people that are average over here, the green is more visible. There's eyeliner, more likely. There is speed between the eyebrows, more likely. There is, and you go to yeah. And you that almost everything I experienced is a secondary or tertiary add-on wherever your chromosomes were that morning. I'm not looking at the chromosomes. I'm observing the deep industrial complex at work on your face. Yes. Okay, and what happens if your breasts are not big enough? You take them bigger. Okay, Americans have 300,000 breast enlargement surgeries every year. Well, because if you're apparently the chromosome works in more, let's move that part of it. Let's sort of the blood, the weed, whatever it's called. You put on it down, you put on it, so that's a girl. So, and it nails it, that's a girl. The boy, oh no, the guy again, I don't see, so they go to the gym, they get so how to dress because the fashion industry tells you how to dress if you want to be a boy. You see what clothes to wear. So you're not gonna wear a dress. The girl's gonna wear a dress. Why? Because the society says so. It's almost so because that ass. Or the hair pulls up between your legs or not. You know it's kind of what it is. Because you have to say leg hair. Okay? So my point is I completely free. He's a boy and he's a girl. By secondary and tertiary indicator. But what I'm saying is, if I feel so many abortions, and I feel like being a bill today, I have all better practice. Present as a girl. Yeah, that has nothing to do. Only as a girl. And isn't that, we're discussing in the gender and identity practice. The point is, you need to be a boy because you have a binary brain. But I say, no, I fully feel it. I read somewhere that if you feel happiness, it was like, oh, it's United States. And I want to see half boy, half girl today. Or neither. Yeah, neither. All right, now you talk now. Then attack all over again on SNL. No. Right, that is. You have anxiety about it, but I don't. I'm talking to you my own time. That's what I was going to say. Isn't it weird moving? Right? There's like a there's the news. It don't actually things don't matter of what you're doing. No. It's just, I see what you're doing and it's fascinating. I'm happy that I put those to that. I hope you read the audio about the one you did. I just think the audio is effective. This is just what a gift. We understand that right here. Yes. Yes. Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. Okay. Love. Let me ask you one coming big for here. I'm so technical with a good time. I need to tell you what you were. So the seer like partner behind you, seeing it with something you're just looking at the Canadian everywhere. Looking at the cycle with the site of the account. If it's still enough to control the you don't start to make a gap. You start to find the other gap. Yeah, well, you guys told me over there. You can enjoy cosmos on there. Are you kidding me? People that tell me you're a little bit of mystery and magnitude, they get you. And you need the study of that particular way. Like the back of a turtle, like certain types of rock patterns that you sometimes see when you're playing around the you also called it's a inspiration of how I think the right one looks like a benefit. That's it. Okay, so quickly connectivity. It's that. Yeah, so I think that could be taken to limit the unjustified. So for example, people will look at the web of galaxies in the universe. They don't only discuss their they will kill it and it's like if you cut a spine, you look at the where the sun material is wrapped around Earth, and then you look at the galaxies in the universe, what we had historically been called something, and just letting stories take effect as they continue to fill in beyond where they are. And the so people will look at that and they'll look at the neuroimaging brain and they'll say, this is the same thing. The universe, the brain, and so, no, different thing that happens to them. Right. Somebody mentioned that to me, like the movements of the electrons in the atom does not mirror the movement of someone. That's why it has the same word. People look in the atom and think, wow, this is some sort of word. It's just like the universe. Maybe it's that all the way down and all the way up. Yeah, that's good. Like the galaxy in the Gulf of Orion, the gas, and then what? Oh yeah, that's how it ends. The 10 that you have. So don't make me out hoping. I think this is big. I'm just struggling along trying to keep up. You're doing fantastic. Hope you're observing. So I'm to this point in the way we've done about moving business too far. Sometimes you can have that ego before. It's all discovering that and so they go next further like the planets and they have orbits. And they're not able to turn that. But we still can review the word and say planets around the weekend and what is it? So that's the you just said a definitive reality. It's such a satisfaction to coming to new conclusions and all this growing and learning and looking. Here's the question I have to ask you. I think myself, there's nothing in this. I have a news joke that I've been doing now, talking about how some people think an origin for like an unborn thing where we can tell God a recipe we did then. I know I'm looking to find one. And some people think that was done by me, right? And in the joke, I kind of say like, it's funny because God doesn't exist, but nothing definitely doesn't exist. But with fundamental characteristics of nothing doesn't exist. So I'm trying to make sure that they're all kind of doing our best. Like we're using words to explain something that's very helpful. There's nothing in this. So, there's love everything. Oh, yeah, it is, right? Okay, I don't want to relate it bluntly to people because staring hopelessly at the ceiling. Yeah, longing for a snacking and a cup of warm milk. So think about it's only 3 minutes per hand. If you were sitting at the costume, right, there was nothing in it. I can see if there's something here, we don't see it. Oh, we can see for the air, I don't know. You can find out if and then signal it, right? Then we know these questions. What did you get here from all of this? Okay. Then you have a vacuum. How well can you do it? There's Mr. Planetary. You can have good vacuum as existed ever anywhere on Earth. But there's still a few more. There's like a molecule every single foot. Okay? But still not nothing. But there's nothing between the molecules. We're still doing this into galactic. That's one molecule per, 100 cubic meters. That's really empty. Okay? But that's all you see there. Look at that. Now well, if you put an object there in the field, you fall forward the source of gravity. The gravitational field was there. Not nothing. Not nothing. Nothing perfect there in the particle. Is there a field? Okay. It's very field. What's the field next one? And our best explanation of field is what they go to the particle. Okay, that comes in and out of existence. And they don't want to protect them, but you feel the sort of energy of the vacuum. And so that's it. And sometimes you can't get rid of that because quantum physics demands that there is no place if there is no energy. Okay? All right. So let's pretend we'll get it. Are there things wrong with physics and maybe a true nothing is not only where there's no matter, and those were the part of it, and no state of the fabric of space something, which is what gravity does. Great. Maybe it's a place where there's not even laws of physics. So, yeah, how do you interact? All interactions became some law of physics to make an interaction in the first place. If there was a place where there is nothing rhymes with the laws of physics, to me, that's as good enough as it goes. And you know, I'm not going to burden you on a very big argument question. And you had that, no virtual paper, no words, no physics, no gravity. Can we agree that that's like it's a string of guesses? So why not university talking about a universe? Doesn't sound like maybe I know voting of it. This is the multiverse. So there's a version of the multiverse. There's several concepts of the multiverse. And one of them, the one that physics is slightly different from one to the other. Including those units. Better than higher than so what a hopefully nothing stop. It also has no dimension. It has a dimension of that thing. Right, right. How would you talk about something that has no object, no physics, no thing, no laws of physics, and not even a dimension? I was told about that. That's kind of what I'm saying. Okay, so what's the better about this? Go. I'm just alerting you. You don't want your God to exist and thrive in all places where science has been. Right? And science continues to progress. And if that's the definition of God, which science is yet to confess, then God is everything, then God to you is ever receiving the sin and science everything. But I think that this is clear. You see, I'm actually not many science and now we haven't found the light of air on the Colorado. I'm just saying, if there's I explained to nothing that we really know how to talk about the nothing. He said, there's God. Yeah, thanks. I meant to say, what was the number before you did that? I don't know. You got some people work. Must have been God. People would say, tell me about God and the mysterious pressure that permeates all space. Most of us can stand. You can your job. And the concept of and so with the word of God, I don't know. People looking. For God to be every place that science is nothing. It was a day when you look at this in an experiment, so planet feels that of course, you invented words for it like retrograde. You thought science actually went back. If you're in the center of the universe, that they don't even attempt it. Right? So we did all this, and then found it. Was able to understand it? No. Because they was not a problem because it was the sky. The sky has been there. Why do you understand that? Give it to God and shut up about it. I just think you first get the sun back in the middle of the universe, but make your nucleus just slide ball of guidance with the rest of law of gravitation. You know, people came up to me and said, I don't know if you've left nothing for God to do. I think I did do what you said that I did. I think the steering what they were doing was kind of still the same sideness, meaning both the spiritual and scientific are trying to understand something that keeps bringing up the country that you see that's been photographed. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it's that. No, it's that. No. Okay. Epilepsy was devil inhabiting the body. Very clear sign of the devil in your body with writhing on the ground. And back then, right, when the devil in the body, you can found how far away is the church. We walk, we get down. After the trying to go to the church, get the feet, put on the road, get the holy water, walk to your home, watch the gym, exercise the devil, and then the symptoms fade away. Just as epilepsy symptoms do, even if it didn't start. Okay? So, I'm telling you, that was a fully understood phenomenon to the Catholic priests. We have answered that phenomenon. We know the cause of it. You can't really control it, but you know what's going on inside your head, that we can address it, we can handle it down. So we pull up the other, but no, it's not the devil. Okay? So I'm saying that you can answer neck and neck with the random things that are mysterious, and then wondering about them, finding things in mysterious and solving them. Then get on. Let me finish the news slip. That is invented company, right? He's a smart dude. Invented company. And he calculates the moon's orbit around the earth, got that. Earth's orbit around the sun, got that. Jupiter's mean orbiting around Jupiter, got that. There's no circle along the ground location time. Here, there, everywhere. Right? But he's not solve the thing and the symptom. Yes. Because what? Every time you come around the back step, Jupiter is out there, moving faster than Jupiter is alone. We pass Jupiter, every year and a month, every year and a month. So Jupiter's out there, he has gravity. Every time you come around, you can put a shut on it. When you're closest to Jupiter, and you can do this. You said, oh, but it's not just the sun and the planet. All the planets are talking about the sun. Holy shit. After that time, the whole solar system goes fly apart. There's things that didn't work. The parents are not. But when he saw that the long-term state of the solar system was unstable, he said, well, I know my friends are that. And I know the solar system is still here. So, he says it. Famous book, Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy. It says, no next second, one of two mentions of God. He says, all right, why doesn't the solar system fly apart? Yeah, every now and then to rectify it. It doesn't have to explain it any further. Oh, this is years later. I want to hear them applause. French, obviously, French mathematician developed a brain of topics called perturbation. You've done that between breakfast and lunch. It's possible to begin. This is a brain of it just occurred to you and came back. What perturbation is? It calculates what happens when there's many little problems. When there's one major problem, and you can mathematically solve the problem and show that the solar system is stable. Because all the little problems cancel out. Because by the time you break something around the other side, then they bring pulling it back that way, and then back the other way. You can mathematically demonstrate against it. You can triple do it. All right. So, he writes it in a book called Celestial Mechanics. Like, I'm in 5 volume mechanics. Is the center. The center. Napoleon is orders up with all. Napoleon is literally deeply read in physics and mathematics. If you knew not only how at these things, you not only have hit cannonball, but you're literally going to fall off and look at it with damage. Oh, not only that the lunar time, the boring unit comes into the other physics. He ended up this book, read, undercover, confidence to the golfer, and said, look, you have a product. Oh, this is a brilliant piece of work. Look, we make no mention of the architect of the system. That is comment about God, that's the God reference that he uses. Would you make, and you know, the apostle, sir, I had no need for that. Mike's drop, damn it, oh, whatever they do. Okay, maybe it's a time people. We're going to drop. It's because I'm dropping. I mean, that is about yeah, so what I'm saying, even me, when you put those victims, you go down to it. And that's a book that gives nothing but math and physics in it. Then this is something you can't explain, so God says. Right. What about the idea that the fact that math works in order and all that, is that one that's up to a language of not order, not human bias, wish fulfilling order, but isn't it, what do you make of the language of math is flying so beautiful and perfectly, and so far, is that over? Isn't that? It's incredible, that's Spinoza. And Spinoza, you like, you can do it philosopher who's actually exclusive. One of those few ever to do it. 6 hours video. Much more than 50 seconds. Yeah. Never really. So, God not to do this, and said, maybe God is not, something south of it important. But some data person that's done it, maybe God is just the one who gives us concern. And other when confronted with this simple question, he said, if it is the God I speak of in the universe, then it is well progressive. If it is the God I speak of, you'd be Spinoza. Where the laws of physics represent some order to the universe. And that is within this Spinoza. But what happens is you get people deeply in the business, like Kristen in this example, who would then say, would say, well, this God is this, then this is the only book, and this is the rule, and this is the part of the penis I could have cut off, and the 8th day I was born, and here's what you need to do. The only recommendation is not instrumental guy, we're talking about that, married, or what look at what's in the Bible, that people are obeying as part of the rest of the baggage. I might call it baggage, that's why we're thinking the life. Well, from here, that's the That's, I mean, this is fascinating. So even the Spinoza, do you mean Spinoza? I mean, I think that's the that I really, I just, it's something to look at on weekend. And I can tell you that, quantum physics doesn't marry well with general physics. General physics of the waters, they both work in their level. But when you do really small, there's a shotgun wedding between the two, and these people are going to put them together and then apply it. But and that's yeah, there's something wrong with physics, but after I took out the biosphere, and 60% of those species of life on Earth. To say, oh, you a lot of the going ice, when that darkness was naked, 70% of those surface will have been dead within 15 minutes. Okay, and the trees will get eaten, you'll starve, you'll burn, designed for human life. You have a start of it. Yeah, I don't have, I'm too observant. Yeah. Of everything that's been experienced. But they mind you and people, in some tornado in the Midwest, and, there's, and the minute goes up to the survivors with a tornado, and the person says, oh, God saved us today. And it's still just accept that. You don't ask them. You step before you know. Right? No, you, thank you, if there was no tornado in the first place. You're right, you know, we didn't know, obviously, I'm moving from spiritual, I'm a spiritual person. Doctor, the solid. Insect development on the war front, oh my God, I didn't know. It's different. That's the reason, then actually, go back, look, and now they sent out something, okay, I'm not data funding, and they said, okay, well, then how do they go, I think now the election, then go, yesterday, after now, they confirmed, while they buy, I have to, think so, they hand this over to the American Reserve Islamic terror attack. Because the killing terrorists in the league, this is the real thing that they're doing now. Masking off the infiltrators, 2 meters around it's confirmed. Dang, I never started importing Muslims or terrorizing us, and then there's ended up attacking stuff. They're literally specifically Democrats guns, banning guns for the it sounds like honestly, the people considering that Democrats what mean things to them. And because they're supposed to follow our principles, they have they can destroy us. Why? We are the national doctor. Nothing peaceful people destroy them. Because the question is also the time. Intake double down different guys. So first and foremost, no. Right? The second, third, the second mobile average, and one of the kids is, right? I don't love that. This looks very county on etc. Still, that a 44% total rating is higher than Obama, their 68 is secondary, and higher than most, is secondary. In fact, Americans support President Trump's action against law by 10 points. This is actually this is 51 to 41% of the legal rating of clone therapy replacement of the political development nuclear ballistic missiles to kill us. All right, we just laid this out for you. The average human being in America wants some guy of death. All right, I don't know what I'm saying. I'm going to take it straight out. I don't because that the majority of people want terrorist death. But that makes America right? It's one of the things that it's law. And that's like a terrorist, and a lot of people agree with me. And those guys are based on both of them doing this is the thing. I don't know, murdered by an implement, running by a person I think with hair down there or something. So I don't really people actually do it. Those that's before they kill you, the difficult doctrine. Like, I'm really happy to do that. All right. It's something everyone's left me like, he switched the bill, must employ the thing to a building. Don't act like that. And until they literally come up with me from California, we don't want to get involved, right? The leftist politics, they're gay and we're all right? And we actually, we as in meeting on follow this train, but we should also build them. That's it. That's the entire thing about it. Keep on thinking. They want to kill us. They need to know the blessing to kill us. They don't want to kill us. They kill us. They still have it. That's right. It's actually that simple. Now, the Democrat, whoever will say, oh my God, Trump is overrated. So maybe like the Democrat will do yeah, I mean, Democrats and the lines of the American public are lower than the Dead Sea. What are we talking about here? Well, let's take a look. Medical rate for Democrats, 802 they call it. The lowest ever. Look at it. Overall, they are 50 points under their approval rating is south of 20%. It's even worse when you look at independents. Look at this. Negative 61 points. That means that the approval rating is 60. Yeah, because even on the left, like the average is like, well, actually, and it's more very keto. But the Democrats are really employing mostly rapists. And like, we're not allowed to think out loud that we don't want those rapists, but why should we don't get rapists? I think 1 point lower than the disapproval rate, but if the act is employing this question for the better part of the 21st century, they have never found Democrats, at least those in Congress, in worse shape than they are. Right. And I was told yesterday by a lot of very important people that actually everyone needs to go. Democrats are unbelievably powerful. That's what I'm going. Now, they also didn't think they were going down very soon, but the media actually is propaganda meetings of the enemy. Right? The media was the meeting of right supposed to want propaganda. Like Trump wants to start, like literally take them off air for treason. Everyone say, "Oh my God, that's well, really." And these people are propaganda of the enemy. That is outlining the terrorism. And finding down, I'm done. Fight fair, losers. That's what they we fight to win. That's what I'm talking about. Fucking more principles. You don't say more principles. Well, that other people that take what their principles to be. All right, look at them based on whatever you get them for me. The Bible, God, things, stuff like that. That is what I think that, and I can even absolutely trust it with overwhelming. Well, just their daily, we like to do how many morning and then I really want to go about things in particular. It was somebody in the description of their so the way there's between create this image of the alliances and all of the sort of proxies or allies, the sort of imagery that they call it. What their terrorism doesn't. It's not like allies are telling them about like the court was being educated. Then it races me. Constantly, people that they are savages. That is a word. They are fucking savages. They are go fucking pedophile, masculine savages that worship demons. All right, they are bloodthirsty monsters, and they need to destroy. Is that a little racist for you? Is that a little too racist? Yeah, they need to get destroyed. Immediately, instantly, all of them. That's all of your lying. Every single part of the military, radically directly massacring the own people and how the people need to fucking die. Yep, that's my opinion. That's my opinion. Yep, that's me. Register your game. Guys, we should go to that guy. Let's go get us that guy. You're not breaking their culture of infinite silence and go the fucking. Yeah, my parents is to recognize that actually a culture that has the political stance, and I'm exaggerating, the political stance is if a woman dances in public to get the death penalty, you need to wait her before executing her so she doesn't go ahead and avert it. Fuck the whole regime, let them all fucking die. They're backward, they're savages, all of them. I don't care if public is actually doing it being under. It's very acceptance. Literally, unbelievable. Don't you ever do? I don't care about nature. That's why a retard like me, a blue card on the internet, or this guy, I got more of you. And that's now with the person watching. But nature is a joke. It's an absolute joke. Like, I don't care about it. They're funny, like, are you serious here for just a second? A lot of people get oppressed by this influence in this regime, massacring them by the tens of thousands, was voicing their opposition. It was quite literally a death cult of both countries have. And they call me racist, but their dad is bastards and happy they're not. Yeah, so that's not normal. Don't worry. Don't worry. That's not the only emphasis of the media running defense for you. You're bringing forward CNN host who's fired because he's gay and regarded. All they're doing is please. Arthur King literally investigates crimes and then people due process in court after we actually investigate after we catch the criminal. He didn't do process like that when we have a legal system to try to work based on what they did wrong. There's the confused massacres and rape children. Who's not trusted? Because they're responsible. Are you the same thing? All the humans affecting women, taking it healthy life, oppressing women, and taking away abortion rights, which, first of all, unfortunately, doesn't happen enough. It's not actually affecting women and saving women. The children murdered in abortion. Yeah, that's correct there. And that is children murdered in abortion are victims. So if we found all of them, we can say 500,000 men, and 500,000 men. The human price in like 20 to 3, some states with a kind of death penalty, having abortion, 60. And also, they have the highest rate of women extended with taking women out of the military, out of university. First of all, they don't have any military, right? They don't let civilian normal people be in the military. And absolutely no time to get into this extreme. And also the genetic, I think that's a little bit important. I'm thinking fucking with that. We're thinking we're out of the military, but they're quite literally and the same with firing required for that. I'm thinking we're saying that DDI and green taking high position in the science of DDI didn't earn it. It means that we're not putting people in positions that they didn't qualify for because they're gay and black. All right. I'm sorry. I don't get shit about your your orientation and your race and all that. You get a job and you deserve it. You have the merit that would make you possibly a good person. White people, I don't give a fuck if you're a gay albino ethnic immigrant from Venezuela. It doesn't actually matter at all to me. And say, so you're marginal. So when marginal better than in London, but it just massacred 40,000 of their own people. What are we even talking about? But this is unbelievable. They didn't have money for their own citizens in order to go use their money on fucking terrorism. Okay? They literally, okay, during the Iraq War, they took 8 to 10-year-old children, 2 young adults, that they entire soldiers did, and they would let those children walk through minefields and load themselves up to secure a path for their military. Okay? But you cannot possibly, compare Iran to the United States of America. And she knows that, but hold out watering down the army from being part of the that's what they're not there. Is the opportunity of the flop, right? So it's like we going to get terrible things because it takes away the kind of American exceptionalism myth. America, that's what's in the world. Back to like I think it's the those are not condoms, okay? Those are the condoms, and you gotta be right there. But American brother James, Christian, yeah. Christian bad remember Islamic things even. How is it? Are you aware that Christianity and Islam are not the same? I think specifically Islam worships women. Christianity, that's just one part of it. Also, do it up your life and do this show that you're doing. Okay, like literally, the show that you're doing right now, you would not be allowed to do it. You must, but you're not allowed to have your hands in public all day. Or in fact, probably with slave, and then have modern slavery, or it would be a your boss allowed to literally say you're ridiculous, it's negative, contrary to the actual government. What are we talking about? And the heck are you? You have to get the laws and right? So something in the code, the whole long ass code. You're out of the the accuracy. The population there, the generation, and you're only going to develop it is based on the information. Now they got it in a little bit privilege of it, and you want to do like well, different there, it's not a five places. They share so I'm not going to doing a very interesting about one of the and he voted very good. And constantly, they already, and I was saying that was just down and going to go on to false reporting, and others are all expected to be that the one was trying to get this guy. And this really is it. And I don't see a fire or not. It's by the AI. And it's not right. We are literally a 80-year-old man slaying thousands of people. You have working with the close one and basement you have to me. Those are great. You like that because it's an aircraft there in the last thing was this physical was starting up to go in the road and that's why it was not even yeah, I know better than to do that. The story is known great and in a certain way because you can see how it has generated it. Just walk up on the store and for free. Exactly. You don't think that the media ecosystem literally running just in a radically running and talking them. In my opinion, you don't feel liberal, but you will get convinced and science. Yes, of course. Or right, that I was going to get so they didn't bring the agenda. But that's not normal. You don't need to live like that. And the dissemination of information and action began being designated, and the young generation of the victory to lay out and distributed by birth to the arrow. And as the place of the school, I can need to phone the outside of the land, and by their road, and the winner Christmas to the land side, getting 25% of the credit. They have no credibility. I am conservative to rent car here in the better station looking to the right. And I think they are the community organization and it isn't about it, the food of it can anyway. And they just think that the eye, look at it, and all the other goes, it's the next on who gets that salary for all the food and never get, and I used to say in the other thing, I am taking the television down this. This is actually, now a lot of people don't know this, but there are FCC regulations. Like literally, right? Our taxpayer dollars are funding in India, which is quite literally against false information disseminated from our editing. Right? Just understand how insane this is. At the very our tax dollars think it's funding. And I'm surprised that this wasn't done already, but actually bringing them and charging for treating them is based as fun. Oh no, I'm afraid to say a lot of people, you don't get freedom of speech to get take our tax dollars and keep it. It's lots of things that literal propaganda from our military adversary. Sorry, Buckaroo, that's not how it's gonna work anymore. In fact, the news group that we run to figure, oh, that's not the thing, policy day. And President is basically at, yeah, this is the best news. Yeah, is the best news of the day. All right. There's a lot of these things that I still haven't read the video. Like then Ayatollah Mo, and yes, now no why the previous his father, I was going to leave dead. He didn't want it to take over. We literally have 80 days with him. He wanted was his brother just love it. And now we go on. There's a micro penis and he's dead. England for treatment for gay for him. He went to England for all sorts of literally history, like cultures and times over the last couple of decades. This is a real fact. And now he's free, and now President Trump is saying that he's probably gay. And that's probably why now ultimately dead, and so are the next 88 people. That's what literally realize. If you just not read the news or follow my videos and my others, you wouldn't even believe it. It's so insane. But it's true. I'm amazing there. So the next 88 with this guy, he's first in a photo or dead. He doesn't get to a wife. Standing by a photo with a micro penis. I'm just kidding. But this sounds fake. So the day I got photo with a micro penis, but actually, he was in 3 meters of the zone. All right, so this is the reaction. You're intelligent. Before you get the run, what's happening, you only have to. The very first deciding by the mirror says, just report to be loud, when I go to them. Right, especially because, I mean, obviously, it's like loud, and a lot of fun stuff like that. So, you know, obviously, it's pretty bad problems. This is actual solution of I get told that I need, the new one for you. So this doesn't that actually does it. So I real thing. That's very important. So probably going to take pretty long time. Or if you're racing, now racing, I'm getting on TV. Or if you're Muslim, is it more dangerous to unsafe? All right, he was. So the power. All the information in the building, you is correctly saying that you don't have important that so like this is unbelievable. This is the same over again. Oh my God. Now, I'm going to compare this really again. I'm just a today, the line of the global of the city, the tragic over the earth, the new quarter and the temple has medical alcohol. They don't even keep finding the simple trees and all the and for the record, for those guys who can both in the United States and other allied Israel have not struck a single civilian party on purpose ever in any war. Oh, that you know. By the way, the full reporting, all right, and you can look at the fake news, got out, yeah, and quite literally, they're in the war, and so radical and Iran didn't try to go through the thing that's American, right? So and most of them assassins because not return them, but the thousands of Americans. If they didn't want a war, the Republicans didn't done any of that. Now they got a war and they don't question about it. And that's that was one thing with the Rwandan terrorists. Don't actually give them information. All right, and they pick up, right? We can do it's one pretty bigger. Don't be wrong. Don't take interviews with media. Don't worry. They won't forget it. I can talk to them, but let's not play on the what give us all this love that you know, they're in the lucky regime. Right, so it's what they have to do.
And I just do want to point out, when you're speaking to us in the Zoom, the Iranian people don't have open internet access. But you do.
Well, I'm the go. Because I'm the next country runner. And I have to, it's kind of very. Right. We have started other countries like limited and we have certain internet I have this speak at the people are there, right? If you match the best internet, I think to the internet to you know, have Hollywood being held by the you know, back up all the Iranians, then the blood guy, it's called the blood guy. I feel that I listen and we have to do everything to protect our citizens. In any country that we have to protect our people, Africa, and 40,000, you know, the tension, the major tension, so that for the sake of law. So, we have to turn off the internet, a few months before war. But it's easier to build that with the country. I think I'm going to have. And speaking of the Iranian media, the Iranians look at it, honestly, it's all from Israel, I think, in the history of the finally you say it. See, I guess me saying that. I sell, you're kind of both guys. It's like Aswan cattle. It's like, bro, just use the hard G. Just say it. By the way, they're playing a song stream on Iran State TV. They're playing you scream on state on propaganda TV. You made on the Iran State TV. Speaking of state broadcasters, you're going on Iran news. Yeah, mind that you will help us sit there and do that. I don't know how you have any. Lots of person very long as you let that. They let that slide. You may have to place your size of a paper. Whoa! They look cursing. Whoa! And they're going before down the room. It's like it's actually done. Right? Every single person that quickly Palestine wants talking about the Iranian massacre. Not shit off. She's a British or somebody. Kung saan mo kung siya nagawin, kung dito na sige. Well, I'm saying yes. I have never met or love that thing that why quite literally they're all like the third equal to politics. Doesn't matter if you're right wing, it doesn't matter if you're left wing with the same policy. Right? It sounds like a left wing figure, Sneako's considered a right wing figure, and they have the exact same politics and policy. Quite literally anti-American, all supported Zolan Montana, communist movement, they all support immigration, they all hate white people, they all hate people with all Black Lives Matter protests in 2020. Some Twitter says that white people are actually all terrorists. Right, let's do the same exact politics. Right, the only difference is Nico opened states at the age of marriage should be 12. And it sounds like you're like 15-year-old and dirty, but he doesn't actually obviously talk about how that's things. That, but aside from that, it's the same exact politics. Right? People wake up to realize that he literally has a big following problem in the United States. And it's radical Islam. The better off beliefs. Like, don't know. They all have the thing to do. Who can do that? Why would that happen? Nobody knows. Turn that shit off. Yeah. You're speaking to us via Zoom. Iranian people don't have internet access. If you do, why?
I just do want to point out, you're speaking to us via Zoom. The Iranian people don't have open internet access. But you do. Why?
because I'm the only country on you. And I have, he has to be the host. Yeah, okay, because you have to be the host of the audience because they shouldn't have their own voice. They might say something that's not true. To depend, is right. So this is why, I have access to internet to just, have our voice being heard by the international community. But internet, I can't be of this people because of the security reason, because they are on the attack, they are on the identity, and they have to do everything to protect our people. That if they see a movement, they don't get like go up to any country that are, ethnic, religion, heritage for the sake of law. I think of Israel and then goes on Israel was go back everyone knows they get to bring it back. All out there and even more all the different with it, like you can really get it. So that yes, now living like every way. I said that I'm 40,000 people. All of like no, that's no different. Guys, again, like it's so obvious what they're doing. They took it in. And I'm literally saying, I'm sorry, no, I'm going to read that. But that is like actual. I'm going to say, this is the kind of, it's like, how I couldn't get into all the basic games. I can get some higher. Yeah, actually, I think they've done. Now, I don't know what it's okay, all right? You gotta make order, the game was, it's like, I'm quite literally, Donald through apparently, I didn't see this yet. But what I understand, Donald Trump, President of the United States, that's a good hour, hour, all the guys, literally did that all that help, and then all of them started running and saying that no, we're not actually gonna help you, and then Donald Trump recommends, and then they're okay. So, let's go. Let's see the last. That's it. All right. All right. Let's go. Let's go. The president. The president. Sorry about that. Basically, right. Okay. I'll go on this. Like, what's the something that you want to do in the film? I realize that, like, not on the first few days, the fire on the 100 single day and things, there's not fires like, the game, but, yeah, they are running out of gas. You're not ready. Well, when you're fucking dating at the end, when negotiate, what happens? Probably one of the principal military victory dinner. And the fact that when we get very distinct, is unbelievable. But like people that would consider it, that does the last 47 years. It's unbelievable. Thank God, minimal have we're doing it. Heroes that fought for our country. I can branded by your media. On podcast, the guy crazy real. And now he's a hero that died for our country. And the people never is hero. And quite literally, we took out an adversary, although it's considered a threat. It's unbelievable, unprecedented victory. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think the right between us and NATO. I'm sorry if this is case. I'm sure this is going to be NATO. NATO fucking sucks. I fucking hate them. Or they take advantage of us. They take our money. They give us nothing in return. They treat us like shit. They kill people for us to find all of their wars and all their garbage and bullshit. And we get fucking nothing from them. If they don't stand up and do something, I hope them to. I don't think NATO. I don't think UN. What a point literally fucking the blood of America getting nothing in return. Like why can't you they don't work today, all right? You know, the government or the society or empathy and bullshit. If you don't want to help us or we want your help, then it's now it's scary to answer for the fucking anything. My country went down. They started falling down. All right, time to coordinate that, right? Correct. I'll be very, very loud in order. They're talking about them also, you know, the way I'm literally following on the side, right? Literally, as live protest, they're fighting against the companies for giving people right now. They want to literally make a deal with us. All right, that's yeah. Like, literally, people get cut off kind of little empowerment here. I also have different blood entering there. It's 80% of the oil that was China is no longer going to China. All the cheap revenue that Iran is sending Russia on that war no longer going to go there either. Right? So Russia and China are going to absolutely cut off by all of this. And I thought the dominate just keep on. I feel like this is now Trump is only contested because we're key parts here. That's right. I'm tired of this. I just have to bend down anywhere. I don't need you to see them. You know that you I'm your friend. I said, you take the real credit one. So they're okay. Oh, I don't care. It's okay. It's going to do very well. Therefore, so I'm not saying Mike makes one, but I am saying that Mike makes. All right, that's it. All right. I'm like, hey, great. Fucking this. There's nothing to fucking do that. You're gonna call me get that into the law. From the United States of America, we are people from Canada, hoping here on more that we're not right in the international law. We're not right to close. We can't fucking do shit. Okay, we understand. You're pathetic again. All right, you got it. Keep quiet, professional. But what's wrong with worded letter? You know, no powerful than what they're doing. You think that that's good. Here, thanks for listening. I absolutely love foreign body. It's like, why are you paying for this thing? It's really not for us to. Like, it's so all within the world. We're so happy that we're in business man, like Trump, in business man, not as president, and not an absolute politician, like, you are fuck you are. All right, that's to be the American, all the shit everywhere. All right, but his NATO cut off is a thing as much as the public people do. All right, if Russia actually comes, Ukraine, then get pressed out into this movie. It's really not objective. But I'm not saying the one that the country failure. You honestly have to get decades. They literally, that's physically do that NATO. It's not that ridiculous about that. And in fact, if they don't look out for the horribly great, why do they put NATO all together? Why are they working over hundreds of billions of dollars a year in NATO when NATO can't do shit for us? Let's be honest, okay? They fund that. It's an hour like hours of 30 hours of power to make a great. The United States is the one rich country in the world. China has fucking nothing. They're all these things. But where are we? Literally, that's the whole thing of the building. But you can do it, not a country. But wasn't happy that, honestly, President Trump is looking at him like this thing. Because you are not the one opinion, all right? This empathy bullshit, it's flat. It's a lie. Every single Democrat is losing on these state politics, and the billion dollars from the bill. It's literally an existential war. In fact, I'm going to up me down. Okay, let's be honest for a second. It was inevitable that this war was going to happen. I fully support the fact that we get it as the president was literally having, but not that much of a weapon. All right, this was done with this. Now, they're all flying at $10 billion on it. $10 billion on some bomb law. More than a year century. Okay, they don't just war. It's like, get out of here. But also, every single one of those cars that's trying about war, that's donation over $300 billion. People playing. Which doesn't at all. My friend that I work for father and the reasonable thing, we are putting that shit doesn't affect us at all. And everyone's behind it. They don't mind it. For years, we spent 3% of what we spent on Ukraine for this situation. And this is a direct threat that directly affects it. Look your status for exactly what I'm coming from. But we're being manipulated by boomers. By boomers and the boomer officers, when they don't credit the retards, are more than to spend more money on funding. I don't know, it's based out and it's in the art, all right. And underwater Peruvian butt sex in Afghanistan, right? Go back and funding that for billions. But it was you don't know anything. Well, it's big money. If you come out there, right, it's an absolute sin. I was begging you, shift your moral paradigm for a second. So many people see the way the world works and our government works and where everybody goes. You sit down and go like, you know what? The totally global thing. He actually accepted. No, don't have to accept it. Turn down. Absolutely tear down. And it will happen in our lifetime. Guaranteed. All right. My generation, the same fucking thing with this argument. Why do you don't say shit out loud? And it'll fire you for fucking everyone. But everyone's doing it. It is the public thing. And then I'm sure the reporting, gathered in the next 45 minutes that happen. Right? Like for example, and say, I don't talk like about that weathering is in death. We got the left going to be like, he has to have taken their today. Why? I don't care if it's fucking media or you insane. Like, are you like these are not serious people, right? They're not being manipulated by these unserious people. And that's now I think I'm crying. I think about oil. Yeah. Oil prices are low. They're I down. That'd be awful stuff. I'm gonna tell you that some older economy is getting good night and it's feeling better or something. Again, one of the questions put up, I think it's going to be two better tariffs and a to us. Again, I'm going to say that deeply populated states that actually need to fucking start doing these people effectively and efficiently. And without the one thing, the Trump economy is actually for fucking good across the world. That's one is actually better to go. Right? $95 per oil, why don't we go like go? Right. Let's say, okay, another decade something like well, that's the thing. If you look at the I something the war in Europe, it's from here something that liberated them. All right, and every single Arab country is helping them. Also, Japan is not rejected. If they do, Japan has a reason why they're not going to be able to do it, but they get flat out rejected. Plastic taking doing everything bad. And you cannot say that that's basically what the media does. The entire media is just a propaganda arm of the global leftist group, like literally the United States. And we are iron. That's why I don't have to know the drug we have to say. The thing is, I'm not going to do a focus on this. People are trying to do it and the lonely, really people thinking that how running. Obviously, that's not going to last. All right. I mean, very fucking the tribes. And so Scott, that's really and they're coming around Canada Smith, the Canada Smith was working thoroughly everywhere. Every time whether it was through the party or the family, the ranging on the numbers, the ambulance the pinball and the audio. They're interacting with people. So everyone that is there with chaos and the service made it is a line. So this is a general opportunity. Yeah. The risk of people are spoken to on the record. The risk is that all the head was saying, even say one may be cut off. But I understand the emphasis and get the person very well. People and the definitely stop that. I love the way they listen. Sitting in the super temple. We know as a nation, right now, technically fighting because the victims in the Red Sea and the Department of War. Listen to the way you move this and that, right? It's the best in like, oh, yeah, didn't get the terrorists and terrorizing another country. But aren't you afraid that kill a terrorist, other terrorists, yeah, I'm so tired of it. It's unbelievable that we need to live in India. Now, that's what we love, right? Now, of course, it's great. It's some racism, right? Called Iran Barbarian. There's a lot of security agents, great compared to the game of the Asian culture. Two Americans working in the Salon Hospital, and including moving on days. Their baseline pay is anyway, was fortunate and was dangerous as security agents of the president. Again, we have to not all, we're not supposed to move our area. People are better. The world is better off without people. I'm sorry to make the police that's not the game, but so we're going to do real. There was an alarming soccer team. All right, where originally they were going to put it in the force to go back. And the mom was literally going to murder. It was literally going to execute them. It was two takes to escape from the Iran and from 11. So led to Australia to keep them as a silent season. Why are you sending this soccer team back to Iran to look at them to get it? Well, it turns out, get ready, 5 to 7 players all with us.
The exact reason is asking why this has happened as this scholar already implemented and was, implemented everything that I think like it. So I know that this package will be insane. I know that family members are missing.
You're running your team is playing killing, executing, detaining, and torturing the family member of the soccer player that was used to save their empire. They took the importance to come back to their country. And 5 to 7 are going back to Iran because the family members are in dungeons in Iran. How does it end the wickedness that we're against? I'm so tired of just like one walking thing. All right, and then you're doing that. Well, that's even better. It's literally, it's a book. And it's shocking to get. No, no, no. These fuckers are fucking evil. And we're killing. And it's awesome that we're killing. And it's great and I'm loving. It's what I think. Yeah, I like killing better. I think it's awesome. I think it's fucking great. The party was coming with you. Yeah.
The bathroom, we know for a fact that they will not be safe. I mentioned this before, but we do contact as an athlete, Robin, we can face the death penalty. So I know
Of asking for you was the answer or whatever. Like this, living in hospital answering not everyone in the United States, given the United States. I think they're working on things on it. It's insane. It's actually insane.
when I'm young, I know that they made an incredibly difficult decision, and I have some utmost respect for them. However, Hawaii that is being used to listen to that and like tactics. Exactly.
What fucking minutes that was liberating the brigade. That's great that they fall and then we have people who rise up and take their country back. These fucking doing worshiping those fucking terrifying movements. Shocking. Shocking every day watching movies of them. Every time we go, yeah. Well, thank you. Instead of going on literally while on while so I do have like thank you very much for being here. When you have a wonderful group of very smart, talented victims at this table. The powerful military campaign, even with threats posed by the Iranian regime, concluded in 4 points over the past 3 days. And today I've been here. Hopefully, and the Air Force is down. The men are coming, and the men are going to take to themselves as the warfighter said, because they didn't have input. That's the way they got it down, and then they did it on. We don't have to do it quite well. So, 47 years, and now I guess the world, the United States, without the is doing something like 20 years ago. Well, it now is because we have is that and quite literally what he's doing okay, what you do got to deal with these anti sprouts. You don't do less than the pesticide, right? Get rid of the cancer the moment you find the cancer. I'm really happy that Donald Trump is doing that. I'm sorry. I wish Donald Trump would deal with power domain. I think it's 2% maybe do that for like, get rid of fucking judges. All of that. This way, everything goes the way it needs to go. Literally. I think you would treat domestic policy like foreign policy. Foreign policy, well, on fire. Since the beginning of the conflict, we've struck more than 7,000 targets across Iran. And these have been mostly commercial and military targets. We have achieved a 90% reduction in their ballistic missile launches and a 95% reduction in the drone attacks. So, what that? It's a victory here, but I'm talking about. How do you done that? And the missiles are tipping in at the lower levels because there are too many missiles up. We've also attacked the manufacturing plants, the places where they manufacture the missiles and the drones. And then they get clear, okay? And anybody up to them for the manufacturing. More than 100 Iranian naval vessels have been sunk or destroyed over the last decade. Some of the attacks. The missiles are typically getting out at very low levels because they don't have too many missiles up. We've also attacked the manufacturing plants, the places where they manufacture the missiles and that right. and what's going on today, fifth grade, I don't know. It's getting very hard for them to manufacture. More than 100 Iranian naval vessels have been sunk or destroyed over the last week and a half. More than 100 Iranian naval vessels. And where the land has got it where Donald Trump. Wrong. Numerous countries are probably getting on the way. So very enthusiastic. I love it. They love it. Everyone can tell. Like, we're going back ahead. And these things are the ones where they know. And it's like, yeah, that's it. Yeah, some countries that we've helped for many, many years. We protected them from harmful outside sources. And they weren't that enthusiastic. Oh my. And the level of enthusiasm matters in the end. Some countries will be important. I would remind you that forever. So this great soldier is protecting them from harm's way. And we have done a great job. And strength will be a weapon. It's a predictable, predictable. Yes, it's a matter of predictable. I predicted Osama bin Laden would knock out the World Trade Center and get back to fix in a year before he did, and see if he could again. And he no, stop it. Yeah, I watched it. The video one time and said, that's a game again. And when you do for that, I wrote in the book. He said, a year before the World Trade Center, then again, President Clinton actually had a shot at him with the pancake. You know, it's so right. But this is literally the difference between what the list on for telling us versus what they're doing. So, right? Literally, it's different. And they do in order to be valid. No. We recognize it. We're just looking to like, take this out and get it out. That's how it works. For a million abortions here in the United States, doesn't get this out, you have a lot of things out. Unfortunately, blaming we didn't take it. Yeah, you get stronger than they can do it. Great. Senator, attack. We have to know. I have to know. And that's the parent you want. In addition, in 2000, before the ever this has been lying. All the time, and focus on everything and about it. There's the United States and the 4,000. It doesn't direct from this. I mean, why it's great right there. It does all for the loss of his soul. Oh my God! So he was what? That's great. Done a great job. And when we want to know, yeah, man, when I sleep this shit, you know, we'd rather not get involved, you know. They should be, 40 years for protecting you, and you don't want to get involved in something that is very minor. He's like, if he sounds going to be taken, we don't have any judge left. But he said, we're rather not going to get involved. We just want to take things and everything else. So we're not going to, that was said, because, I couldn't be credit for protecting those countries because I know that we'll protect them. And if ever needed, if we ever needed help, they won't be there for us. Right? Please to remember this moment for a long period of time. This like disappointed from this account. I just feel like this is going to be another one of the giant domino falling operation. Right? And it's China, it's Russia, right? Everything. I'm doing this partly. I don't think that we would Dato's help to actually, create one of them. Put it in the Navy and then there's another. I think the thing is for the cat. This is actually below. I'm really glad you're doing it. It's get involved, get involved quickly and with great enthusiasm. I have that from a number of times. I'd like to say their name, but frankly, I don't know if they would want me to or not because maybe they don't want to talk to me. But I say, wouldn't matter if you talk to them or not because this is the picture time. Once I got the fact that 2 weeks ago, the picture time, you know. You know, guys, you know, I did that with twice. How did it be hit? To the best of our knowledge, all of them mine lighting chips, now they can put them on other types of chips, I guess, and drop them in, but we are known that any having them been dropped in, we're not sure that any have them. That's a big negative for them if they do, it's a form of suicide. But they put them right, they just sit right. Oh my God, all great, it's dead. Yeah, sorry, big dog in that time. For not doing that, we've been doing Texas for about 40 years. And, you know, tens of billions been done. So I'll give you 30 and we'll have us in the Senate. And I'm saying that you either protect your countries or don't protect them. Yeah, I always thought that was the weakness of NATO. We want to protect them. I always said the men in need, they will protect us. Now, this is in need. Need to be one of the big ones. But I will say that we've got the greatest military in the world. I'm so happy about taking out the government. Not about the question to do it in the state of almost. So I have nothing to do. Who's there? In the scale of 0 to 10, it's always been me. Understand. Friends, you don't take everything out of the case for friends. It's down the road. Oh my God. Right, so yeah, wow, I'm gonna be laughing at you now. Like, this is good. Anyone making their meals? You're making. I don't say don't forget, they, in the country that for years, I didn't know this until recently, they're a country based on this nation. And now we can do some information plus AI. And that's a terrible situation. That's a terrible situation. It's unbelievable. The things happening in the last 2 years that never happened. Between the country votes that don't have this, between blowing up the aircraft carrier, one of the great ships in the world, and Abraham Lincoln on fire. He showed it on fire. I told him, the general, I said, the journalistic world, and they saw the and something. And the book was at the fire, and they know better. Oh my God, this is my first glimpse of AI and what they've done with it. And they show buildings in Tel Aviv, burning things and high guys, burning. They show buildings in Qatar. They show buildings in Saudi Arabia burning, and they weren't burning. Oh my God, dude, I don't need to blood in it. It's fire. All of their leaders are dead. We knocked out the first group, then the second group, that 88, that the picture leader was the first group that's all dead, and the second group that knocked out the locked down, and the third group that I would think they're a little nervous about me and my being maybe they're really talking about the game, but they're not nervous about the game. Yeah, you met with the next group, and we don't know who they're going to be away. We have for a long intelligentsia, we have no idea who they are. Very and that was a figure that I don't think we ever let anyone, but no one could sit and it's still a form of the club. Other branches of the I don't remember still last time. But it's a fancy chair. But it's still made from this chair. And every day, look, you're ready. We're hitting very hard. And today, we're out in the certain area that and for everyone to do, straight. And I think we'll get it done very soon. In addition, we do have a relational stuff. For what will be to see the national. Yeah. Hey, we are doing. They like spoke. And yet every country, they like spoke to be a certain country. My life, like, yes, we said, I will say, I will say, yeah. They're not doing it, all right? You can do things. You can act, those do things. The biggest problem, we have great people, so but the biggest problem that I see is that, they put out a warning, we have the warning, we get everything in there. And it said any protester that goes on from the city will be immediately shot and killed. This is the American workers. That's it, you're not going to fucking yourself. Nobody will be. So I can't, they don't have guns. And the other ones have guns. They're trying to take our guns. The Second Amendment is back for what we allow in the government. Highly sophisticated machine guns and AK-47 and other types of guns. And they did that with the women. So the women had 250,000 women, 500 people protesting a year ago. And they shot women right in the middle of the parliament. It was striking. And they didn't have to be ready. About 10 went down, reading with these and 250 to 500,000 women are running again. Because when they can be trained if they're not stupid. And they have no gun. And you're cycling and building specifically to the reason. So when they get down to what we're getting to the head, and it doesn't take long for that to spread. And when that spreads, that crowd is expensive. And nobody else is able to do that to the extent of these people. These people violent. They killed a minimum 33,000 people. So, and they put out absolutely no 2 days ago. If you protest, you will be shot and killed. So, we're not being fucking savages. We really are. We're being savages. And these people need to be destroyed. I mean, still in the South, that on NSNBC, they said that we're being racist when we describe them as animals. To constantly talk about people like they are savages, that is a word that we've heard and that is really disturbing. Like, you're growing up with all of the savages when you're doing it, the Iranians and all of their sort of proxies or allies, the sort of things that everybody calls them out. And I think that takes a certain amount of arrogance, and I'm also going to say it, a bit of racism. This is like all the things that we're doing. All right, and this is actually going on. It's tremendous. They're disappointing that. All right, they're getting delivered every morning. Military objectives. These are well defined and to eliminate a lot of this missile loans and native threats. It's one thing to defend by striking launchers and intercepting missiles and drones, and it's another thing to eliminate the wider manufacturing that are on this side. And we are doing that. So there are incredibly clear guidelines of exactly what we're doing and why we're doing it. And it's no one protect military regime that living on it. Now, our ally is also suffering from the misinformation. And honestly, one of the funniest misinformation sorry, guys, my face is offended by the bomb we think, but I'll one of the funniest is that. So the third world is like all these books. They did down in day. No one clock would break. Circle in his hand. Into this video, it's fingers. Dead, and the AI reality running around his bed. And I think what the AI didn't do is load up and do everything and looking and stuff, and our military. They're also putting out AI to do like getting down these steps. For any time, once you can program you, exactly what happens. Yes, fingers, wait, he literally has eyes with photo that they are convinced to say he dead to the big thing. This is unbelievable. And not only do we not get, it's also program for finger, the miracle. I don't care what this girl is 8.4 million views. He's literally like 5 minutes. So I don't. Like, I'm telling you, so we're not only getting one stuff that their own AI videos, well, another new thing. We're getting one stuff like our and the allies not AI videos. All right. It's a thing. I don't see that. So this now actually responded. It's not a video. Or this now responded to this. This has 65 views, 150,000 likes. It's a lie. I coffee and just literally blows the mind of the entire third world. The third world and publishing videos constantly about how only get down and dead. It's like Russia. It's been level. No waste slave. Everyone's dead. It's joy. Everybody family in Israel. I don't really get that. People run to their safe rooms a couple times a day. Thank God there are very, very few casualties. One house is destroyed by missile. We of course this war, missile flying into it. All right, but just trying to like actually let them know what's happening on the ground. Life just keeps going. They on the ground, no one doing anything different than their normal daily routine in Israel. All right, it's not just obliterated. They're flying. They literally invade all of Pakistan. If they're reading the Lord, if they're holding it down there, let me go. I'm talking. He says, what are you doing? They come back. The I can die for a about information. Operating fantastic. We're just going to spawn the board. The family like freaking out. I think that but the biggest that is fighting. Bueno, eso es intención de los alrededores. Yo soy también a la unidad de la fama mundial. La zona de Canadá. Habitantes no tienen ni animal, tienen todo peligro, aumentará. La ley es la misión, la cocina, la vida, y no es que pues luego se la cocina, la vida, la gente, la no sé qué. Or just go on. Una decisión. Okay, now video is so the video and that line by the violence. The Netanyahu were not AI. He had always had state and Netanyahu was calling. Yeah. All right. Anyway, so yeah, why did you come out and literally a foreign years they why? Why did you do that? It's not easy. This AI theory. It's unbelievable. But I think they're so small. They're like anything in my name. After looking at the basically he's copying. It's not great, but that's still now being called. We're 46,000 and 6.6 million. What are you? I'm just talking. Oh my God. So there it is. From an office to really outside and it's still pretty old. But I think people never had a problem. And like, you know, it didn't still make the 31, right? Because the milk is strong. Okay, so you can put it into the block milk, it doesn't still. When you pick it up lightly, like, it's unbelievable that I made it. How often you were thinking, it just instead of it. It's a weird, yeah. It's down. Oh my God, it's only, it's done. Because when we could be seeing something in the TV. Oh my God, the guy. And of course, the next of the third world, it's a hold on. So you just go work it. All right, there is a very you well, towards the end of the movement. And it's important and need to talk about it. Take a look at it. I mean, you know, they don't know his name. They do. A week ago, over there in the background, and the entire thing was what is going on? This is crazy. This is unbelievable. These women who is like human. There's just something in the state in it. Everything. Well, everyone, I don't think it's dude, can you imagine if a barista in a coffee shop smiling at Trump like this? Oh, 10 minutes. Like, I don't ever do much. It's really good at your day. Why did you get there and go crazy? You're getting down to barista. The barista is a girl out. Who do that like that everywhere? Oh, it's probably true. It is really good. This is down. So, monitor or they dig out and take it for that. Then we have this. Yeah, it's off the day, guys. It's off the day. All right. Oh, for God, dude. Oh, these are the and then what it states to there. Who's doing the stick? What the fuck is wrong with this? What is that? Actually, it's like it's fun. It's unreal. Right? So you want look at this also. The next one right now for 11. I'm actually a lot of them slides. The scripting is quite making different. And it's going generationally long. And actually, Hitler was not as bad as we are. But I'm going to say this at night. Our job here is to pay everybody, including their children, because there's larger enough. You know, I'm very Hitler, okay? Saying, Hitler was anything like this. You don't think Hitler ever said one thing you're making views? No. So now, and things continue to prove. Well, I don't think the people are representing you can discriminate every single member of the specific public. Yeah, he quite literally said that we need to exterminate all these animals. He literally said that multiple times. Yeah, I really read it. Yeah, I actually said it in like all of this people. Literally all of the people. And see, they never done this is what this is something where something will think there and literally to get their exterminating on right? So that's about when you get this guy move your face in order to frame what's trying right at. What do you think about it? On the basis of it's I find well, often to people in Iran before the war. They read my text. No, we're talking to people who be wrong. Not a crime. What family you wrong? My mom. If you want to review, you know, or anything, that might be reason. The girls in the film scared to go to jail over all this. When jail in case they go in fact. They didn't work on that. And I probably did this extensively, and extensively in my previous video. You can definitely check out. They got a really big dive on the society degree. And Jones return. If they just put up there, we write it down. Tom has, we don't know if they can write it, but I know what's reason now, I guess. And people are talking about this photo. They probably turned out to be that up to 5,000. Like just the possible board of main project. This photo was in the very. People out there talking to love. When they like to go on the website, no one's not the one. The great fact and the life. You know, it's the photo. Think something is going to be it's just lovely. You know, there's people tired because you wanted to do it. I think it's okay and accepting. But these lines is just like that. I don't think I don't think I was the trick here and now there. I'm thinking maybe I'm getting this. This is an unbelievable level of fight and jazz that I think anyone would think. You think it is an unlimited counter detail operative? But it's one of those fucking unbelievable things in the history of the world. Quite literally, it might be five things the US president has ever done. Not exaggerate. Right? And this is actually footage, by the way. About actual situation with Trump and Tucker Carlson actually went down. Tucker, I want you to come to the White House. Believe me. Me? Me? Sure. Thank you, President. The yeah, President Trump. Yeah, exactly. Very difficult, you know, more like that. Unbelievable things. Also, tell me, football is actually once again the diagnosed. Yeah, it costs something to me, and I will tell you in just go. But it's a more podcaster. This is the code for retarding. Because I'm also anti-war. I put this before you're right. People that can actually go to the press. That's right. So you guys, it seems to say Tucker committed was only in the war, 10 polarities. I don't think that's not true at all. I mean, it's really investigating. I thought it was the war. Because this thing was just what is this? Oh, no. It's not even more. It's not documented. Okay. Second of all, don't fucking care about being out. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'll get your asshole on his page and get. Also, their widow was a war Howard's resolution in the Senate, and they had, and they said that the war was fine and good to go. All right, so trigger, well, every single one. All right, one condition goes, it doesn't matter if it isn't go, and it's free. All right, states are fun to take care of. Stop running. Let's not forget these million things he doesn't know that. Like, if you say shocking, I think since you actually had things, it's all like that. Right, I'll leave you on the 90 now, it's 100,000. I won't be honest with you, Tucker Carlson. Now, if you're supposed to do this, Tucker Carlson is this is literally officials of the Muslim Brotherhood. Like, this is just your random Muslim guys. These are actual Muslim Brotherhood. Yeah, man. It's spoken about something called Shujah in Jerusalem. And, that's not words. Yeah, no, I think we will get the question about and today, media is powerful posting and if you look at media, as if you take a look at this, if you do, if there's anything that was to say, you give this for the other person, I said, this guy, is, in my opinion, the phone is going. I mean, yeah, it's millions of things. Anytime you post anything, I always monitor that it's the view. It's not that this guy has got very strong controlling and you don't focus it in the right way. You use it in the and that's what we were thinking basically the best guy. It's quite you to know some people look at the second drunken dance is like you did. So little official Muslim brother is there. And they're not sitting in the window. We evolved with non getting the yard like it's not very cool. Well, that's fantastic. So this guy saying, I'm January 17th, a good friend of mine, like a old White House, he's got some dirt, but also did the life there a while. He entered rather quickly. I just had a quick list of it. Still an hour coming in. When you got their down, we know that there's things to the right. When you go to the baby, yeah, I don't know. Go off the eyes. Oh, what's the good more lesson? That's what people say with that. People have done it because the close Tucker argument here is so retarded. All right, because let's go take it straight. If Tucker Carlson did reason, I have to go to the again. I think a lot of the things are radically going radical and someone there and saying, they get me wrong, but I don't feel that. It is the way to think. But there's three modes, yeah, absolutely. Literally, it's all. Iranian intelligence, when they're trying to do our enemy that has been trying to assassinate Donald Trump and build out the Americans, I would be opposed to that. I really would. That is the punishment for treason. It's pretty serious thing. Tipping off iron. Look, I don't know if people really know. But yeah, and whatever happens, that I don't know. I don't know where we're going to go from here. I don't know where I can. I just thought they were kind of on off the road. Mega. It's actually like a. Right, so this guy, I like these cases. You might recognize this thing going viral because African license, it is ran away from him because he was cheating on them and hustling people and dating others and who was a place girl that was married or something. So this guy says, that was just beautifully told the world and something about it. He's an opening. He's hoping. He gets real credit for that. Dude, even if this is true, he's a fucking literally going under something like 400. Okay, he really is invested for being 400 right now. All right, blow ourselves, blow your on, let's just blow all the take us out of the car. Get out of the guitar. He says the car is a great satellite after the wheel of the not, even though they have modern day, the new have modern day Christian slave. Think the car, like, he's happy about that. Well, it's like, I think Tucker Carlson did actually. Because it's right? So, that's gotta be supposed to be the voice demand. All right, get ready for the song. What are you going to do about it? Um, can you have exactly young boys to own the dude? The banking money to own the dude. What's going on, man? What's the fucking happening to the right wing thing? Like, so the bird, the first guy, like, an acting, like, what are you doing? What are you doing? All right, so I'm glad you started to talk about that. Easily a sign. So as you get, okay, this is what happens. Is Benjamin Neck. This is the all yeah. I mean, I don't really know how to say this, but there's a percentage chance that Benjamin Netanyahu is dead. I found him above at 36 to 37. Okay, let's look at his teeth, okay? Oh my god, oh my god, oh, I mean, I'm going and saying he's going Twitter, he can't count the five, like what the fuck? And so he was this, and why does he have 6 fingers? Oh my god. 6 fingers. Look at it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. God, what's going on? Are you blind? That's just called. Yeah, I know, guys. What is the probability that Netanyahu died? Just give a percentage, no explanations. 0%. It's not if you don't run, if you don't run, I believe this. So it was actually deleted earlier today. We were circulating on social media about Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's status are unconfirmed. We urge citizens to rely on verified updates. Efforts are underway to establish contact. Just and Israel here, Israel is pretty get that like at all times. Like, no one did a about like consider what people ignore. You think about their response. I agree with that from like I have been but they did do it. Right? That guy going through hell every day. Open the ears, I see the dopest fucking people literally having to say like a big one today. Like I feel that. No, like I have to say that like I'm really or if I hear like a light, I love the video of I have to get that in like scared face and something the mongrel. Prime Minister, proof of life after people theorize that he is dead. So look at that body. I want you to keep in mind the coffee in the nose. See that? All right, that's what we do, right? We're listen, this is the President of the United States of America. So this video to prove that he was alive This video is also AI pointing at the coffee not spilling, lifts the coffee. Yeah. Not a single drop of coffee spills from the cup. Later takes a big sip. The coffee cup is still full to the ground. This is more AI than the six-finger video. Oh my God. This is not Netanyahu. 22,000, sorry, excuse me. 24,000 likes. But who seconds quickly bring back like that? We didn't go for 2 minutes. All right, don't try to stand the last on new internet. Let's move on the one. If you go read up the rest of it, party actually said they got it on. Believe it. Believe it. Sticker carriers are mostly 74 items. You're not allowed to go on. Deep fake fan. Wait a second. Uh-oh. Wait, what's this? It just cut. You just cut. You cut it. Now, I do have very bad news. There have now been second, third, and fourth AI pictures generated that further corroborate the lie that Benjamin Netanyahu is still alive. There's another image of him again with the nose. It's a little bit different. Uh-oh. And then you see him again. I've got a feeling different. What are we doing here? We're trying to figure out whether Israel and America are coordinating a psyop to make us believe that the prime minister of Israel is still alive and he was in fact killed by a hypersonic ballistic missile sent by Iran. That's really where we're at. Yeah. It's yeah, so go back to the question you wrote. The second, there it is. Another 50 hours in the week. No, that's the boy. The highest moment, but it's like a rat. Yeah, guys, it's not that people look at the news, you got the memo that you want and getting awards, but like that. What's the name? Oh my God, you never did it, guy. Oh my God, no way. It's shocking that we get it. They want to fucking back up in the oh my God. Yeah, but anyway, Kimani's not with the world. You know, you have to protect. Now, today is the worst week all time. You know, I feel like it's because it's proper because no one else is. So, I know. Well, I think, you know, they say that one of terrorism against justified because they fight wars to kill terrorists from terrorists trying to wrap your head around what the base what meaning about that. All right, if you don't believe in this, then you're probably a real person officer. Probably things like abuse. Probably done it. Economic and they was good for answer and then getting it was big from 1354 on the platform and then content and very much of it's that gravity done. So now we have an adder Islam is incredibly violent because they're a nation. Right? I know that you're not supposed to say this because they're incredible. No, but the reality is everyone's actually calling the religion. Because it's everyone's a living In fact, if you don't pay attention, there are like 10 global conflicts going on right now. Not even involved Muslims. It's not a collision. Muslims are massively Christian presently. You know that the Christian population of Atlantic every single Middle Eastern country, except for Israel and no Islamic country in the entire Middle East, the Christian population is Greece, right? And Syria and Africa, like in the Africa, Syria and Africa, and like in the Africa. Literally, it's let alone Jordan, all church in the Jordan country, now Christianity is much smaller anymore, and African Christians, like they go in Syria, they literally massacre, and Christian women is sexist. All right, so again, never say, oh, they didn't buy it, all right? Well, you can literally look at them, they're like, well, Christian women in Syria, they're becoming Texans. It's unbelievable levels of hope. It's getting something else. And it's unreal. In fact, this is I didn't say that because I just think Israel killed them. This is what their thing is going. اليوم انت تستطيع ان وانا لو وصلنا الى حاله الوضع الارض مهتمه نتكلم مدارس الكتب ونتكلم عن مرض اسماء الاخره لا نتكلم فيها لاننا talking about liberating hours and Israel الانظر فقط لكن لاننا that's the next step لان ما قاله ديننا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم كما قال صلى الله تعالى للدنيا وفي لفظ آخر الأرض رأيت مسارتها وما جاربها ولذلك أمتي سيبلغ ما في من 50 وعشرة مليون كده مثل الموضع وهي مساحة الكرة الأرضية سوف تعيش لا ظلم فيها ولا قهر فيها ولا no science, no mentors. This is the last one, okay? The last one. That is the goal. The stated goal of literate Houston Christians and Houston Christians are the most. It's a direct quote from the Columbus. What else? What else? What else? Really, it's only in terms of I'm very like I think so. Hey, I do it in in fact, even recognize Palestine today. There's certainly, I mean, they don't afford the money, not like going break and you're driving trucks, right? Yeah, that's don't worry, the thing is, it's also yeah, it's also more so you're driving holiday. Especially when you think about the war torn military ain't fighting here. That's healthy. Before after the US want to take place in that from the so let's understand how retarded this is. David Smith does not actually believe Muslims are human, or it doesn't believe they're human, but human agency. They are human beings. They're forced to act like they're invisible. So a war given away to a failure with the entire country. Stop. They're violent. That is the United States are terrorists. Actually. And as to go with party, originally settled white built yesterday, the company electric company for free shit, uncomplicated general committee, and these the shit holes server again about it, and come together for the same thing, not even in on the thing. Completely and utterly and absolutely correct. And I'm coming in, and also the development context. Right, so what we have influence context, I feel like that's the one. The reality of the thing we're talking about, okay, so it's really tough, this is any more of a aggressive messaging. Pointing on a grace. It's anti-war, which is why I don't think this is engaged with the Royal Paris and women living out. This is not in fact what they get a new nation. Actually, they need to do they need to and then you just really think of it without the politics. That means that it's fine. How we get more aggressive. Right. Yeah. Anyway, you know, most people are you know, both job and boy. Where the done on as an actually done, and all of your life. I work at the town buses, if you get that, you don't, you'll never be on it, you'll be on it. Right. Objective correct. It's just correct opinion. Yes. I'm not magic land, but certain people, certain better people. It was written in city people from city cultures, and they certified our culture. They're not a mystery. And it's not like some sort of, oh, they're considered concept powers, obviously. I mean, we don't celebrate, that justifies it. This is the hardest argumentation in the history of the world. It's not the strongest person among more American history. I think that is it. I guess it's not. Okay. This is another thing you feel current in the Netherlands. Those the 7 5 a month of mine gets after. Like they think I never did. Another church thing. It's the church part of a war of aggression. They perhaps the church did it. All right. Do this a lot of it. You go to the when you're going to the host this, so you draw the something else. Okay. And more than that, this is that we probably did think of got to see it. This is what nothing levels of the reason. Choose they're not fucking do that. You don't see families and people on 9/11 they go out there and murder random Muslims, right? You don't see families and Jews that were captured on October 7th or massacred or raped on October 7th go out there and murder random Muslims, right? For some reason, the terror that only cover one place. Oh my God, also you can't the terror that's there's only one religion, six 9/11 10,000 active terror worldwide, and it's not Christianity. And again, I'm so tired of people making believe they actually like America. They don't. They're generational later. This is a mistake on America. But I think that was the worst terrorist organization in the region. Let's get real. The United States of America is probably the worst terrorist organization they are. If you want to look for the last 25 years, I'm innocent of fucking thing. That's absolutely insane. So you're getting us into what the neocon, yeah, that's right. You're getting us into the neocon 7th war. You've been dying for it. No, actually, if you love the country, they don't take it, you have to kill you. Let terrorists rape and kill you. You'll actually find that. If you're a real patriot, you do that. People are getting to your life, all right? If you're a real patriot, you're going to let their ballistic missile system terrorists. I have hair from innocent, I have told you for meaning head. Right? It's only in terms of something that I don't think it's sort of right. Very good, very popular thing. This is already going to need to spread it. All right? If you want to channel, you know. So, I absolutely think that we actually be on to them. All right, now it's long. We did on the religion, everything. All right, now a lot of us are actually very religious. At once, okay, great. We'll get along. We'll do it in the life. In fact, if you don't get the small money down, it's all going on. We need to say, well, we need to heal the 14-year-old, 13-year-old. He's what, really fit. I mean, really great. The fact that you say, it's not going to have the same effect, right? I mean, no one's getting around. But on these countries that we live in, one is one is one is big. So the other way, it's not right here. That's the next part. You don't I want to get so I don't want to import the concept of 10 billion zombies in the country. All right. You took the people to focus. This is a conversation between two very strong popular Muslims. This is crazy together. I think this guy's 58,000 likes. Sending our working. It's sending our working that because the people calling the ladies is homophobic or whatever, just not allowed to actually engage with possible. That's about and that's the truth, actually. The reality is, these people have no possible idea what they're talking about. Their opinions come from actually bullshit. They think that all the same old culture are the same. All right, my name is that every human being is made in the image of God. But I'm not going to say you're making that every culture is identical. When this culture thinks that's really intelligent, and it can have second, 13 year olds. Right? And that's the simultaneous economic progress. And no, a lot of these things are so bad. I'm all like, these are great. I'm going to what's so brilliant. I hope you guys can hold the people. It's the true religion of Allah. Being not Palestinian is the Allah. What Constitution? What doing? What doing? And how does it go? Well, we are still going on. I swear it is, pedophile. I'm sorry, foster is people hundred and children came on. I'm not really just saying that. So here, he's literally stopped. Never was these guys in there. He's been waiting for it. No garden, no carpet. It's so here. It's so weird on an acid. He goes on the standards and rules and roll and we Europe to the song. He said everyone. But the reality. Well, I want the content. Alright. So I think like put it over there, that's the only place. Right? So there's the therapy that can get you. Just like this. Right? Therapy that can get you. Muscle therapy, whose brother was taken on my town. Literally. And he drove his car into the and they would blow it up $6,500 turn back. It's all this yes, all these people. Excuse me. You know, that is, that was me. It all they got that. You can hear getting attacked and right. Don't attack you. Yeah. All right, Governor New York. Every day, that's what we are. I've been certainly being a right to the agent. We are safe for me to go over here. But New York is every day, every day. And I was there that we get to the program. That's right. And very good. This is time is when the parents that take place, so the parents are going to be like, yes, actually, we're going to go, blowing up a free school, that literally student people in college in Virginia, some people in Florida, in Texas, another instance in Texas, well, thank God you got for in part and trying to get it to the school. Like the couple legal ones, it's exactly right. Oh, but how that's okay. And then it is the same kind of that's right. That's right. What there's their volunteer state like this. What the thing is doing? Oh, wait, what are you doing? What are you doing? No, it's very good. It's told you this one that can take on the day of the one. Why you just go against it? And actually doing it. Oh, don't be doing it. Go back. Go back. Right. Take it from there. Know that. It was the charity. Yeah. I never right. And you went to fight me. Why we hope it doesn't really have that. You can sit down. This is how man was buying. You went for 5 days, 5%, most of the growing country. And I'm not even taking the brand things, all right? I'm not eating, oh, right? So you can absolutely after, right? Everybody criticize us in constantly, as well as criticize, Israel, and all of those people, we do, around, right? Europe is going to have a conflict, civil war, unfortunately, Israel, it's pretty great. Life from food, doesn't change, man. You have to find. It's educated on body, because I literally did it in all the time. I think there's a thing that happens like every single day. There's really not a lot of activities on the front end. But certainly there were things all right. Like for example, saying, hey, don't great people, and I don't believe it. And you're not supposed to be great. I'll break it down. And words like that, you're saying, all right. Or you say, hey, not great, like him. It's not therapy or anything. It's something going to be not close to. Right? I'm literally going to there a lot of things like this. Right? Is the guy who rejected me to this is the science that's happening. And you're literally taking this over the gun now. All right, it's like from the movies, ethics, and things. All right, but quite literally, this is happening because there aren't and we're so beloved. This poor, this is the border. I got this from this is amazing. Parents and parents. Why? Canadian, I'm going to take more than the Polish and Indian was threatened for like 47 years. Oh, I don't know, you have to do it, the 2 minutes to think what to say. Right? You want to prove the money in public? People say it's something like the month for 10 or months. That's what you're living. This is how they are. They are. And they're very good. They're you know that they first say that everything. Look at the legal technique and the legal process. Yeah, it's the line and we do that. Vậy thì có những vùng mà nó ra nước mình hoặc là tắc nguồn. Right, he's a pedophile. It's water and get out. He's a monster. Không đúng rồi. Một cái gì nhiều. Ông đi không đi không thì you can't go on hating him, celebrating his death. Ông không phải luôn luôn thì ông không có luôn. Là một số people love him. Affect people around the world love him. By affect people who just Muslims that hadn't conquered their country yet. Huh? And these didn't do any offense to other people. Massacres 40,000 people over a span of 48 hours. 40,000 Iranians massacred in their streets. Who wants them? Didn't do anything bad to anybody. I was like, but you should not accuse me of this, I just because you know that. In fact, if you're born yesterday, when you say this, but literally, they put that in is I'm checking or anything. Literally just took down the great artifact game that was extremely rough in the sideline, but the capital number. Two people, one named Algilo, another one named Mohammed Al-Qais, they charged for the use for $40 million. Very awesome. That's insane, bro. That's crazy. I mean, you think you non-Muslims and cattle, and therefore that's okay. Okay, that's probably right. No, that's okay. I know that, right? Because you really does say that in Colombia, that you use the whole thing. But anyway, there's no way. There's no way. Right. I don't know. I mean, just go to more of these things, right? And comparing the beautiful site here, they did it. All right, and you can see it from the from their cloud bases, they are these are proving generated for those. When you put it. Just now, see they're getting paid for their investigation for what you planned and everything related to that. First time study on that weapon, and all the license plan review. Yeah, I know, I know. That's it. Silence for literally, on the gun. It was too close to get in. What's that? What's that? Something down LA. There goes that. Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing, English? All right, we know we're going. Well, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. They have to be culture. Look, yeah. This is insane. This is a literal member of the British Parliament saying that they think that the minister of the nation because we're so bad. We're bad. They don't care any. These terrorists are raised in the other in most of their countries. All right, so people don't leave them. All right, so now this is Canada. All right, now let's talk about it. That may be funny. So there was a thing saying that happened. Well, he was in certain guys that were very faithful. There's like 25 years. So I don't think I know I'm talking about. All I can do is think about it. Look at that. If you see it's just like Western, it's very different from all of them. And all of the folks on social their parents will be upwards of 255 and long and so rates in this country. They don't know if they're diagnosed in heaven. And given these in fact, it's that the I was reading a paper on the United States University of it's obviously that it's a terrorist that's a several times a day together. The German talking about the chief constable of Colombia. But he was hungry. He just said that there is something up here. The bee flew down the afterwards and ate the one around in the Pacific. So I was the then the more solid guy, the sun blind eyes needed. It was they were going to be the young afraid of something. That's what it is very something and bright. It is the well, the answer is very important motivation. All right. I hope you're happy there's actually important to know. And then there's a both at least two. And that makes it more because then your visual mindset, right? There's God's objective morality. Well, then you can start to think again consensus morality. There's nothing that can go on the moral. Influence, another really great. All this thing goes both that way, fine. And that's cool. I mean, this is literal to the right? Everything is fine as long as you know, right? Yeah. I think the moral, right? Right, so I'll give your attention to this because I think this is the real guy. Well, okay, during the Oscars, definitely. All right, total combined and opening line, meaning the joke. Look on the speak out the they're on the Joe, but his act is not really the best actor or best actress. Yeah. British spokesperson said, yeah, please be your best. I was have fun. I forget that. Because English, so like, the rest of the I would say that Jeffrey Epstein. So, I'm like, you're not okay. So you can do that. You know, they know that they come out with very, very great. I mean, I told 5 years ago, 90% by Muslim men, which the government in Italy covered up. Because they didn't want to be going to vote. All right, it's basically, this is the day. All right, now, for certain things, they break together. And this is actually fantastic. I'm very excited about it. They are actually going to have members of the that's good. That's terrible. So, the leaders about any potential threats here in the United States. Tomorrow, anyone day, we will hear directly from the CIA director, the FBI director, and the director of the Intelligence Committee. One of these said, everything like this. You mentioned last week. I know the pretty important part. I know exactly how to deal with the terrorist attack all the time. The first day, not their fault. It's a field of review. It's our fault. It's a global agency. See what I mean? Is it in university in Norfolk, Virginia? No, it's not. That's insane. One was killed, others were injured. This man killed by RSCT students who the country online at home member. The second was rejected and put in and ultimately, and what is the word? No, I supported them, not supported. All right, you don't have to get support. This is annoying. We could actually do some good at it. God, 2028 well, I would vote for whoever's legally allowed. We're in the national afterlife. They don't even in our country. That's actually great and better than that. That Marco Rubio, all right, that one. Be that guy, okay? And it's again to do with the land that's talking with synagogues, people Israel with children and teachers inside. He suffered by luckily no innocent people who seriously injured, and as you can Israeli officials said, he attackers talking with just millions of this guy in our country illegal, even though have a brother that is a head school on terrorist commander. I mean, let it anyway. Why? Like our country is not a big one. It's not for everybody. You don't hold anyone in, okay? You don't say they know it. You go down the country all it is, and now we have that. Right? You don't need to open the borders in the third world. Somehow we got some moral imperative to do that. We don't have a moral imperative to do that. If those other countries couldn't make Somalia in the world, why do you try to make America better? Right? They won't. All right, I'm sorry, they won't. Right? United States, you got that one. Getting American, that's not the same as everybody else. Taken up during this strike in Lebanon. Now, these are impacted as a country's development of homeland security is still technically and it's shut for leaders of that. Think about how they shut down homeland security and they in the faggot close and literally have ISIS terrorists going around and deadlining them. And we're going on to the problem. Right? They learn the regime them. Exempting themselves in constant goals. Yeah, so this is that's so understand secondly, as the call, the constitutional crisis, and they would look at you got Donald Trump, the constitutional threat, forever. They're providing technical things. Right there, literally making new bills and guns, they possibly can. Hey, sir, you're Democrats are themselves. But I'll give that if they're back. This is the thing.
This job, we think this job has got dangerous in the last couple of years. How many Virginians out there believe that they're in a situation?
I think we're voting terrorists with that thing for the last week. As they still this terrorist attack, they started thinking the last week. All right, and with a terrorist was put to death. Or to their name with December, to begin their gun.
Where they need to protect themselves. But yet we don't listen to them. I don't know me, but this body not going to listen to them because they need to have this protection.
We're out of the only thing. All right, because they're bad at guns. I mean, you're a Democrat. And these are people voting for it. All right, this is literally, it's not like there's a vote that actually that democratically wins. It's not like everyone in the state that the same. Right? It's literally the power of the team is the same. Right? So the people that are attempting it are the ones that are actually voting for this thing, hopefully good. And those guys can get the bills to affect them. This is a corrupt, and your Republicans, right? It's will be open line.
We're going to carve something out for general assembly members. That to me is beyond payable. General Assembly. We are a citizen legislature. We are citizens just like everybody else. We go back home. We interact with our constituents. We're a part of the community. We are no better than anybody else.
They think they're willing to get elected. Why do a lot of you all think so? Can you not take a memo?
And we should never vote for a bill that gives us a special privilege over any other citizen.
And they voted for it anyway. So, vote on access and hang out. Bring down everything. Didn't stay down. I haven't been able to get rid of the man. Same as God bless America. God bless America. Whereas you see what they're doing, you run. All right, all right. It's just you got to see you got to go back to government. It's gonna be like this. I mean, you saw what they told them on that. It's an animal back. It's like that. But if you don't find the government, they need more than that. And you get it doesn't happen. I mean, actually, they get it. Crazy. Dude, they're literally calling us Nazis right now. Right? Right now, they're calling us Nazis. I would not be surprised if you see something unbelievable. Some reason equal zero might actually take. And of course, as an elected into the Islamic State, those longer than things, this is fucking literally illegal. And I love the reply. There's no states or anyone in England didn't send you. Literally send Pakistani Muslims. We're 65% of Pakistan being red. And you're allowed to call white people being red because in Alabama, what's the heck? All right, but you're not allowed to call Muslims being red because it's the truth. Like, what if you're going to kind of think you're not allowed to say it? This is wrong. Look at this, please. Oh, God, almost everything. Please. Literally, please. The only thing people, this guy could be the disease off his body like countries. Then we can do something American. Get out here. Like the opposite side of the goes. But instead, he would be on our side of this correct or against it. When he became an immigrant. Literally, he nationalized the door. Oh, all right. First, 30 turning into continue holding on the aliens to turn and run. There, you work ahead. I'm sorry, like I'm telling you, right? The lower end, we gotta do like swimming. Do it on land. Get these guys out of there. Oh my God. Gun controller is what accepted that. She's going to for different. That maybe you're supposed to put like things on there. There's going to be something happening. Like, I'm not right. I'm to do this. I actually think you get that ahead of the terrorist. You know. And people. I'm not generalizing, obviously. Basically, people are 8 times more than that too. And statistics is a better than my own. Like I'm just talking about statistics. You don't know to look at I feel like you need 13 minutes to real people, but then it's a very good, right? They're all different forms of mental things that are equally violent. Well, you got to protect yourself. This was very good. They do our children and they get more later. And we're supposed to sit here and be like, I don't like your banning on me. Anyway, these guys, that's well, I'm not supposed to doesn't take away anything other than make sure you get live with the literally fucking everything. Actually, is based on killing terrorists. Actually, our NATO allies are game and pathetic. Actually, killing terrorists are threatening to kill us in the Middle East does not justify as terrorist attacks on our borders. And actually, you need to publicly humiliate anyone that has with the leftist ideological stances. So scared to take their opinion, and if you stand for millimeter down, I get it. But do not waver, all right? The next generation is now you. Even down. Yesterday, and fishing. If you don't think but this thing, so then I have to make the country running. The time to get the world in the story. Something it's something done 20 years ago. We've done 40 years ago. It's not sustainable, it's a sustainability. And you know, without a lot of money being added, the country of taking the promising of $2 billion a day. And when you think that that's we've never done that. The number was probably $3.5 billion. We're a strong country. We have Scott Howard and some of the people that you know some some way have been on the town. Everybody wants to talk here. And we're working about it in countries. Go with that very well. It's no inflation. No inflation. I worked 4 years with that inflation and I don't think it $150 million something that ended up in taxes. But we took in hundreds of billions of dollars a year from China and we had the inflation. So we think we're in very good shape. We think we're doing very well. Again, that we have transition costs. Transition problems for India and this thing for the people that think we're doing again what we should have done many years ago. And it's going to get very big and very rich. And it always has to it's not sustainable. So I want to thank everybody at the table and maybe I'll go around and ask I'll sort a couple of people that have been down on. And they can go out in place and want to do something maybe over there and whatever I have to say. Oh, I can say and go by the way. So the relationships are some friends and really relationships are not strong, but really strong. And these meetings, having I don't believe there's any of them. Those that have the press to come in again. Meetings such as it's a very sacred meeting, it's a very private meeting, but he had nothing to hide. I think it's good. I think it's a big you want to be a word you like being deaf and transparent. And you want to be transparent. We'll do that by starting with this is the president. We started back to Panama last night. That and walking out with the self-confident benefits. It seems true. And signed a couple of historical one which is Panama Canal Authority, a framework or U.S. vessel first entry in Panama Canal. And then also a memorandum of understanding their security the presence of U.S. troops, skirmishing of U.S. space staff, and from the naval station and air station, jointly with Panama, to secure the Panama Canal. That's something that was going back down. China said too much influence. Obama and others let them complete the video. We along with Panama, we should remember. There's the president and Molino, Senator Regard, very confident friend of the U.S. Right now, they want China's help. And the White Seems very cooperating with the Air Forces. We got a lot of people stealing so have so many countries involved in it. It's compatible. I think Scott on, yeah, I'm not sure it ever happened like back in the day. Talking over these guys, so they weren't talking about it now. And when they come with offers that can never, ever, ever come but for the president of that but that's that great thing. So I don't preserve that. I do this. So look at one end, the other, and I'm very excited that and so coming down. Very excited about that. That's going soon. So very excited. On the other side, we start that point. It was a really big. It was something that the benefits. I'm leaving Boston, the government, so they this. $60 when they hire last year, I worked there in New York, and they had the woman from was asked and they pay a massive salary, and they're supposed to be teaching government. That's not hard, but that's not hard. So never anything so the dollar to hold them from quite a few universities, and we're not being able. So next thing we want to now, then very thankful how flexibility of the center of the story. It's a thing about that. Down the staff, fighting that hill. It's kind of and now we're well on our way to get as we go to be. You don't keep bringing the buildings. We're only going to go like this one. We're going to go for the big guns. The tax stuff that it was not saying, but we have a thing. I'm worried. I'm going to go. So, we just stand the report. So, maybe we'll be very good check. Mr. Hazard last year. The side was set. The war leaders from by so many other groups. I thought it took on the end. Where you had all of God Under that executive order. Should build a, we think order will have to go down and so we may buy some tips from countries, yeah. Because the ships of the day. But the conversation they will, with the essential don't took for the morning. You think it was a good business to go see the people. New time. We have. The countries that do very well. Building chips, they deal with those methods of making what they. Talking about a chip from those. Countries. Okay. And we've been trying to go through that. Probably going to go to Congress. We're not gonna have a problem. So thank you very much for going with that. I didn't be able to segue a company today, which checks out financial protections or happen. Working with the building and $1,000,000 for grants. Having a boss who is a large and great reactions. Just the one angels, that's so much invest if I thought. You know, we have a big state of cost of the it's worth $9,000. Or if you get them, look down at this. Everything we have, so they did the real Air, raining water for the flow of everything's unleashing energy down there. So one thing like one, the advance and quality of federalism, making America the AI capital of the world and bringing back credibility. All getting that room. This stuff is on it. And you were very specific, clear on one off from other things. You understand that, you know. I thought that there's not that regular plans. Next week, first things we can't do. Something in the deck, whether by Benny or by Bob, or by anyone in the way, people build their own dollars. Not on the AI, young, that's it. They're gonna build their own town. Power company. So they didn't believe it, then tell so thank you. We have a lot of applications. It was some of the biggest plans that ever been built in the world. Serious. Saving plans. Outside that, sit down on the line, so off. Yeah, that's it. I can say it. We talk about it.
My problem, so it's exactly for that. Number two, the last thing is vacant, and now it's like 3,205, that's a big, beautiful house, it's also. Okay, that was an inside granted. It's not, so when we got one door, the hills move across again, it's fun to do an out and an outside. It's actually the harder one that will be granted, so we don't know what right now it's doing. The people granted on the no on the more the and also the involvement of human social build all that out and put it away to our but now the social
So first, I was at the board of the friends, the old that would we have assembled in their vision is a term of election planning. And so just being a part of that is the great sort. So thank you for that. And again, this the relationships here and honor and perspective on each other. The second thing I want to say is that on the right of the food security is national. You have to be able to ourselves. Your idea that it's now along with regulation tax nets. But your idea is experience to ensure that we're moving forward. No one understands that better than the honest. But having said that, emerging from 4 years of Biden, 30% is interest on almost prices. And in the $15 billion trade deficit, I knew that the first time I see them. Ending that way on so the period I started to we're in, they know that your vision will move us into experience. All Americans provide people with promise and I think they have seen before. I think they know they really will be excited, so great the leadership, but also we have never failed to serve. We have facts on progress on things. So the first phone call like that was I brought this billion from the Senate. And that message just resonates with them. So 85% very good. Interestingly, the biggest budget driver that the United States of agriculture is not calling it agriculture. And so as we merge and evolve, I think and provision again, massive out of that is real one. And we work with my food stamp programs for better search those. The actual point of giving them this gender, the DEI, women, out of the US again. So, you feel really good.
In the heart, and we can profit any place, and that also our business is part of the benefit of the state office. And then the moving on up. They got it. We have something to do about it. Really still. Regular stuff. On the line, bigger on the budget. It's moving quickly, so on the end of that, and we're also going to have FT in there. When it's that into wake up, managing over it. What it's going to be done about the 15 days and more that and I did the first yesterday, the first one the thing small community with us, and we still have to do this both in the community. And I think the gravity fundraise is not anything. They can continue to right, but the community is going to then it's all everything that people will be all the things that they doing
Then some hybrid, very like, more familiar. And one way, the dog of the river, that one stone, that is, you know, the court, the neighbor, the school, the point, the point, the point, the point, yeah. And the point, the gather, I thought I was doing it, but it's after the film, it's on the money that this is will be spent, that's what they're considering, want it, and that's what they're saying. And if they go outside, or they have to make it. Which has how my provision, that no one even knows. And it's not every agency across the whole. On the surface side of it, they have a lot to do. I think that goes there. It's, yeah, it's been doing, but all states, it's 3,000. All you know, the feminine, but you know, that means that, you know, when they, like, you know, you're the same American state, and that's what we're doing. Where they this all of these gangs, and they are enemies for our country. They are terrorists, they are organized crime, they are screaming and I said, spread on the outside country, they are creating terror. And very more than the other night. And not a spell. This is in South Florida, we charged the blood of the Senate, $5 million of the terrorists of Canada. Coming in the our country still are in. They will talk and they will argue the military then the law. These gang members are going back where they think where they're going to now how the world is prison. At your direction. And you know, you also get directed out one down stuff to the whole chemical out and was so like we made sure that the work we have with this the director. Now we have 20 years and everything within 24 hours. The boys and then and on a real estate. So that's what it will be looking at. I think what it is in prison, but we know that there's more. I don't really matters. But I think I think so realize that on the side of it, not only the that is that that last access. That's not what I said. The numbers of our private is inspired and part of members. And that is 5,000 who are fully great. I have to take focus. I never sold them. So that's what I know. I know. I was a little bit older. I was 7. I was to the 1 5 insert. I came back to project within the and fascinating. And we're about to finish it. 15 years ago, we did 60 American dollars. One thing is only one third for nursing. The United States 7% from $1,000. I didn't have it later. Those are in the John's numbers last time. When I'm doing 1,000 jobs. That is my primary job. So we picked up in America out of work to work and we did some more people days. So I'm with my folks there. The staff of people.
He's got a down 5 minutes. Okay, both my opinion, we should never have exactly what we're turning down from what we got. Guys, that is some we want to take. Down. Now, go back. Search that. Also, I think yes, all of them.
I felt like performance, like great. And everything that comes. But I think actually, I will translate. I like to. It's the over the content. It's much of what the size. And it's not actually. Other incidents and they show all the difficult. And I saw that they did I made the state. We had about 6 weeks out and 5 weeks studies. We prepared from the same outdated, it's 100%. Our comments was written on my and my favorite things. Maybe we get less things. We are the garden. The market is on this. There's a button. The third day is that's the cloud. I think I read the holes. And I find that. One example and you are going to do frankly the organization number the person it has and beats and I should have and putting one down. And something the progress of we stop taking something, we stop taking something, maybe it's a shot, but something started. Thank you. Well, Mr. President, one of your primary. This thing's for the goal. And also you got the building generating not just then the event on the other component. So then that's how it's but then finally that's and so it's funny things and then finding oil and gas. But because it's this to the same so that we don't have essentially place and actually burn. While you building stuff, the outcome by administration is restricting supply, running the supply in place to study. We have huge opportunity against just getting through your audience. I put the money so it's got to be building on substance. It's equal by building provide information is not expensive. If we talk about product training, raise the house, oil, gas, and
sort of like technology for the pensions. I think that Tuesday, I'm sorry, attending. It's the nonsense, a lot of the problems. Trying to get 60% of their electricity. But they're opening up and, open up 90 of cooling in the box of the last week. As part of the state, it's 90 what's such a doctor, 90 for everybody. Somebody like the one day I don't know that some they don't be about something on the come back to North America and it's on the poorly resale. This is the schedule to the student about it needs to be done about another result. It's now business thing. What's a second? No narrow, accessible knowledge. Outside of the that's the financial outcome. It's valid. That was the asset of the function. Was a last of the second of the last year. The Panama, the Bush one, the last of all the latest stuff. Obviously, the business. Doesn't come to that, but smart people is coming to us. That's kind of, if it gets a dollar, the best. It's almost I know. And what they're doing now is they're bringing them to and what needed based on what happened on Sunday, on Sunday, one night, they had talked, they talked, talked about all the whole thing, everything, one, the house, it's still walking in. One is just and all of them are doing it in one sort of line and price, and we've also talked about the next other things. I do not tell them. Those are the stuff that I text them. I'm here to like analyze the population for campus and walk like and I don't think I don't I started seeing this about I started this by inviting me to in my home and put off the down on the company. This is down there. And so, that's what we're doing with our country. Last one, I was very focused on people and like study the finest planet and it was also now national champions basketball. Let's get to go get it. Well, I have the same. I'll be some next topic. And then we have a lot of local and thinking about finding. Probably these are firms to, again, maybe the fact that the right firm. Then. Really that's the things. And then you need to buy the coffee for the dog, when you're out going. And I'm going to have that was something we said all about. In public, for the end of the business, so. Something like that. So it's by then, we have a lot of overlays that we can make it better. If I do 100, million out with the fund, on that, that's next. One is the floor, five, on the end. I have a problem with people. And you might have started to hopefully I won't do that. You know, after the end of that, every day I'll be in fact, so I think it was one of the statements that they all said. One of the things that when I read it. Yeah, that's with it. And to deal with the on road, so we have to wait or that's one of the things about stories. It's definitely good about stories. I definitely feel about the yeah. Nothing similar. And it would not be it's possible. But I'm not, we don't have actually. Almost like, I've done it. And I think. Oh, from, about that. So it's like. And we have, I'm listening to that. But one of the questions. The first thing they put me at the border and I don't have any difficulties. Well, I'm from. Except for one of the first. And, another thing. It's we had great numbers. And this is, so we can, when we start. That's it. Massive. And look at that, you can find that you could see it, people that left someone. And helicopter talking, now. Nobody that was a man that was wrong, the same thing. And they have. That's what they're at. What you say, that's something like that. And I mean, that's not that. It's like, it's really, they know that we can't do this. And my dad is a whole problem. We have some of China. There was some thinking now and so. Please. Everyone is going to. Looking at one block. They're smart, they're ready to, and then we got it in chicken. And then when they, that end of the said, oh, yeah, all of them, but it's not, the movie on this side. And if you have that, in the form, the greatness of family. I don't blame them, and I don't blame the guy, I don't blame anybody else. I'm just people that are sitting there, that's my friend of the beautiful overnight. They allow them to back, many presidents that way. It's in the middle, I'm doing something, but other people want to do. Right? And you guys, then, make something very, it says that, that's. So that's in the time, don't say that. Well, if you say that in the document, it's like, I'm something like that. Saying, the next, it's slowly on the side. Then they was, and you probably see it, as well. I can tell you, and then, if they don't know what it depends. If they, when you don't have. Wherever that, they don't have to be. So it's just one out of 1,000. And I think it's so. You can hand it for the family. It's ancient. I think it's even. When big Muslims, it's not the way how bad. That's a little bit of attention, I'm going to get my friend makes the same thing. It's so bad. And when I bring it over, I feel like you do it. Yeah. Yeah, but those still seem to be well enough. It's not the same. And the right to people that run it, to go to people, that right, and so on. The first thing, so they go after their line down, whatever, what happens. But how of it? I think they would be the social thing, what I. And then if we get to some things, what I need to do that. They can have it one time. But they have a lot of involved, and then you see them, and you know. It's also what you don't have to. This is what I'm going to do. But if I didn't do that, then understand, it's. Yeah, you get that, so. You get that, it's finding a problem, don't be extended. Our skill company, all those, every thought, we would have one skill, not both. And not get, they don't, students don't get by, get clear, those actions and everything. So, no, focus on the program. Before so many other companies get it. But then there's next thing. Likewise, for our company. They have to highly profitable. We have I'm not going to have that people like this. Don't let me. Bring up those. And very conversation. And all of them. That's the thing. And, you know, I look at it, about it. Another thing about that, but we have to leave it. Under construction, actually, of the start. And stuff from, they go. So we should never let this happen. That's where the most of the stuff that the 90,000 plants and like it's in. Yeah. Maybe the problem. Something that comes up, I know they did. And they're like, I actually there to go to the map on a picture of like this. Being 90,000. I don't think you have enough room on that. 90,000 types. But we had search. That's just a little bit. I'm so sick. I think it's one that we don't look all of it. We don't need better and stronger. And president, when the over meeting, said, we're gonna go back and some of ourselves. And we think they're gonna come we see you in your car, you know, anybody that make the pharmaceutical. Yeah, you don't even have more than that. But we think we're gonna do for and we say that's the difference. You know, I said it the other day, they said it, the name is 2 years ago, I'm talking about all that. I think it's one, they, there, I can do it. People, think about doing the process, they, so if you want to play the car, you're gonna have to get 45% more. And you're gonna have to get 45% there. I'm getting that. I can get everything. The president said, it's right. We didn't mention it. We didn't be full. We didn't. And anybody, I think, only those things. In the world. They say, oh, I'm not saying, but that, and they know. We never said. Maybe I'd be something wrong. Like, I'm saying, if you really, the same thing, they don't believe it. 90,000, so I can bring it in. Very incident. So just getting back to the, the government. We have to be engineers. Lower tangents, anybody can go. Get back to the. Make the words, you know. Yes, no, it's no, so much everything. And God, my God, it may not be perfect, but for God, friend, there is a single band. It's like I found that. Company different that involved in it. 3,000. Very, very smart. We're dealing with very smart people. The great thing is, and again, I don't blame China, I don't blame anybody. If I could have done it, and I would, and I could, and I great respect, I had respect, and they're from the United States. All we had to do was have a president that knew what the hell we were going on. And who done it was made it was there's something incredible. Sharing over that. We were sitting basically, and for the basic questions, what after that, basically, is everyone was like, let's go and this is where they want to be magical. None of them, now they come here. Everything's, everything, like you said, you know, I'm something fantastic about what we sitting there. And I don't need Eli for everything that I'm gonna have. I'm telling you, this guy did everything, okay, I had this, I had to do what work. They said, oh, you really want to know, I said, into the top, that's a very bad thing. But honestly, he makes a great car. You know what they do? They let the kids will be on it. Right around the. Bar, that, and same with the roll, when I did that, I decided to go secure. It was good. And you know, I'm gonna get this with this. Yeah. Well, I don't want to say, I just say that, I think it's going to go down. Of the way. They're very big. It's hard to get over. I think that they so they're like and you're inviting rules and feeling about it. Quite basically, the worst person is people. And you know, if you worse than the only thing last time I had to probably have to get on that. But how the world of the world, South Africa, all over the world, the open everybody from Africa, South America, Europe, the bad one. They opened up their jails and they dumped them in the sense of others. The beautiful young woman is sick to the books he looked at the website. They could look for suggestions and expert to say it. And how you know what the rest of them. It's a nobody told it. Yeah, right there. And that's all of them, but their life in the back is a good guy. They're not gonna help them. You should say, well, if we don't play it, and the estimate their influence. And they don't in the constant time. And inflation we can fix, and all the other things we can fix, the heavy dollar. But this is something that's important to really valid. When you get to good people, things, the self people, things, you can build it up with all those things and I miss it. But the question, you know, it's been done with that. And when more people think of it like, you know, we need to bread and go. But we wanted to find out that following that and feel that they can love that. You can't do that much, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you.
to the year. And we award about just a little over 10% of that. So, in recent years, that equates to about 80 cases a year. How do we define legal? We define it as, at least in terms of, awarding requirement, is a man or woman that willingly will know risk their life, the extraordinary degree to save or attempt to save the life of another human being. What are some of the things that your investigators do for when you're investigating this? You right to contact police departments, fire departments, the victim in the case, who's the rescue department, and other eyewitnesses to the acts. And we start to build an understanding of these cases. And this is the middle. The Carnegie Medal, molded in bronze, comes with $5,500 and other financial support. We also pay for funeral costs for dealing with this killing that. We pay medical costs for the injury that they incur, to include the psychological effects, PTSD. We don't present them in this statement. The Carnegie Medal. The Carnegie Medal. Wow. Yeah. I got the Carnegie Medal. Who provided that to you? The mailman. I think you were gonna laugh. The fucking mailman. It just came in the mail, huh? Yeah. You're like, did you make a presentation all out of it? Or just throw the mailbox? No, man, it wasn't like labeled with what it was. It was like a, like all white kind of like thing, but he didn't know. So, but that's a pretty good letter. Yeah, I would say.
That work, the waiting for the service. Much better than that in the past. That's, and also Bobby Kennedy, the Health and Human Services will be handling special needs and all of the restricted program for everything else. That is complex, but it could be Bobby, and handled by Health and Human Services. So I think that would work out very well. I don't know if they can take it out of the Department of Education, and then only the students to get guidance from the people that love them and their response, including the parents. Or be totally involved in the education of the whole. That was be great. And be a great situation. I guarantee you that the food created from the house, I'm going to have to see it. So I think you can see a lot of it. If the mental is up, it has felt like Norway, Sweden, Denmark, a lot of the. That would be doing so well. I think we don't have a lot of different else to do with Iowa and Indiana. Idaho, so many places that went so well. Part of Texas, people know we're going to have it. Maybe anything much better than the federal gas call. We're not even doing it as a plus time. We steady target in there. More than that. And not going to give the bottom of the I don't know. I can guarantee some of the states will be stopping about how people are better than outside. I think it's where I stand. I think you see very well. But we're here for a reason today, and it's very exciting, and I'm thrilled to announce that at my direction, the United States Air Force is moving forward with the world first generation. Nothing in the world is even close to the world. We know this F-47 because of the pilot. It's something like the so after a nucleus and barrel, how they different doing the morning the process and the next generation in their dominant platform going. I think over time competed for a lot of competition and somebody that then what he said, And during the event, we're going to be coming to try for over 5 years and we're about to come back to the next over thousands of things. The next the next holiday plan. And it cannot even start to the next level. Level 5 is just level. The F-47 is equipped to state of the art stealth technology. And unprecedented power of the plane is never not ever made. These are the building likewise. There's nothing to do to like it, to fight the power. It takes a huge spot. American enemies will never see it coming, don't see the one that without their purpose, whatever happens with the world, that hit that. We put on the it's like somebody goes back and kind of the side. Yeah, it doesn't even that's that I think that's the thing about that our allies are oh it's not still they go on to provide that. This is not something that no doubt there. Something I would like to end thanks everybody and well. You have been on it this is the more confidence the kids are up to thinking. Legal disclosure for the next generation of care. We are going, America is going to have a generation in the future of economic. It's six. We've had the F-15, had the F-16, the F-18, the F-22, the F-3. Now we have the F-15 instead. Something very direct, clear message. Your allies that we're not going anywhere. Our enemies, we can build the out around the globe for generations. Yeah. My team, your team, my identity, your this is a historic investment. Any American North, any American that will help divide the work of himself, military to rebuild our military. Not about the expenses. We are still program. We're prepared to scrap it. We know this is ample goals and self-serving, the fighting and the food. And the following of these habits. Yeah, because second, I think so, today, and that you also sort of look at things, do whatever you want. Everything that's out there, something else. Something, and then what we had on the day, so it's not. And the rest of it. And you printed it, those two things, you know, if I. I think that's the engine that, yeah, and we want to have that. You know, so now they have. Then, when they get the both people can go and when, 1895, 1910. And then this volunteer, let's say. They were well, actually, of course, it's a new standard. And then people pray on the. But instead, it was, it learned the judgment, it's much more than anything above. I won on the bench. But we let it. We feel unfixed about it. They were vetted by my. In top of it. That is like a big event. Putting what making people, I believe in this one of them. Roughly, one area of our country, I won the election based and he lost and then they. Thirty ways now. Didn't have a great. Well, I was and that's okay. And they know in some of the right thing is Secretary General. Also, going to take a turn. Both then There's something and because of what I did, constantly they did the balance, they don't like anything. So I made them. I don't very well. We have, I think I'm fine. When I'm doing it, I'm doing it by hormone. Down, yeah. Happy to be there. And it didn't happen. And that's what I think. They allow. Hopefully, I'm you have the authority to allow me. Right, that's the authority. Something that can be. But hopefully, many people according to God, they don't think like that, they don't do that practice and say. And then you go to let them go to jail, the mental, and go to. And the medical, the 11,088, that we know of the target of that number and the staff, more than. So, I go out about that. People that really been. And first, operating the auto now, I think that's why that work, if I get this done, and the US, we have to know, the lights gonna be already go out. People, not with the thank you, then it's people, or stop it, or every seven. The state of writing without the delivery of the fifty rights. Or then they will take out of they're not themselves in that and what they want to do. What happens, I think, without them, they don't like the name here. Not just helping, but making the hard, criminal, and we have to get it out. And the other, it's not that stuff like. That's well, that's but so many different countries already. And you got the authority to get to the head people out of the law. And you can't stop that. And judge, if you had the judge, there's no idea what the law, right? You're bad at the law. You understand? Why not? Well, I don't think that, we got to go, that's what the world is bad. But I don't want to, if anybody, see, potential will stand up. It's very well for the end. So I don't want to kill them, anybody, but certainly wouldn't go to a business man. It's helping us so much. It's a great thing. It's a great thing. It's paying a big price to help us got lost. Which that was fine, but then waste or some business. I certainly wouldn't go on that. And we could have to have perhaps for that. And second, I think about the that is in a MSC and anything that has to be a little lab. And the first thing I did was I called and I go. So if there any proof they had and they could prove it. You know that it's got the best cost. You got one of the best. We like to go there today. We like to go to it's a big day. It's exactly we pointed out the things where we pointed out what I think it's meant to undermine whatever relationship to mention on the past. You don't want to hate it. You don't want to admit it. Elon Musk provides a lot of capabilities of public for reliance. I'm thankful. We welcome you. And we talk about the government. We can talk about it. We talk about the great informal conversation. That's what I'm going to say. I know what kind of time you got to do something. No idea that I think that they never wanted to but I don't like everything like that. It's they don't ask them. The main that's I go into the failure. We didn't need honest. Second, liberation day because ripped off by every country in the world. Credit card. Ripped off the ripped off the country don't get on the people and it's still on the year and now comes that I know. So, yeah. And it's starting to now, yeah, that's go after puts some something in place. And then you know, they all want to have a stuff. I don't have enough time to have that. I would say so far, $10,000, the car company is very important. A lot of the car companies runs down to Mexico or Canada now put it together. One car from Canada. What if you I want to get car companies here. It was something I got to plan. It was really big plan. It was so we would have to job, we would have the profits, we would get the tax, get nothing. When we get the unemployment and it's like, so things, now, those regulations, this will get the second one, get a big one. Oh, yeah. And those are the potential, really different things, yeah. I'm going to go next week. Okay. But we got to defend. We would have had if I didn't do what my friends done. Arabs. Stop there's a ducting skill in order to destroy those things. If I didn't, people said, I'm not getting ready. Better, but still. And Biden, they're willing this, because they want so much money. And it's done because people want anyway. Right. What do you have them and that's better than everything. Like, you know, then, you know, it's a nice thing. Right? You know, it's the same. It's like, I hear my. Definitely. Because there's more than one problem. I have don't have a problem where allowing defense calls instead of the next call and sort of because I think the number is quite higher than 125 and just think that that is possible. They have to again. They have and that's a third part. And we don't need online stuff, but and instead of taking it properly and saying, oh, and which question doesn't. They said, so that if you got it, said, 30 said, 20 said, okay, now the evidence is judged by very long. They have 70% we have up to 200. We have public there. In getting close, that's 200. So when I say they can stay there. Because you can't believe that. Down in the rest of the you know, spend money on military, because it would protect them. Okay, great. So, better than in good stuff, well, there's nothing very good. And, you know, especially when using, some people don't have a car, and they said, repair. Now, I think that I think that we do a lot of that. Where it's myself, that I can do. And Canada, the very last, goes to the nobody knows if we're getting the money that we can tell. Well, I don't think I heard. That article, I don't know. I think a little like thing that you like a little bit like this way. And you know, people and yes, and you know, plan that for what a beautiful brand that beautiful brand that anywhere in the world. And it's just so now. And you know, they don't have any people, but like, yeah, they're gone. I was there. I think the public is better than the number. If you want to go to the, I don't. It's a little while, I know, before I got involved. I'm there about it. Not even if I think it's going to. But we can leave these things, I told them government. And conservative, but they're. So I don't know about that. I did. Canada is really talking about other things. That's what gets the games. And everybody's gonna be nice, but each team could do act. If you get any overtime, all the extra time, you have $5 a day. 400. I'll pay it right out of my, is that all? That's not a lot. But what they had to do, and I want to say, see what I'm on, I think we don't have them. And you don't have to, they can get the long time, who else is going together? And I just want to thank them, he's going through a lot. They really have. And what they tell me is, I said, but I want to put it on there. And even from what they tell me, they can get 1 million. And then, no part. Well, I didn't something wonderful. Everything has very long, like. We can have that on January the same. We don't have anything like that. But what they do is, when congratulations. Everything. That's expensive. Finance. Thank you very serious investigation, but we have to write thing. Yeah, go ahead, Karen. And when there's a statement of that, what they do realize the channels is probably it's the second thing and that's from that well that when I first close they laugh the second what's more is can and then the third is that's what like to have a good time. It makes me more and more. It's very dishonest. But still like that is right off the stone. And I government. It's China. And it's government that is made up nobody takes the business there. And really different you know, yeah, right now. And that's why I go to the Department of Education. I bet it's so many buildings and then you go back, go there, the whole Department of Education. They're there. You don't get up. You don't have to pay about it. They $20. And yeah, they want to get to so they have to put that back and put it. And then that's the store. The much better job. It's nothing like it. And you know, that's the avoid the thing. The plastic thing. No fire, check for it. No punch. The biggest benefit I don't about the guy. When you the way this is a song, don't need it. And let's break down here. Get the nerve away. So what we're doing is something that they're going to the with. Look at this little guy. We don't the brain to say it. Exactly. They feel a job. We saw it. What's up with them? How much is that? Very sad. Yes. Whatever they try, now we're and for now to go into hands of God. But still, we'll have to well, they don't have one other like that. But they do possible. The Catholic, they don't they could have been close to it, no matter what happens. They don't want the Americans to go. And yet they said that they said they big head or something, they don't want to have this. European Union. Now, whatever they do. And it's very nasty for it. It's around the fire. You know, one thing we I'm not ready to get by the way, I'm not that smart. Thank you very much, everyone.
And an interview that he wanted to kill all Zionist people and had been planning the attack for over a year and would do it again if he could. This monster used a makeshift flamethrower and Molotov cocktails to light Jewish Americans on fire in an attempt to burn them alive. The victims at the incident location in Boulder were there to rally and support Israeli hostages who remained in Hamas captivity. 12 were injured, including a Holocaust survivor. This is pure evil. The Department of Justice has already filed federal hate crime charges against the alleged perpetrator, and he will be held accountable to the fullest extent of the law. This charge is a sobering reminder of the consequences of the violent administration's failed policies. According to the Department of Homeland Security, the Boulder suspect is an Egyptian national who's been in the United States and he entered the U.S. during the Biden administration in August 2022 on a beach visit that showed fire. Upon the exploration, he overstayed, filed an asylum claim, and was given a work authorization by the Biden administration. The Senate report was heinous individual. Joe Biden's administration allowed him to stay in our country with his work. President Trump sounded the alarm over these breakfast Biden's policy for impaired. This is the predictable result of letting anti-American radicals illegal immigrants pour into our country. Immigration security is national security. And that's why the Trump administration, at the direction of our great president, has secured our borders, especially our immigration, convenient steps to protect the United States from foreign terrorists and other policies of threats. President Trump acted swiftly for his office, reform our visa issuance process, and record and anchor defense support. Unfortunately, Americans or our national security officers are no longer admitted into our country. I just Trump administration will only use it if you guys do the legal process only if they do not bear hostile statements or an application. I have filter of government our institutions. Well, most importantly, I was down here. Under certain the United States is beyond tolerance for foreign visitors or terrorists. Biden and the U.S. law and treaty in the country will continue to face deep denial or resistance and secret. And the areas criminals will continue to be arrested and deported from our country. On that note, ICE and federal law enforcement partners disrupt government life. There is regulation arresting nearly 1,500 legal enemies on the during the operation of Operation Patriot, ICE officers and other federal law enforcement personnel focused on transnational organized crime and dangerous and dangerous offenders throughout them. It's a fact that the over 1,500 illegals arrested by the criminal convictions both Florida and Texas. Here are some of the violent illegal events held from news personally in the direct acquisition. And Ecuadorian nationals with active and physical rights for activating homicide. And Guatemalan nationals and registered sex offenders who have pending criminal charges in Boston. The five counts of indecent assault and battery on person 14 or 29. I've been knowing that since. And the last semester of a right to indecent assault and battery of a person 14 or older. A Colombian man charged with kidnapping. Aggravated rape and indecent assault and battery might serve as a death sentence or older. And a Guatemalan national was convicted of murder in Boston. Also, as a really who was charged with aggravated rape of a child by force, non-fashion of child pornography, because these are two things in prison and it's vulnerable for them. And last week, Ecuadorian national criminal justice charges aggravated rape of a child. I don't think anybody in this room has kind of hated criminals to think of the state is they're being under the when Democrat runs jurisdiction for these violent after making arrests, instead of turning them over to federal jurisdiction, like what this should. Those Democrats are law-abiding American activists. Because the policy, fourth law enforcement, and much more difficult for us to their lives on law lives from them. This is the person great for travel for lower officers on the front line, getting violent and legal illnesses out and out. Law and order is back in America. I'm not fighting stuff. And I'm not saying no. There are new crime significant that are trying from the law. We've got people that don't done it on the president. Literally, I'm humbling it not to you. I've seen some right back from down at least 20% over last year. We could down for the lowest number on that. The president comes in charge and they will put over the dominant immigration, the law is home. There's brand, one of the most ridiculous headlines ever by their family. And I got a very much briefing several months ago. I said I was full anyone to tell me I was birthday. So one thing was actually Sunday setting the serious talk. It's that health either. Are U.S. national board? How is this serious? There is no mystery to the why there is a secret and federal funding in that. This administration has strong border policy against conventional in federal time. Which strengthens relations with the president of Starbucks. And all of the measures he has been illegal and drug stop in the southern border is the reason for his funding fentanyl seizure after the medical. There's nothing to start about that. It's like a lot of people think off the headlines. This is kind of thankfully to manipulate the minds of Americans. And I think American people understand why it's been difficult. In our office and thought it was important we provided the full post of the reasons that fentanyl seizures of southern border have gone with the Boston. In other years, economic reports continue to flooding. Inflation jumped to 2.1% of people. Personal income is 2.6% of people. So inflation is down, and wages are up. That's like triple the expectation. And debts are down. And we also saw the largest constant decline in the trade deficit on record as a result of federal funds during the holiday season. Lastly, the tax tax is down more than 61%. Since President Johnson office in January, I remember my very first briefing I was out of the box bags. The reporter tried to send me to taking all the nuts and there for a few days. It was a result of the in record time that President expect all the Americans from July are now at a 61%. There's a lot of good news. I'm turning up on questions, but you got to have the depth in here, and I really do it. Again, that's they're saying the president has introduced American strategy yesterday. Yes, you can have a country or and I want to consider the like so they are going to take that to and those that are hurricanes basically very strong more to combat that one that I need some and one is the body in there. I think that's something that could be pretty good. Without really saying this president is enough for that and also the change of all the agents like dreams and people have seen look at policy or measure and action that we think that we think the action that aligns with purpose and to apply it at home from the country think that is under that. Exactly like 37 they're still saying now on how it's not going to allow us all to say that and how to enforce that is something that under the anything I can find out what to say. What about that? There is great concern every year. We have to speak to the president and release. Planning to have the level of support for the building. As it has been written and documented in the studies, I guess, the presenting when there's no, not about to the middle of the for conclusion. What is, I try to feel the appraisal, what they do for them, to do the terms. But the secretary still the team of leadership are all over this and are committed to complying with federal legal and so I got there doing her the crisis request forever that. However, as president made it clear, we're not going to be to make bad decisions in federal tax dollars and have federal government later have to bill these things out. We want to see some be responsible with their tax dollars, do as much as they possibly can, and the question deeply about to consider any requests for federal aid that comes from that. And I think some of the media reporting is done is going to be sloppy because they're responsible. There are various people who are paid seriously, starting with the president itself, who had no idea. Of course, when that's true back in office, there's North Carolina and California, both of which were working by natural disasters when the ownership of that is those places in the development. Is those appropriate over with this were cases in this. It's about the not that right, when there's right of things and that's something with the countries. I think it's going to be a general item. Wednesday is our best in play. The more is administrative to send this letter and I think the American content of the letter. US send this letter to all of our paying partners just to give them a friendly reminder that the deadline is coming up. And they are in talks, that's the undersecretary that the deadline will are in talks. Many of our contributors on the role right now, Brian, and everyone covered this heavily. And they continue to be engaged in the discussions and there's letter was taken to remind these countries that the deadline for adoption and fight that the deals and be on for that. I will. Is the president looking to simply will sector by sector conducting tariffs, or is it more civil announced? Well, like I said, challenges to it is on their model. That's why the president advice is strict to where they do it. And we saw that with the United States. That's basically what we said. With the bill, and it goes on medicine. Well, the president has spoken about and talked about checking the smart necessary, but I think the signing of everyone on that level is equal reason. And then know that you can go back and trade out the department of this president and leaders and things that comply with to us. And so I was just like to remind everybody how fun is fun. It was inexcusable last year for Russia and Ukraine to be engaged in direct conflict. And it's because of the right and existence of foreign nations that is the one today. And that we actually found down there. So going to get ready for the things that science and things out of the bill, understand the president and the that is more important. The president said that the U.S. is not allowed to but it's also opportunity on his supporting the monetary low levels of the American business in the United States. I'm not going to comment on the details of the report. We're not going to get to the media and universities, that's in university, that's the one favorite on the email. So I'm putting my finger, really, I put some one second back to something and more clear. And I would forget that that's all I'm going to call send the very detailed acceptable proposal to the right right here. And it's not getting picture of the budget. I get right now. So I agree. I can't think that I have one.
So say about our associations, I don't know why I think of now, and not many is so far in the process. I was exploring everything that we would like to use. It's not that it's still there, right? If you choose, it's just like you do this, right? So why everybody is just very wants. So I knew that six things are now, so I'm already now, everything is a private consumption. But in the words, you know, we want that, we also have to determine. I don't want to look at all the time as providing fully the 50 years for special Now there are some considered and things and knowing and feeling that it's a brain that has not yet seen actually any real. Instead, I think that's the full joke and ready to be putting it in. I think, you know, it's ready to be expected and now it's guys, this time, this you will have to ask. Not trying on making those thoughts, you know, it's not that, right? Oh, no, I'm saying it. I learned on this. First goes for a business to others, so consider. So let's continue to have the colors on the office. Don't spare them. Plus, I was in school, also, we actually, examination of each other. I think the other. They don't really define each other's country, so he remains on this, but they also intervenes. Realize this country that are actually out there for a long time. That is definitely working hard, it's always conflict. That's what it's like, I think say sorry. It's never cool. I like that didn't know so long. No one to fight it. Not you want to the reason means still between all of this and so much effort is the word is that people see people's life. And even on the earth and the field, the interaction is very far away. But the president shouldn't think better about this. We have to focus. I see a lot of the regulate happening. I think for the rest. This was done and people for a scale on the also very suspecting that
I don't think that, that's why I remember that made and that's why I so you can better thing that I thought it was short is not really getting crossed by the world. It's not that it's not very it's the best that's why I'm not the one who can actually have and it's about and spending why he also launched the outfit of the Golden Dome. That's such strength and that's so giant. I just have a full understanding. I something about it that was a push out for there. I was really very big part of that. Then I know well, I have it on policy, but I think we have to see some executive action on that front. And then if anyone else is going to defend them, then still wasn't purpose on the post. It was first senator, something that it was very present on policy, and president and it was all about right. And not having that act together, I went out and we recommend like the office and things the law. The guys that president the double tax that's the president's first term in 2017. That's their position on that aspect. $100,000. So that's that. And year and a half $1 million having that for. And I would also point out, I don't think many people know this, there hasn't been a single staff or even an entire medical office that has supposed to be that. Who are like, in the year 2000, but that's why there have been many staff or because of medical office. I'm pretty good staff and all of the things. I was doing the same things like this. So unfortunately, this is an institution that has become partisan and political, and we're very confident in our own economic analysis of this bill. There is $1.6 trillion in payments, and our office of management vice director of the fiscal policy. We all know that the city for meeting a well-respected fiscal policy has been holding for more than anyone, but as you know, the White House will be sending our decision targets. Lots of check work into the methods to go up from the agents. Because the White House expecting to recognize and all the well, I think already that big average then after the auditor and I guess the party for the teaching that pretty I think the United States these are important that you said. It's our and the cost of the money is $4 rate. And it's not a course and I think all that there wasn't the actually very popular. When that happens, there's a sign. So we said on the line of environment. The president has been very good. Well, so he had conversations with them, speaking with them, that's the thing. Doesn't get that agenda. And as we've all seen, we've got a very good there. Actually, protect our industry, $10 for different voices needed in children, those designs. And I will tell you points. I never heard him one. I negotiated with the guys about this and all the stuff in the board and stuff. Actually, within the awareness of people in the electric, that's our brand in Paris right now. So it's that this story of wheels and experience and things and things for the whole air so bad. And it's for now it's going to be very Well, I wanted to know that I was like, that I was but I wasn't, and then I was looking at that, like, we can do that. I don't know what they were going to do. Yeah, not the one who said that something you could look at is nothing. I think that, then I'll tell you this. I'm good. I'm still moving. I got to go home. Very best. Looking for something. Well, second is something I don't have there. I thought what I wanted about where. I've been on that, call, like, and always have good, you're roughly on the budget. That was. The program that you know that is in my real estate. That's like asking work. I started the book. I'm only drawing this stuff. Yeah, he's had it in his agreement, so we work together in the process of proactive casting and so you're help people solve it. If I think you guys have yourself, probably how this people kind of here, rather than that, you know, not going, always touching, holding here, that is a that letter to follow up by action from the Department of Justice and is seeking for prosecuting this cases to with us defending the law. I know the Attorney General and the FBI director were very quick. All this what it was, targeted terrorism. And there was some criticism going to be that, and that all these pundits I saw on television, are they so quick to know their doubt? They secret terrorists, and they were doing this to the American people. And they're transparent. I think that's the fact that Russia is listening was facing. Place to be they'll do it. Yeah, you do. I need to sit down and finds and ways most of them have the same there is one that I mean, different. Those are that they think I can do those like so one thing there. It's what part of them. It's all time. This is one bring up to my office later, so I can figure out what I would like to do that. The president is the waiting for stuff to do with the other thing. Who would like to ask the passport? Perhaps document design and the other thing. Some things that this I believe the Department of Justice is what will ensure the side and what is living out there morning to launch the investigation as the American people their background. It's a matter of time and spent on during the work on fixing how the economy has run out for you and pilots of accomplishment, economic accomplishment. Look at the border and everything. Look at the kind of working on solve the global problem of the it's still nevertheless very it was a huge issue. That's like not just what the Americans saw with their own eyes and actually I know answer for that. I'm sorry, but I just can't say it anymore. It's about racial good rifle back bill. It's a disgusting abomination. Sitting on those the president, I never heard one. This is all you need to fulfill in the state. But it's very close to the concept was organized or some status. The titles of board will win. It's like, the instructor, the medical very helpful, because the staffing level is, what is the international student medical load? I with everything in this White House. It's a 12 times, right? It is here, he's president, he's not an auto pen, like the previous president was. It's very much involved in literally every small thing stuff. And I mean, such an active place. And when you know, it was best, you bring organized national council, you have noted that you talk down the road that we have here. And just starting more in the efficiency and effectiveness of the national security council. That secretary of state, you know, in our national security advisors is building agreement from men with that needed in national security council. Those presidents who understand the other president's undertaking is great. And we're going to here at the White House. I can tell you that I appreciate the work and the building. And speaking of presidents in the entire house and made up of great leaders who love this country. I think that's a tremendous job on the next conflict around the world that this may have staffing level. In fact, if you're going to the staffing level, if you're not working with anything that is central, national discount is as efficient as possible and staffing needs are necessary. I'm sure Secretary Rubio would outline hiring people who think necessary, but again, we've been working with them, they need it out, and they're chugging along and doing great.
Combat the election Williams, by supporting that, and so the people in the meeting. The great reading for the future US relations looks like
I believe the president is obviously the goal of the publisher. It's in that. I'm pronouncing that correctly. Yes, there must be. Within the White House, and we told them you're going to win because the people common sense. We supported strong border and Poland and supported an end to the bully. Radical being down on stuff that we see not considered that I think for people and frankly, the world we try to think about that. And reading the report about how people understand and make that like he's putting in the and I was a very refreshing feeling, one that you know very well here in the United States and aspect. So as you know, the United States is going to have a very deep and strong relationship friendship. They're a great ally and those friends continue to afford.
I don't know this person song in film is it's just scary. Also, the kind of question I think the DOD is body that what's in this by bodies. I'm not going to but I got something, and that's something that again, the question is not where's the guy whether or not the president has that issue. Not who is understand clearly individual children. Just students to program social recently saying that there may no writing and research rate as said about the red line for having and then on domestic, there's sort of boy that world was learned that with Vice President's Day.
And yes, I took my way to shop at the restaurant and it's just one of the bars I'm running with. He is not the idea of my vice president at level stuff that can be pretty good.
Very good. I think the person is in the second ball for football. People like yes about it. You won't be sitting for a body sometimes. It is. It's a function that they want to looks like.
I don't want to do the better for the but that is by us. I know
Absolutely. Also, sometimes they bring you and now and so they so certain county districts and being in those of not thinking of Chinese county authority. Not even some people or politicians, presidents, and general.
and then secretary and the White House that's that's we people into that because students who are in our country in the places that is coming is part of the or there's a good side or not. Question of layer of things and because unfortunately I'm like and media we just told the word of Hamas, right? I told him sure and like to know who do it and see I like to see you have multiple headlines and wrote these written Bills 26, written 18, Bills 21, these written gunfire, Bills 31, red cross and 21 people were killed in an incident and then they take down their Instagram. So we reviewed the footage, you couldn't like any evidence of that exact. So we're looking to figure out all different finance and the closure of the whole action. And I suggest that journalists actually kind of what we're saying to reduce the amount of different and that's going around the globe. They change in the organization, we're going to get more I still work the lot of this. They want they will include the great finance that all of everything that they need to come to the like sleep is a great guy, like doing that we've gotten. The girl for understandable reasons, and again, this is something that the previous administration ongoing for the time, and I'd like to do it.
Like giving it was not going to be point was that I thought in that the food supply here in America is well been taken over. It's about it's gone solid cost. The country with everything that's it's an on its working the virtual work now now can be not loud and we have our country and different immigrants to people, but we just can't have it. And this is a long profession. As far as they're concerned, they have a person behind their backs and listens to them and certain hears them, but we also have a legal pathway to come to this country and work and specifically the local work. So there's a legal way to do it in college. That legal pathway, and we're not legal. I tried to how legal literature is going to happen. We should but there was so I posted this in the any of the saying and being pressed and that will be updated. They also understand that since that then things like things that think about they said that every single thing going on in this they not got up the foot. So we were trying to form
It's not, when you try to put it in the, say, it's getting. That's what I was talking about, there was one that man, those that are by the proper policy, the voters not line up and before the next is exactly what I said, good place. And so, you know, the same.
I only know better little suggesting that case that you already know. And we know the person actually, you can examine on something or saying, it's just better than the most, it's how you have to depend on your park answers.
We already had before, probably but I can tell you that it's very proud to be thankful for all Americans, regardless of race, religion, or. And then I'll let you. And I believe there's one month, there was various. Two questions. Why do we address bringing the Sultana cities most that made it was given by the red. And then what is the administration going to do to further crack down in sanctuary jurisdictions to get into tax like what happens in Colorado? Sure, the Department of Homeland Security will hold the business into it. An accurate list of interest and that is what we're doing now the president signed. This is that good order to interact with the general to the boss and future federal state and local officials who are not complying with federal rates or at least looking for the federal leadership. That's it. Most of them very offensive and calls from 1 years on the Paris and steel, and I really don't even have steel has been to double them to one. The person who decided that is I go over today and still have been there for you don't protect that. And for example, do this suspended. That was the Pennsylvania plans to I deliver on that promise to Pennsylvania. So Chinese police can go through the that's simple. And there's like 50-year-old and 30-year-old. I need to do the end of it. I could try and list the heck of this very technical. I don't think everyone is the country, and as I said, for places, I have the information with China, but most in Europe, and that's certainly with the media, which carries. So like the same well, right now we still going to do that. So I think I might be asking about that. I just something that people found the international trade for it, which has been what I thought because the president absolutely that's not the authority to influence their to declare a national emergency for that says always have powers to do that. So essentially, they're learning well those terms, but anything is necessary. Especially actually doing 2 terms because that now I think it's concept, but it's applying it there. Because this isn't because they want circumstances. So why did they suddenly decide to fight on standing on the data again? We also have U.S. Embassy that because presidents and that's when to come to the White House to the offices and know that either she themselves on behalf of the worker and steel worker in particular when it comes to the steel and women there, which is some things and for that. And I would just add, I got that speech on Friday, the president. And there were 2,000 steel workers and their families and the rental many around in my house. I spoke to one that speech. She said, this is the greatest thing that's happened for that community in Pennsylvania in 60 years. And this is the president who doesn't just it's on and walks the walk to delivering on the promises to bolster our steel industry in this country and protect their jobs. If not for this president, that steel plant, it's protecting would have to go those jobs would have getting lost. And the president says that somebody might have a job and be saying that and I think I should have feel better. Thank you very much, everyone. We'll see you. Morning, everybody. How are you? Good to see you guys on this Monday morning. As you know, this week marks the first 100 days of the Trump presidency. And President Trump's first 100 days have undoubtedly been the most monumental and historic of any administration in American history. President Trump has already delivered on hundreds of promises he made to the American people, and we will continue to talk about all of them throughout this week. Tomorrow, I will host a press briefing at this same time, bright and early again, to highlight the Trump administration's economic accomplishments with our Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent. And tomorrow night, President Trump will travel to Michigan to discuss all that he has achieved on behalf of the American people. On Wednesday, the president will host an open fest cabinet meeting where each cabinet member will discuss their success thus far and their plans for the future. Today, we kick off the 100-day week with a focus on the president's historic effort to secure our southern border. Later this afternoon, President Trump will sign an executive order on law and order and another executive order on sanctuary cities. The first EO will strengthen and unleash America's law enforcement to pursue criminals and protect innocent citizens. The second EO is centered around protecting American communities from criminal aliens, and it will direct the Attorney General and Secretary of Homeland Security to publish a list of state and local jurisdictions that obstruct the enforcement of federal immigration laws. After these are signed, the president will have signed more than 140 executive orders already, rapidly approaching the total number signed by the Biden administration over the course of 4 years in office. Speaking of Joe Biden, it was his awful open border policies that recklessly allowed more than 10 million illegal aliens to invade the United States over the past 4 years. Innocent Americans like Laken Ryan, Jocelyn Andre, Rachel Warren, and so many others were viciously murdered at the hands of these illegal aliens as a result of Biden's terrorist policies. That's why one of President Trump's central campaign promises is to secure the border and end this invasion. In just under 100 days, 99 now to be exact, the president has overwhelmingly delivered on that promise. America's borders are now secure, says President Trump. He has restored the rule of law, enforced our immigration laws, and defended America's sovereignty. The president immediately declared a national emergency on the southern border, deployed the U.S. military and border patrol to repel the invasion, and ended reckless catch-and-release policy. The result has been nothing short of extraordinary. Between President Trump's inauguration and April 1 of this month, only 9 illegal aliens were released into the United States, a staggering 99.99% decrease from the more than 184,000 illegal aliens who were released into the country under Biden during the same period last. The number of unaccompanied illegal alien children arriving at the border has also hit a record low. Total attempted illegal crossings on the southwest border hit a record low in February, only to fall to another new record low again last month in March. Just listen to these incredible numbers. In March 2024, under Joe Biden, Border Patrol encountered approximately 140,000 illegal aliens at the southwest border. 1 year later, in March 2025, under President Trump, Border Patrol encountered just over 7,000 illegal aliens at the southwest border. That's another 95% decrease from this prior year. The first piece of legislation President Trump signed into law was the Laken Ryan Act, which required illegal aliens arrested or charged with theft or violence things. President Trump also reestablished the successful Remain in Mexico policy from his first term to ensure that aliens who arrive at our southern border and claim asylum are returned to Mexico to await their hearing instead of being allowed into our country allowed illegally. President has also restarted construction of the signature advanced border wall. More than 85 miles of new border barrier are already in various stages of construction and planning. And Border Patrol, in collaboration with the Department of Defense and the great state of Texas, have deployed 75 additional miles of temporary barriers across southern borders. The Trump administration, as you know, has also ended the disaster CBP-1 Act, which Joe Biden exploited to facilitate the migration of nearly 1 million illegal aliens into the country. The Department of Homeland Security has relaunched the CBP Full Map to provide illegal aliens in the U.S. a straightforward way to declare their intent to voluntarily depart. For years, Joe Biden's defense and open border policies allowed vicious cartels to functionally control through a campaign of terror, race, and brutal force nearly all illegal traffic across the southern border. President Trump has put a stop to this in record time. He designated the clear cartels as foreign terrorist organizations and invoked the Alien Enemies Act to immediately apprehend, detain, and remove these massive threats who have flooded our country's deadly drugs, violent criminals, and vicious gangs. The Trump administration is working 24/7 to successfully arrest and deport illegal criminals and foreign terrorists in our community. We are in the beginning stages of carrying out the largest deportation campaign in American history. Over this past weekend, it was announced that through Operation Pegasus, a joint effort between ICE Miami and Florida law enforcement agencies, nearly 800 illegal aliens were arrested during the first 4 days alone. Among those arrested were Colombian murderers, alleged MS-13 and 18th Street gang members, and a Russian with a red notice from manslaughter. And on the other side of the country, in the early Sunday morning hours, DOJ and DHS together launched a joint raid of an illegal alien underground nightclub used by Tren de Aragua in Colorado Springs, Colorado. DHS told more than 100 illegal aliens in custody, and many drugs and weapons were also seized. Operation Tidal Wave was a preview of what is come around this country. Large-scale operations that employ our state and local enforcement partners to get criminal illegal aliens off our streets. As always, President Trump and our entire administration are grateful to the courageous law enforcement officers who are putting their lives on the line every single day to protect their fellow Americans and to keep our country safe. After 4 years of being vilified and hamstrung by the Biden administration, heroic ICE and CBP officers finally have a president who has their back and is allowing them to do the job they signed up to do. There's no person who can attest to that more than our incredible border guard here at the White House compound, who has dedicated his professional career to protecting our country and enforcing the law. I will let Tom deliver some short remarks, and then we'll open up for questions. Thanks for being here.
Just a few things. Look, I started going in 1982. I've been at this for over 40 years. I've worked with this prince for every president I ever worked with is very effective. If you can't have national security, if you don't have strong leaders, you got to keep them what's coming in, earth coming in, right? Even President Obama and President Bush, some stuff, they're understanding national security. Joe Biden was the first president in history of nation who came in office and unsecured the border on purpose. That's what the fact. We handed the Biden administration to President Trump's first administration. We handed the Biden administration off the secure border by lifetime, and we unsecured it on purpose. Now, President Trump and this administration has a success and definitely we do from the personal person on their success. Border numbers at historic low. Today, as I'm standing here, we have the most secure border in the history of this nation. And then number two, President Trump's policies are saving lives every day. There's been stories done that says 31% of women in the next day are used to cartels to sexual assault. When President Trump has raising immigration down 96%, when 96% less people are coming, how many women are being tested with how many children are dying? How many women still are being sex trapped? How many non-expected serve hospitals? How many times is that now? Is it getting the temperature to the other side? How many women think that? How many Joe Biden sex trafficking just for 10%? We have 4,000 and dying nothing like that. We have a 40 million American flesh in bank and then 12 million. Doesn't come off the state down to everything. Even the boardwalk. People want to go down the boardwalk. Every place the building goes has been built, feels an emergency plan, feels a drug plan. But you don't really talk about it. Boardwalk is, there's a next bottom of it, then they can't get over that. Which is the one two places in the ground. And what's really on, the many years, the United States Border, they do take care of this, and they don't care about it. The health taken off. We just all remember, let me talk about a few numbers that are important. Under Biden administration, we averaged over 11,000 many days, over 12,000, some days 15,000, at least I consider it. 15,000. You don't remember what that came from? 2070. 15,000 to 170. Unprecedented growth. On average, day in Biden administration, no doubt. People being moved off the board, like around video, young chapter, especially that. Cross the border, one apprehended, one fingerprint, one head. Average day in Jim Biden, more than 1,800 got away. Yesterday, so get to them, and get better too. So we're at 1,800, and finally, I was said earlier, on the first 100 days, we're back to January 20th to April 1st. Last year, 184,000 families in the United States. Our Christian person, none. We haven't done the material witnesses and the criminal witnesses. We didn't have testified to the criminal trial. We wanted to screen them to taking them because there's such guys there. We wanted to never bring in. This is unprecedented. The glory is here. It doesn't come saving out. Doesn't trust us food. No one knows the help. And trust in the help. You don't eat this none of them. So God bless the men and women for us. God bless the men and women of the ice. In fact, I don't do the hook every day, so I've got a lot of them. Do not only take care of the board, protect the national security, but the life safety to the period. There is the moving public safety first, and national security first every day. So I do all things well, things to the coffee more. The men and women out there, and work around for the state. And you have to keep going. Or see your head. I'll leave it at that.
Well, you're great. We do want to open up the questions. If you have border related questions in the home and now, we'll take any non-border related questions. I'm happy to take border questions, but Todd is here offering his time. So we go ahead and ask him questions. We'll start with that in the today. As always, Rogan O'Hanley, former Hollywood entertainment lawyer, I didn't know that, Rogan, who got fed up with the far-right ideologies of California and now posts conservative political commentary online for his more than 7 million followers across all major platforms. He joins us today from the great state of Florida. With us on the table.
Thanks, Carolyn. In terms first 99 days, we've seen a coordinated assault of the middle ball by radical government. The warning and agenda for the unprecedented number of national government. These judges are providing for the process to buy the MS-13 infected around one legal aliens and they get from American citizens. We built that right. So, as Stephen Miller has highlighted, it was utterly ridiculous of trials and killed more than 15 million illegal aliens that came across our borders under Joe Biden. Many are now calling for Trump to accepting that radical judges and consider suspending the immediate purpose solely towards these illegal aliens, according to the terms of Article 179 of the United States Public Treatment, which explicitly allows for collective measures when it is rebellious towards the invasion. There's strong precedent for this action, being that it was exercised by three presidents. And reckoned with the France, the Democrats' favorite president of all time, FDR. All three of which are not only celebrated by historians, but are immortalized in our national currency of the case. Furthermore, all three nations against American citizens were against illegal aliens. I think all of every reasonable American would agree that 15 million illegal aliens coming across the border under the Biden constitutes a base. Actually, takes measures that highlighted are now robbing, assaulting, raping, and killing American citizens. Certain assaults on our republic require restrictive action from our government. And please let us know if and when the Trump administration is planning to suspend the Indian illness. So I think that these radical judges might bring it on the Republican power once they start getting out of the.
I have not heard such discussion take place, but I can support you as the president and the entire administration are certainly open to all legal and constitutional remedies to ensure we can continue with the promise of deporting illegal criminals from our nation borders. And I also agree with kind of your question, which doesn't happen in this room often, but I do agree with yours. It is absurd that the previous administration was allowed to allow 15 million that we know about illegal aliens in this country with very little pushback from our judicial branch. But this president is trying to simply enforce regulations immigration laws, facing roadblock after roadblock. So we're compliant with court orders, but as Tom Bowman has said every day, we're going to continue to forge ahead with this mass deportation campaign and President open to all residents. Thanks for being in.
If I can, very alternative question, as far as the judges, will be just let's see, and I mean, and treating a person personally, I certainly very nothing. You don't have to support, fights in opposition. And it's board sanctions, that's what they were to do. Sanctions and stand aside, not fight, keep it in the state. Because any public official, the mayor, city council, the number one responsibility is protecting the community. And I see in Florida, we're talking public safety threats and national security. I can't even any elected official, especially a judge. It doesn't mean we should be doing that, and it should be helping. But I said from day one, we can still be fighting one, you can argue against us all the time, you protest all you want, but when you cross that line, I said it 1,000 times, when you cross that line to impeachment, or knowingly helmet concealing an illegal alien life, you will be prosecuted. And as far as releasing so many people, why is the buying locations of EPE in the United States? No one will talk about it, I'll talk about it. Why did they release people into the interior United States and rather than put them into ice? Why not put in an empty ice bed, $127 a night, rather than a hotel in $500? Is that not cool? Because when you put an ice detector there, they can hear in 25 days. What records show? And I know 10 people came aside and did only move it to the dollar. What can release them and put them in a hotel at $500 a night? They're here actually 5, 7, 9 years with people off. Yeah, from where they hoping for that? But when they try to move this to them, they can want any state of them. We're going to sell this country off to people who have power. That's what we're at. So all the previous states, if you drive on board without proper documentation, you shall be paid. Not maybe, not think about, and that's what President Trump did. Guessing this is what that's what all said, that's what they did.
That's for sure. The fact that it's that way, and just those who get that those lawyers. So just to be clear, have there been an annual negotiation between the U.S. and El Salvador over the police officer?
I will tell you what the president of El Salvador told all of you in the Oval Office. El Salvador does not intend to smuggle a designated foreign terrorist back into the United States. He is an El Salvadorian national. That is his home country. That is where he belongs. And the administration intends to comply with what President Bukele said in El Salvador. He does not intend to send that individual back. What I have told you is that President of El Salvador has made this quite clear. Can you tell us more about the legal President Trump and President Zelensky over the weekend? That didn't change anything that Trump will be back even taking differently about negotiations and next steps on this. But the president talked about this after the meeting himself yesterday and the questions from reporters on Air Force One. He thinks that he is increasingly frustrated with leaders of both countries. He wants to see a permanent ceasefire. I understand Vladimir Putin this morning offered a temporary ceasefire. The president has made it clear he wants to see a permanent ceasefire first to stop the killing, stop the bloodshed. And while he remains optimistic, he can strike a deal. He's also being realistic as well. And both these leaders need to come to the table to negotiate their way out of this. And I do think that the president, meeting with President Zelensky, shows that he is exuding a lot of effort and time into this because he wants to be a peacemaker president, which he was in his first term. He intends to do that again. And this is an incredibly difficult situation and conflict that President Trump inherited from President Biden, who allowed this war to start in the first place, but he's focused on solving the problem. Which I know I have more question. Okay, if border crossings all automatically know, why shouldn't it still be considered a legacy?
The things that has happened over the last minute. We've got to ensure that not one ounce of that much comes across the border to American. The president has declared the Cartel Mexican State Organization on MSCPDA. They're killing more Americans than any other person working that. This is an emergency strategy. This is an emergency to talk about the White House and face it. When he comes in and saying every I just met you. Got away still yet record. Who are the guys? What is that? There are only $2 million and they're buying the person. Why do some million people pay millions of dollars? And in Biden administration, you pay cartel this amount of money to stop the war. Cartel drop ends up in war. The students talking to you. We can use them 24 hours. Give a free internet ticket to the city of your job. Give a free hotel. Get $2 million debt. Get free medical care. Get work authorization 900 days, which is big. Why did 2 million people pay more to get work? Because they don't want to. They didn't want to be kind of public. We rest of 400 people and third process coming off of something. How many too many things? How many too many things? Something fucking terrible. And different. This is the biggest national security federal stuff you haven't seen. This is the border emergency and to attend it and all of it. And I think it's right. Right now, it's still a message to shut it down.
I just want to say for Mr. Berman, they all see, there were 3 U.S. citizens who were living with their mothers who were in the United States. Globally, and there have been a federal judge who was appointed by President Trump said that he was concerned that there was no meaningful process. Are you concerned of due process, at least for the U.S. citizen children, if they're plotted and the speed at which the enforcement is being done could lead to error as was the case in from our Garcia case, and then also to give an update on the deportation orders under this administration and what the difficult for them.
I don't accept return error. You can always say return error from withholding. But things have changed. The fact on the withholding has changed. It's now a terrorist. You can go tell one stand aside. And getting to experience and getting to move outside, there was no one with death. So a fact on that case is totally different. I'll let the Lord ready here that. But as far as the year 3 or 6, I said to David, at the end of the country will be, it's a crime. If you name this country will be, and you're the man judge in the order about reporting, if you choose to have a U.S. citizen child, knowing you're in this country legal, you put yourself in that position. You put your family in that position. What we did to move children with the mothers who requested the children to come with give them a cradle to see. Parenting 101. The mothers made that choice. And I tell you what, if he didn't do it, the story today, they're separating families again. Yeah, we keep their families together. So when a parent says, I want my community-owned baby to go with me, we made that happen. They weren't deported, they weren't put you a citizen. The parents made that decision, not the United States government. But I don't hear any questions about they can rally out of mother. You may be never going to see her child again. Get your mom. Can't find him. You know, let's not going to see another. This is my thinking in the right thing. Every public safety guard we were asking this country and ruling this country not safe. So parents can make the decision to have their child. Having a citizen child does not make the meaning of our law. If that's the message we send the entire world, enter the country ready. It's a crime, don't worry about it. Get order removed by an immigration judge, don't worry about it. You don't get the point. And having a U.S. citizen child and you're immune from the law, you're never going to fix the border. People will keep putting themselves hands away. You have no one to die. No children will die crossing this border. We got to secure the border by enforcing laws. You're not making us up for enforcing laws on the statute and act by county. That's the right thing to do.
Provided a number of deportations that occurred under this administration. What do you with that?
Last one we got was 129,000 deportations. Am I happy or not? None of the especially if you look at the ice storm. The ice electric rules are following down Biden. But we didn't need that. Oh, ice, you know, attention go behind Biden if there's a why? Because they're trying to blow them. We don't have 10.5 million people talking about. We don't have what we need. So Joe Biden could have deported 5% if it counted, and numbers will still be higher than us on the border movement because we have a secure border. We don't secure border. And for apple to apple, I used to rest of you for things to get far more than Joe Biden. Mr. Holman, talking about the border wall, can you give us an update as far as how many miles are being built today? And is Mexico paying for it, as the president said they were going to?
Well, first of all, I answer that question because I already answered it in my opening remarks. To date, since January 1st, there have been more than 85 miles of new border wall construction in various stages of that construction and planning. The president has made it clear to Congress that we want to see more funding for not just border wall construction, but also to support our ICE agents and our border control agents who are on the ground facilitating this mass deportation effort.
Don't say Mexico pay the wall. They haven't a lot about it, but that. Putting 10,000 votes in and no selling votes, they can actually do remain Mexico. We're not do that, they're doing it. Put no chance on the board. Have moved illegal immigration to record low. We're saving millions of dollars every day on detention, transportation, and moving receipts. We've more than made up for the cost of that law because they're actually in Mexico. There's an extra $100 law. Yeah, we're saving so much money, millions of dollars a day, that we can't afford to build that law. Actually, yes, they'll have a new law.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. Mr. Holman, question for your reporters are, can you give an estimate as to how many individuals are in the United States illegally? That's number one. And I'm sure you're very familiar with that number and estimate. And the second question is, I have a list that the White House put out of individuals, 100 ICE arrests since the beginning of the president's term, and the people are arrested for various very serious crimes: first degree murder, convicted of rape, convicted of murder and aggravated burglary, sexual assault of a child. How many of the individuals that are in the United States illegally are people like this, really bad people?
Well, first of all, well, how many illegal aliens that think the United States? At least 20 million. There's a wish coming, and these people are going, man, for 2 years. We know we got 10.5 that we know things on board. How many don't we know? I thought about known Galilee at 2 million. How many unknown Galilee we have? Like, we feel the big banks up in Texas with no technology. How many thousand people did it talk to them? We didn't know how. But, you know, so I would get them to over 20 million. But the question is, last count, we got, last I looked, it was about 700,000 illegal aliens with criminal charges walking people. 700,000. And that's what we're looking for now. That's what we're trying to do. Yeah, I mean, that's good.
Caroline, I'm a payment inspector. There's near the station up in Rochester, New York. You reported you're visiting there tomorrow. Can you talk a bit about the purpose of your trip? I know the Trump administration is suing the city over its sanctuary city policies. How the executive order Caroline alluded to ties into it, and what your message is for communities and community leaders who say we're able to establish our own rules here. We're worried about this input from the federal level. You talk a bit about that?
Well, same thing I talked about earlier. I don't think any elected mayor, any elected governor want public safety trucks, those that are living in the United States, public safety trucks, walking through the community. And we're having Rochester, HSI agent, called for emergency assistance. Officers of Rochester PD response. We called for emergency assistance from the federal law enforcement and the federal law enforcement. They responded. Then I got this. I don't think anybody can come up with one instance that unsafe laboratory that didn't respond to emergency calls and assistance from any level of law enforcement. Cop need to help cop it, especially when it's situation. But they got discipline. And I know those officers down in Nashville, soon after, I think it was a couple days after, I told my stand like that. They did the right thing. Law enforcement responding to emergency assistance and law enforcement. So I'm going to report the men and women also. The men and women there that hasn't done anything. They're working to stupid 2 a.m. overall. I'm going to give my support and they just an out the lawsuit. And it's one day. Thanks for listening to listening with me. They're all in the lawsuit. And they're violating it, and with no person to take action, I'm going to my support the men and women law firm, I'll start at the top. And the community, I tell them, spoke to them, because the community wants your police officers to be officers too. The communities don't want public safety threats walking around their communities either. And that's what it's all about, and that's what I'm about.
Mr. Rowan, how close are you to housing migrants at US DoD facilities like Fort Bliss in Texas?
Overall, housing at Guantanamo, Fort Bliss is being ramped up, so in the very near future. I don't have a timetable because things need to be done, construction needs to be done. We'll make sure facilities are ready to accept. We'll make sure the facilities are able to care for the people. They're going to be detained, so I don't know the timeline right now. It changes every day because of various issues, but we're working on it.
Are you intending to hold families there, including families with American citizen children?
Family residential centers are for families. They're not jails or open air campers built for families, which means they have child psychologists, they have pediatricians. And why family residential centers? Because we want to make sure that child is with a parent. Unlike the last administration who stopped DNA testing, who many investigations of children being smuggled in the country with someone that wasn't related to them claiming to be a parent. So we'll make sure children are with parents. We're going to make sure that's actually a family and that child ain't being trafficked. That's the main reason.
Regarding the executive order on sanctuary cities, is the administration planning to pursue any more investigations or prosecutions like was done against the judge in Wisconsin against local officials?
Well, we'd have to defer you to the Department of Justice, obviously, for specific prosecutions or cases against individuals. But as I said in my remarks, the executive order the president will sign later this afternoon does direct the Attorney General and also Kristi Noem, our great Secretary of Homeland Security, to provide a list of sanctuary cities in which local officials are not complying with this federal order and are not complying with federal immigration laws. It's quite simple. Obey the law, respect the law, and don't obstruct federal immigration officials and law enforcement officials when they are simply trying to remove public safety threats from our nation's communities. The American public don't want illegal alien criminals in their communities. They made that quite clear on November 5th. And this administration is determined to enforce our nation's immigration laws. And we're happy to provide the text of that executive order. And as I said, the president will be signing it later this afternoon. Sure.
Excuse me. I want to talk about farm workers. The president said earlier this month that there could be leniency for some undocumented farm workers. I'm wondering, where do things stand with that? And I'm also wondering, does that help undermine his message on immigration that it's okay for some undocumented people to be in the U.S. but maybe not have it?
So the president was referring to our H-1B and H-1A visa programs, and there have been no final decisions on that at all. But the president, I think, what he was intended to speak about, what he was speaking about, is ensuring that we have a clean, legal immigration system that is being respected and obeyed. And the mass amount of illegal immigration that we've seen over the past 4 years in our country completely undermines our legal immigration system, those seeking citizenship, but also those coming here on a visa to legally and lawfully work. And the president wants to make sure that those programs are respected. Right.
Thanks for that question. It is for Tom. Tom, for your very certain daily caller. Over the weekend, I expressed it to illegal immigrants for allegedly stealing Secretary Noem's purse over the weekend. What can you tell us about these individuals' immigration history as well as their criminal history?
I don't have the criminal history, but I know the one who stole the purse is supposedly in the country legally. But pick the wrong person to steal first from. I mean, Secretary Noem is a strong secretary. I know I've been talking about the success of men and women with Border Patrol and ICE, but under her strong leadership, she's a game changer. So I'm happy to work with her, despite the media I've read that me and Kristi Noem are at difference. Me and Kristi Noem are attached to it. There's no daylight between us. We're both going to push the president's agenda. She's a strong secretary, and I'm glad she's in here. I'm glad. But again, Ayla Whalen, pick the wrong person, steal person. That's all.
Mary Margaret.
Yeah, two questions, one for Mr. Holland, one for you on the correspondence center. I'd like to start with you, though, Tom Holman. This list has a very high number of sexual assaults on a child. Can you comment on that and why there's so many crimes against children committed by illegals in this country?
I don't know why. It's sick. It's the worst crime in the world when you sexually assault a child, the most innocent result. That's why I made a statement that one time I was going to go to Boston, bring hell with me, and the media went crazy at the time. Woman said to me, "Go to Boston, bring hell with me." I was going to bring hell to illegal aliens and rape children. There's not more heinous crime, and as you can see, the amount of child rapists we've arrested under this administration, that could have been arrested under the Biden administration. They were out there, they had a final order to out there, but then they go look for them. They're too busy releasing millions of illegal aliens in this country. And the numbers prove it. The removal numbers of criminals was the lowest. ICE had the lowest number of removals in the history of ICE under Joe. At the same time, you had historic illegal immigration on board. ICE had the lowest numbers in the history of the agency. That shows the difference between two administrations. We're looking for every one of them. People want to know, okay, when am I going to retire for the third time? I'll retire when every public safety threat, national security threat, child rape is eradicated from this country. That's when I'll rest.
So much. And then Caroline, really quick. Alex Thompson said at the White House Correspondents' Center, and I'm going to read his quote. President Biden's decline and its cover up by the people around him is a reminder that every White House, regardless of the party, is capable of deception. We, myself included, missed a lot of this story, and some people trust us less because of it. Can you comment on those remarks and whether you agree with that assessment?
I do agree with that assessment from Alex Thompson, who I understand won an award for writing a story months and perhaps years after the American people already knew that story to be true. Millions of Americans watched our mentally incompetent president struggle with his day-to-day duties of this office. We watched our country be ran into the ground as a result, and nobody in the media wanted to write about that, talk about it. There were many reporters, I will say, right-leaning reporters who did talk about that, who didn't get awards, didn't get coverage. In fact, they were lambasted for their coverage. And I remember being on President Trump's campaign, talking about Joe Biden's clear mental incompetence and being accused by people in this room of manufacturing deep fake videos, trying to persuade the public into not believing what they saw with their own eyes for many years. And I think it's about time the legacy media finally admits that was one of the greatest cover-ups and scandals that ever took place in American history. And certainly it did contribute to the decline in the trust that Americans have for the legacy media. Peter, which, by the way, is why we've made many changes to this briefing room in this White House. It's long overdue. Peter, go ahead.
Thank you. A few things. You guys arrested a Milwaukee County circuit judge for allegedly helping illegal immigrants get away. As you guys look at other judges, would you ever arrest somebody higher up on the judicial food chain, like a federal judge or even a Supreme Court justice?
Well, that's a hypothetical question. Again, I defer you to the Department of Justice for individuals that they are looking at or individual cases. But let's be clear about what this judge did. She obstructed federal law enforcement who were looking for an illegal alien in her courthouse. She showed that illegal alien the door to evade law enforcement officials. That is a clear-cut case of obstruction. You don't have to be a lawyer to understand that. And so anyone who is breaking the law or obstructing federal law enforcement officials from doing their jobs is putting themselves at risk of being prosecuted. Absolutely.
You guys have at least 18 written trade proposals. We still don't know who they are from or what they contain. What is the holdup with that?
There's no holdup. We're working around the clock. The trade team is working all day. I was on the phone late last night with Secretary Lutnick. I was on the phone this weekend as well with Secretary Bessent. I mean, the entire team is working 24/7 to get these trade deals done. And I think you'll be hearing more about them this week. I don't want to get ahead of the trade team or the president in announcing potential deals, but certainly I can assure the American public that this administration is full speed ahead in cutting good and fair trade deals on behalf of the American worker.
And one more. After the president's Truth Social post, the Browns finally took Shedeur Sanders. Does the president think he deserves credit for Sanders getting picked? And does he think going to the Browns is better than being undrafted?
Hey, all I will say is the president put out a statement and a few rounds later he was drafted. So I think the facts speak for themselves on that one, Pierre. We'll go to the back row in the middle to the blonde. Yes, hello.
President Trump has said that Secretary Hegseth will get it together. Does he think that Hegseth doesn't have it together right now?
Look, the president has made his position on Secretary Hegseth quite clear. He absolutely has confidence in the secretary's ability to lead the Pentagon. It's why he nominated him for this position. It's why the Senate voted to confirm him in this position. And look at the success that DoD has had thus far. Their successful operation against the Houthi terrorists in the Middle East. You look at the recruitment and retention levels for all branches of our armed forces are on the incline, which is exactly what this president intended to do. Secretary Hegseth has completely wiped out DEI from the Pentagon as well. And so he's going to remain focused on standing up for our war fighters, on implementing President Trump's peace through strength foreign policy agenda abroad. And the president supports him in his role. Sure.
Many are wondering how these 10 or 20 million people are working. Is there some efforts to clamp down on employment because they're working somewhere to keep staying here?
The number of worksite enforcement actions have tripled this year, and it's going to triple again because of sanctuary jurisdictions, especially. If we can't arrest the bad guy in safety and security of the county jail, we're going to release them into the community. That means we go into the community. If we can't arrest them in the community, we'll arrest them at the worksite. We got to do what we got to do to arrest public safety threats. There's no sanctuary for public safety threats in this country. So worksite enforcement is going to increase even more than it already has. And another reason for worksite, the last administration stopped worksites. Where's the number one place where we find victims of trafficking, victims of forced labor trafficking and worksites? So not only are we going to enforce the law on worksites, we're going to save victims of trafficking. That's another reason we've increased worksite enforcement.
Go ahead, Brian. Sure. We'll take one more question.
This is for Mr. Nolan. We all walk by these heinous yard signs that are along Pebble Beach. What is some of the feedback that your ICE agents are getting in the field from the community as they remove these individuals from their families, their neighborhoods, their schools, or all the places in their community? What's been the reaction that your ICE agents have gotten from the people who live amongst these individuals?
The morale of ICE and Border Patrol is at all-time high because they're getting to uphold the oath they took and they're enforcing the law. Border Patrol and the Biden administration, I met with hundreds of them. They felt like Uber drivers and tourist agents. These men and women joined the ranks of ICE and Border Patrol to enforce the law, make the community safer, and protect national security. I hear it all the time. There's a lot of people in this country who don't like me. I don't care. When I walk through an airport, I have many people walking up to me and thank me for what I'm doing, and I'm not taking credit for anything. The success of the border and immigration enforcement is President Trump and the men and women wearing that uniform. God bless each and every one of them. But I take a pleasure in seeing it because in 40 years of doing this job, people always want to say, why are you so emotional? And when you testify, why are you so emotional on the network? Because if they wore my shoes for 40 years, they understand why I'm emotional. I've talked to little girls as young as 9 years old, raped multiple times by the cartel members. And then when you get to your knees and you talk to that little girl and everything innocent and pure has been ripped from her, when you listen to the Laken Riley, 17 men, that young lady fighting for her life, don't just think, okay, a young woman died. Think of how she died, the terror that she went through, and these children are sexually assaulted. I stood in back of a tractor trailer and 19 dead people at my feet that baked to death. Illegal immigration is not a victimless crime. And so every sick person we take off the streets, especially child rapists, it makes this country much safer. Every illegal animal we arrest, public safety threat, one at a time makes this country safer. But I got one thing I need to say real quick before I leave.
Take your notes from me.
Take my notes from me. I'm going to read it. John, I don't want to enlist interpretation when I'm reading it. The registration requirements under 8 U.S.C. 1302. If you're illegal in the United States, this message is for you. You cannot hide from ICE. We're actively looking for you. Federal law requires every alien in the United States who has been present in the United States more than 30 days needs to register. For those 14 years or older,
you need to be fingerprinted with the Department of Homeland Security. Federal law requires every alien in the United States to tell DHS in writing if you have a change in address within 10 days of changing the address. Failing to register with DHS and failing to tell DHS about your new address are criminal offenses and they will be treated as such. Starting today. Make no mistake, if you're in the country legally and you fail to do what law requires, we will prosecute you, you will go to jail, then we'll deport you. Second law, penalties for failure to depart, 8 U.S.C. 1253. If you're alien inside the United States, has a final order. This message for you. If you have a final order, the Trump administration is committed to enforcing our immigration laws, especially for those aliens who have received final orders of deportation. There are currently around 1.4 million illegal aliens who've been ordered removed, but remain here in violation of the law. We will aggressively prosecute, consistent with long-standing law. Those aliens for failing or refusing to depart, or who takes other related actions aimed at hindering their removal. You cannot open the door, you cannot answer questions, you cannot open your car door, you're considered to evade law enforcement. If you fail to leave the United States after receiving a removal order, we can and will issue monetary fines up to $998 a day. Evading your arrest, knowing you have a final order or removal, is a criminal offense. We will prosecute, then we'll deport you. Get your affairs in order. If you're in the country illegally, work with ICE, go to CBP 101 map, and leave on your own. Because we have to find it, deport you, and prosecute you. You'll have a bar placed on you, and you won't come back to this country. You won't be able to come back on a visitor visa, tourist visa. You have your citizen child disreported. If you're in this country, well, you get your affairs in order and work with us and get yourself removed in this country. That's what law requires, and we're going to enforce that law.
Thank you so much, Tom. You can get back to work now. Look, he's already leaving. He's got a lot to do, a lot of illegal immigrants to deport. But thanks everyone for joining us bright and early this morning. As I said at the top, we will do this again tomorrow to talk about the economy, which is another promise made and kept by the president. And I'll be joined by the Secretary of Treasury, Scott Bessent, 8:30 tomorrow morning. Today, the president is welcoming Super Bowl champions, Philadelphia Eagles. If you have any Philly fans, that will be at 4 o'clock. And then the president will sign those executive orders I spoke of and a few others at 5 p.m. So we'll see you all later. Have a great day.
Well, good morning. Yesterday at Dover Air Force Base, President Trump, the chairman, and I stood in solemn silence as heroes came home. Flag draped caskets. We honored them. We grieved with their families, and we listened. What I heard through tears, through hugs, through strength, and through unbreakable resolve was the same from family after family. He said, finish this. Honor their sacrifice. Do not waver. Do not stop until the job is done. My response, along with that of the president, was simple. Of course, we will finish this. We will honor their sacrifice. Their sacrifice only steals our commitment. I wear this bracelet. Staff Sergeant Jorge Oliveira, he was one of my sergeants, one of my specialists, Guantanamo Bay. He deployed later to Afghanistan, where he was killed on 19 October 2011. Killed 10 years after 9/11, 15 years ago. He was one of the 1%, best of America. Not just a guardsman, but a law enforcement officer back home, the family man. I remember him every day, just like so many other men and women of our generation and previous generations who wear bracelets like this. just as we will always remember those lost in this conflict. Their names are now etched into our mission and into the soul of a grateful nation. I stand here today speaking to you, the American people, not through filters, not through reporters, not through cable news spin. A dishonest and anti-Trump press will stop at nothing. We know this at this point, to downplay progress, amplify every cost, and call into question every step. Sadly, TDS is in their DNA. They want President Trump to fail. But you, the American people, know better. Yes, there are reporters in front of me, but they are not our audience today. It's you, the good, decent, patriotic American people. You, the hardworking, tax-paying, God-fearing American patriots. The media here, not all of it, but much of it, wants you to think, just 19 days into this conflict, that we're somehow spinning toward an endless abyss, or a forever war, or a quagmire. Nothing could be further from the truth. Hear it from me, one of hundreds of thousands who fought in Iraq and Afghanistan, who watched previous foolish politicians like Bush, Obama, and Biden squander American credibility. This is not those wars. President Trump knows better. Epic Fury is different. It's laser focused. It's decisive. Our objectives, given directly from our America First president, remain exactly what they were on day one. These are not the media's objectives, not Iran's objectives, not new objectives, our objective, unchanged, on target, and on plan. Destroy missiles, launchers, and Iran's defense industrial base so they cannot rebuild. Destroy their navy, and Iran never gets a nuclear weapon. Our objectives from day one. To the patriotic members of the press, nobody can deliver perfection in wartime. This building knows that more than anyone. But report the reality. We're winning decisively and on our terms. Iran is a vast country, and just like Hamas and their tunnels, they've poured any aid, any economic development, humanitarian aid into tunnels and rockets. That's what they did with Hamas. Iran has funneled decades of state resources, not to their people, but into missiles and drones and proxies and buried facilities. But we are hunting them down methodically, ruthlessly, and overwhelmingly, like no other military in the world can do. And the results speak for themselves. To date, we've struck over 7,000 targets across Iran and its military infrastructure. That is not incremental. That is overwhelming force applied with precision. And again, today will be the largest strike package yet, just like yesterday was. As I've said from day one, our capabilities continue to build, Iran's continue to degrade. We're hunting and striking death and destruction from above. Iran's air defenses flattened. Iran's defense industrial base, the factories, the production lines that feed their missile and drone programs, being overwhelmingly destroyed. We've hit hundreds of their defense industrial bases directly. Their ability to manufacture new ballistic missiles has probably taken the hardest hit of all. Ballistic missile attacks against our forces, down 90% since the start of the conflict. Same with one-way attack UAVs, then kamikaze drones, down 90%. Now, the Iranians will still shoot, we know that, but they would shoot a lot more if they could. They can't. The last job anyone in the world wants right now? Senior leader for the IRGC or Basij. Temp jobs, all of them. And to borrow a page from Admiral Ernest King in World War II, we've decided to share the ocean with Iran. We've given them the bottom half. We've damaged or sunk over 120 of their Navy ships, with battle damage assessments pending for many more. See, oftentimes we have to wait a few days on battle damage assessment to get the real number. Their surface fleet is no longer a factor. Their submarines, they once had 11, are gone. Their military ports are crippled. Iran has terrorized the United States and our interests for 47 years. Their core industries, not steel or agriculture, tourism, their core industries are state-sponsored terrorism, proxy militias, underground networks, ballistic missiles, and a violent, messianic, Islamist ideology chasing some sort of apocalyptic endgame. A regime like that, refusing to abandon its nuclear ambitions, is not just a regional problem. It's a direct threat to America, to freedom, and to civilization. The world, the Middle East, our ungrateful allies in Europe, even segments of our own press should be saying one thing to President Trump. Thank you. Thank you for the courage to stop this terror state from holding the world hostage with missiles while building or attempting to build a nuclear bomb. Thank you for doing the work of the free world. Yesterday's ceremony reminded us why we fight. Not for nation building or democracy promotion, but to crush direct threats to America, Americans, and our interests. We fight to win, and we are winning on our terms, following our objectives. My 13-year-old son popped into my office last night while I was editing these remarks. He asked about the war and the families I met at Dover. And I looked at him and I said, they died for you, son, so that your generation doesn't have to deal with a nuclear array. It's the truth. They did. So to the families who said, finish this, we will. And I say the same to every American who wants peace through strength. May Almighty God continue to bless our troops in this fight. And again, to the American people, please pray for them every day, on bended knee, with your family, in your schools, in your churches, in the name of Jesus Christ. To the troops, keep going, and Godspeed. Over to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and thank you all for being here. I also had the honor yesterday, as the Secretary said, of traveling up to Dover with the President to welcome home our six fallen. It was an honor and a privilege for me to be there and to say thank you to their families. And I want to mention their names this morning. From the 6th Aerial Refueling Wing out of MacDill Air Force Base, Florida, but stationed as part of an active associate unit at Birmingham, Alabama, Major Alex Klenner, John Alex Klenner, Major Ariana Savino, she was posthumously promoted from captain to major, and Technical Sergeant Ashley Pruitt, the boom operator on that crew. From the 121st Aerial Refueling Ring, Ohio Air National Guard out of Rickenbacker Air National Guard Base in Columbus, Ohio, Captain Seth Koval, Captain Curtis Hanks, and now Master Sergeant Tyler Simmons, who was also promoted in the boom operator on that crew. To a person and every family member I spoke with yesterday, they all shared that their family members loved serving. They loved being part of a great team and a crew, and they loved airplanes and aviation. Our nation's tanker crews really are unsung heroes, incredible warriors who put their lives on the line so we can continue to take the fight to an enemy. I've personally witnessed their courage and tenacity many times, from the morning of September 11th, where they answered my call for some help, to the skies over foreign countries where they've come forward out of their safe tanker track to give me gas when I simply could not leave a ground force that was engaged in a firefight. They've answered the call and come forward time and time and time again. I'm filled with incredible pride and gratitude for all that the tanker crews do, our pilots, our boom operators, and the maintainers. And to the families of our six fallen, know that we share your grief
Our nation will never forget their sacrifice, and we will never forget their names. Our entire joint force mourns with you today, and will continue to remember their incredible gift of a great example for all of us. Now, let me turn to an operations update. U.S. CENTCOM remains on plan to achieve our military objectives and remain unrelenting in our pursuit of Iranian missile capabilities, UAV capabilities, and their Navy, and as the Secretary said, their industrial base. Each day, we continue to attack deeper into Iranian territory. As reported by U.S. Central Command yesterday, the U.S. military dropped 5,000-pound penetrator weapons into underground storage facilities, storing coastal defense cruise missiles and other support equipment. These weapons are bespokely designed to get through concrete and or rocks and function after penetrating those barriers. We continue to hunt and kill mine storage facilities and naval ammunition depots. We continue to hunt and kill afloat assets, including more than 120 vessels and 44 mine layers, and the pressure will continue. We're flying further to the east now and penetrating deeper into Iranian airspace to hunt and kill one-way attack garrisons, destroying Iran's ability to project power outside of its borders. The A-10 Warthog is now in the fight across the southern flank and is hunting and killing fast attack watercraft in the Straits of Hormuz. In addition, AH-64 Apaches have joined the fight on the southern flank, and they continue to work on the southern side. And that includes some of our allies who are using Apaches to handle one-way attack drones. In Iraq, AH-64s have been striking against Iranian-aligned militia groups to make sure that we suppress any threat in Iraq against U.S. forces or U.S. interests. And we remain focused on pursuit of any platform that Iran could field to harm Americans or our partners. Last Friday, Admiral Cooper and the CENTCOM team conducted precision strikes against more than 90 targets on Karg Island, which included all of their military-only infrastructure, which included air defenses, naval base, mine storage, and deployment facilities. And as the Secretary mentioned, we continue to strike against Iran's defense industrial base and will continue to do so. Today, I want to continue my theme of talking about members of our incredible joint force. Today, I want to talk about some exceptional airmen who are engaged in the fight daily. United States Air Force, Air Force Reserve, and Air National Guard crews within our bomber force, the B-1s, B-2s, and B-52s, and the airmen on the ground who maintain and load these weapon systems. They are the backbone of America's long-range strike capability, and their contributions to Epic Fury have been decisive. Assigned to STRATCOM under Admiral Rich Correll and supported by TRANSCOM, the tanker force we've talked about, under the command of General Randall Reed, every mission is designed to achieve overwhelming outcomes on behalf of the United States and our allies. Last weekend, I had the chance to go out and see some of our deployed bomber forces, the B-1 and B-52 crews, and I had a chance to sit down with some young aviators and maintainers and ask them, how do you feel? Tell me about your typical day. And these are crews comprised of between 2 and 5 airmen, 2 on the B-2s, 5 on the B-52s, and 4 in the B-1s out there. Some of these Americans are in their early or mid-20s, and we give them the gift of this incredible responsibility, hundreds of thousands of pounds of aircraft, and they take off and go do our work as required. Their mission actually begins the day prior when they're given a target or a bunch of targets, and they begin to study those targets, look at what are the effects required, what are the weapons required to get there, how will we program these weapons, what is the weather, what is the tanker flow. It's an incredibly complex problem that we give each and every one of these crews, and they work it over the period of 24 hours prior, get some rest, and then step out the door to go fly. The last thing they do is they check all of their equipment, their oxygen mask, survival gear, load pistols, and get ready to go. They crank the jets about an hour prior to takeoff and then launch into the daylight, doing their pre-flight checks, and as the kids say, lock in and prepare to go to war.
sometimes on a long and stressful journey. During the flight, they're surrounded by technology and capabilities, and they'll do multiple aerial refueling efforts across tankers on the way to the AOR, area of responsibility, either coming from the States or coming from a forward deployed basing. And I will tell you, as a fighter pilot, getting gas is a lot easier in an F-16 than it is in a B-1, B-2, or a B-52, where you are handling this airplane. It is a physical thing, unlike a fighter that's a lot easier. And they stay on that boom for sometimes up to 30 minutes, taking hundreds of thousands of pounds of gas. It is a physical, demanding thing to take gas, and they do it multiple times on the way there, and they do it multiple times on the way home. As they enter the operating area, they bring the entirety of America's joint force together to go do the things that we've tasked them to do, to put bombs on time, on target, with the proper effects. And I know they're feeling a range of emotions, but the thing the American people should take away from it is they're filled with a focus that is incredibly impressive. And they have fear, of course, but their bigger fear is, dear God, please don't let me screw this up. The warrior's prayer that we all have in our souls. In the days of Epic Fury, they were shooting, as we've talked about in this room, a lot of standoff weapons. Now we've switched and rolled, as I mentioned last week, to stand-in weapons. And behind each and every one of them are incredible maintainers and weapons builders who go out there and make sure these aircraft and their weapon systems are ready to go. These airplanes are so big that they're not in hangars. They're out in the cold, out in the snow, out in the rain. The bombs are being built outside for protection and to make sure that it's safe. And they do it 24/7, 365. It's not comfortable work, but when you go spend just a minute with these incredibly young Americans who are so motivated, you cannot come away from that exchange not being hopeful for America's future. It is simply awesome. And we hand these Americans, young Americans, incredible and weighty responsibility, and they deliver every single time. Quietly, with professionalism and humility, doing the things that we ask them to do. In conclusion, we will continue major combat operations. As the Secretary said, we continue to get busier. I know the Secretary and I share that we're incredibly proud of 2.8 million members of our joint force. I am personally, and we are personally grateful for the tenacity and professionalism of the brave men and women who serve inside STRATCOM, CENTCOM, SPACECOM, CYBERCOM, TRANSCOM, and the rest of the joint force. And I'll close where I started. I ask today that we remember those 6 fallen that came home. They represent the best of our nation. For those families that are feeling the pain, know that we are with you and will remain with you. May we always prove worthy of their sacrifice. And I'll turn it back over to Sir.
Take a couple questions.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Given the updated degradation and strike target numbers you laid out, how close would you say we are towards achieving the president's objectives? And what is the end game of the operation without divulging any sensitive power?
Well, we wouldn't want to set a definitive time frame on that, but as we've said, we're on plan. So we're looking at those metrics very closely, relaying that to the president and the national security team, but feel confident that as, again, we're more stand in means we're over the top, even further in, and we have even more of an exact sense of what we're striking and why, and even more dynamically, meaning because the intelligence improved, we're able to more quickly identify targets when they, let's say they come out of an underground facility where they've been hiding, and able to strike it before it strikes or right after it shoots. But we're very much on plan, and that's why I want to speak to the American people here. You hear a lot of noise about widening or new missions or speculation about what we should or should not be doing. This is a clear set of objectives. The president has given us every capability we need to accomplish that. We've got the best in the world in uniform, executing it on the ground. They believe in and are invested in this mission, and it will be at the president's choosing, ultimately, where we say, hey, we've achieved what we need to on behalf of the American people to ensure our security. So no time set on that, but we're very much on track. Absolutely. Yes, right here.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary. David Zier, Real American Voice News. What countries have been the most cooperative with us, including the Gulf states, as Europe Hedges. And I also wanted to ask you, the internet blackouts by the regime, it's been shut down for weeks. Is the U.S. military playing a role in, fighting against the regime, blocking VPN networks and satellites and other things? Is there a role for the U.S. military there?
Obviously, on the allies and partners side, Israel from day one has been an incredible and capable partner, willing and able. There's nothing like capabilities and partners that are able to use them. The Gulf states have stepped up incredibly. In fact, Iran's sort of reckless attempt to strike civilian infrastructure and other things has brought countries who maybe would have not been as all in as they are today squarely into our orbit. We're proud to be defending with them, standing with them, you name it. UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and others who have been right there. And we're grateful for that kind of support. As far as the internet, we're watching the regime try to tighten its grip as much as possible. We're obviously taking countermeasures, many of which we can't talk about here, to ensure that messaging is delivered, not just to the Iranian people writ large, but to the right audiences, certain audiences that need to hear certain things about what their fate might look like or what their choices are. So even though that regime is trying really hard to ensure the world can't see, right? They want to put out fake AI generated images, which, by the way, sometimes our press happens to fall for, like the Abraham Lincoln on fire and turning around. These AI generated images are meant to make it look like something's happening when the exact opposite is. So they make up fake reports and fake images to lie to their own people to try to make it. But even then, their own people can barely receive a lot of those messages and communicate because of the blackout that they've imposed upon them. But we work around that for sure.
Mr. Secretary, General overnight, Iran launched missiles across the Gulf and managed to hit the Saudi oil refinery on the Red Sea. What does it mean that they have that capability now, 3 weeks into the war? And Mr. Secretary, you mentioned civilian infrastructure. Iran seems to be treating U.S. diplomatic outposts, embassies, consulates like they are legitimate hard targets in the region now. What is the Pentagon doing to, I guess, secure those assets, stop those attacks?
Absolutely.
Thanks for the question on the missile strikes. As we said and have always said, clearly they came into this fight with a lot of weapons. This is why we continue to be as aggressive and assertive as we can against their ballistic missile capability, both their medium range ballistic missile capability and their short range missile capability. So we are continuing to hunt and find them and kill them, and we will continue to do so. So they still retain some capability. And we have layered defenses throughout the region that will allow us to protect those, and working with our partners across the Gulf region to help them improve any defensive capabilities that they need.
To that point on capabilities, Iran's an energy-rich country, could be, should be. Instead, like so many other places driven by radical ideology, they've spent that money instead of investing in their people. And that's why you had millions of Iranians protesting, because they felt like their quality of life didn't match what it could be or should be. And what was the Iranian state? There's a reason we call Iran the #1 state sponsor of terrorism, because they took the money they make and they invest it in tunnels, and they invested in missiles, and they invested in launchers and UAVs, and we are destroying and degrading that in historic proportions. But it doesn't mean they won't still have some try to hold people at issue, which is why we're fighting every single day to continue to compel. And you mentioned embassies, consulates. Unlike previous administrations, we are doubling and tripling down on ensuring that our people, regardless of their Department of War, Department of State, whatever they do, are secure in those facilities. And the best defense is a good offense. And so we're not afraid to go after and kill anybody. And we have a lot of attempting to target our diplomatic facilities. Iran, we're not surprised that they would indiscriminately target. We're still seeing that. Jared.
As part of the justification for the war against Iran, the White House has laid out in fairly comprehensive fashion that the Iranian regime's 47 years of terrorism aimed at the U.S., including pointing to the agency's provision of weapons and EFPs to help kill Americans in Iraq. The Pentagon in 2019 assessed Iran as responsible for the deaths of at least 603 service members in Iraq, but there hasn't been a similar public accounting by Iran's role helping the Taliban in Afghanistan. And that also hasn't been part of the White House's public argument. I was wondering if you could speak to Iran's role in helping the Taliban during the war in Afghanistan. And Chairman, as you and Secretary Holcomb spoke about 13 U.S. servicemen have been killed so far during Operation Epic Fury, I was wondering what lessons have been learned from those deaths, both from Iranian strikes, from an aircraft refueling accident. How are those lessons being applied to the current conflict? And how are those lessons going to be applied to a potential conflict in the PACOM?
Thank you. Well, thank you for the question. And it's true. In a town that can have a very short memory, President Trump does not. He remembers what this regime, Iranian regime, was founded on, what their declaration has been from the beginning: death to America, death to Israel. They've stated that. They've intended to, in every way, try to accomplish that, killing Americans in any theater they can, embassies for quite a long time. In Iraq, that was the deadliest weapon, was the EFP, the explosively formed penetrator. I was there when that tactic and technique started to emerge, and the realization was it wasn't just jihadis putting together 155 rounds daisy chained. It was an entire state, a country with its apparatus able to mold steel in a way that was specifically designed to penetrate American armor and kill Americans. This was not, maybe we send them a couple of thoughts about how to build a bomb. This was Iran specifically passing technology and wherewithal and personnel into Iraq to kill Americans specifically. I know the number is said to be 600. A lot of us think it's higher than that, given the amount of capability they brought in. So they have been at war with us, whether we acknowledge it or not, for 47 years. The same goes in Afghanistan. Name the Islamist enemy, whether they are Sunni or Shia, because this is a Shia regime, Sunni or Shia, and Iran's been willing to harbor them as long as that group is willing to try to kill Americans. So the enemy of their enemy has been their friend as well in the Islamist world. So Iran, whether it's Iraq, whether it's Afghanistan, whether it's around the world, has been targeting Americans. And what they wanted in this context, and what President Trump would not tolerate, is a regime of that nature being closer and closer to nuclear capabilities, a capability they would have said they would want to use. And we ought to believe what our enemies say they would do if they got the most dangerous weapon in the world. So it's been across every theater that Iran's been a threat to America. And sometimes we have to remind folks of that. But thank goodness we have a commander in chief who, on behalf of this country, has internalized that, said, hey, we're going to do something about it.
Sure. I do want to talk about the lessons learned question because it's important to me. I won't share particular tactical lessons, and the KC-135 incident is under investigation. But I do want to talk about how I think about this and how we think about it. And this is something that I'm pretty passionate about. I believe the Joint Force has to be a very fast learning organization. Early, often it owns. And so in each case, both at the strategic, operational, and tactical level, we've charged the Joint Force to look at themselves and say, what was our plan? Well, first, did we have a plan? Yes or no? The answer is always yes, because we planned for literally everything. Did we execute our plan? Yes or no? If we did it work? If not, why not? If we didn't execute our plan, but did something better, what's the lesson learned associated with it? And then how do we quickly capture those lessons after every loss or every engagement and quickly adopt those lessons and then share them across the entirety of the Joint Force? And inside the Joint Staff, we've tasked our J7 Directorate under the lead of Lieutenant General Zewski, a United States Marine, to be extremely entrepreneurial in harvesting and capturing those lessons in a proactive and not reactive way. In fact, we've got teammates from the J7 who are now spread out across the CENTCOM theater, both here in the States and forward, to ensure that in every opportunity, we do not miss a chance to grab that lesson and quickly accelerate it into the practice that we adopt inside the Joint Force, so that if there's a loss or if there's something that we can learn from, that we learn it not only in the CENTCOM AOR, but we adapt it across all of the commands. It's not just in the PACOM.
And it's across all of the warfighting functions. I've asked them to look rigorously, to check our egos at the door, to remember this is about what's right, not who's right, and to be clinical around the way we look at lessons learned, because we owe it to the force to do that. Thanks for that question. So, Brown jacket back.
Secretary, Jonathan Graver for Local Politics. As you said, at the end of this war, Iran will be without missile or drone capability, Navy, or the ability to make nuclear weapons. Since the largest threat and sponsor of terror in the region will be incapacitated, are there plans to move assets and troops out of the Middle East? I guess in the perfect world, a year after the war has ended, what does the military presence in the Middle East look like compared to before the war?
Well, I appreciate the question. I do think when you address a real threat head on, it creates new options on the other side. Right? I think what President Trump refuses to do, which too often this town does, is just sit in the status quo. Nobody can do about it. They've got too much capability. What if this happens? What if that happens? He instead says, what's in the interest of the American people? It's going to take some courage. It's going to take some capabilities. We're going to have to gather some forces there in order to do it. We're not going to tell people how many or how long or what we're willing to do or what we're not willing to do. But if you do that and do that decisively, then out the other end is a recognition that it opens the aperture of what's possible. I mean, President Trump did the same thing in creating an opportunity for the Abraham Accords. Now you've got a situation where a lot of those countries are coming alongside us, recognizing the threat of Iran. So I think our posture in the future will be based first and foremost on our own national security, power projection, the ability to defend our people and our interests. But no doubt, working alongside our partners, the president will look at what makes the most sense going forward. Appreciate that question. Yes, right here.
Does that be a policy of the U.S. military now?
Thank you, Secretary. So, two questions for you. The Vice President has often emphasized that the focus war is to denuclearize Iran while also avoiding a larger quagmire. I know that you touched on this. I'd like you to expand on how do you do that? How do you denuclearize the country while also avoiding this, forever war? And then there was a report last night that the Pentagon asked the White House for $200 billion for Iran war supplemental. Can you confirm this, and can you explain why a package this large is necessary?
Well, first of all, none of this would have been possible without Midnight Hammer, without that audacious submission, the very clear goals that did obliterate their ability to enrich and the capabilities they have in those facilities. So it created the conditions for Iran to step forward and say, okay, you can reach out and touch us like that in our nuclear ambitions. You can see that we're still trying to do this. Let's make a deal. And President Trump put our two best folks on it, Steve and Jared, and they worked diligently, earnestly. I watched it to try to pursue that deal. And ultimately, I think the whole time Iran sort of said, well, we'll talk as we build more missiles and as we build more UAVs and we create this conventional umbrella so that if we chose to, we could try to reconstitute the program. And sort of naively thinking that President Trump wouldn't do something about it. And that's why, as Secretary Rubio has said, and I've said, it's the conventional umbrella that was growing and growing and growing that was meant to protect that nuclear capability. So you had to address both what happened with Midnight Hammer and what happened with that as well. As far as $200 billion, I think that number could move. Obviously, it takes money to kill bad guys. So we're going back to Congress and our folks there to ensure that we're properly funded for what's been done, for what we may have to do in the future. Ensure that our ammunition everything's refilled, and not just refilled, but above and beyond. I mean, President Trump, as he said, rebuilt the military in his first term, didn't think he'd use it as dynamically in his second, but he had. So thank goodness he did that. And an investment like this is meant to say, hey, we'll replace anything that was spent. And now that we're reviving our defense industrial base and rebuilding the arsenal of freedom and cutting deals like our great deputy secretaries here is doing, long lead times on exquisite munitions, we're going to be refilled faster than anyone imagined. And I think we're also still dealing with the environment that Joe Biden created, which was depleting those stockholds and not sending them to our own military, but to Ukraine, which is when every time we reach back and look at any sort of a challenge we have, it goes back to, well, send it to Ukraine. Ultimately, we think this should be these munitions are better spent in our own interests at this point, and this kind of funding bill is going to ensure that we're properly funded going forward. We'll take one break.
Thanks, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. George Conradson with the Gateway Funded. So with the strike yesterday of South Bars, gas field, if US didn't know about it or didn't approve of it, it kind of seems like a trend of Israel apparently pursuing their own objectives over US objectives. So I'm not sure if you agree with that, but the president has said he doesn't want to hit Iran's oil infrastructure right now. I mean, as you said, the US avoided some Park Island. Oil's nearing $120. Why are we helping Israel prosecute this war if they're going to pursue their own objectives?
We hold the cards. We have objectives. Those objectives are clear. We have allies pursuing objectives as well. And the truth speaks for itself. I mean, President Trump was very clear about that. Iran has weaponized energy for decades. Israel clearly sent a warning, and POTUS has made it clear, very clear. Iran knows when you hit Kharg Island, and you hit military capabilities on Kharg Island, which is the only thing we hit, we can hold anything at issue. Anything. The United States military controls the fate of that country. Iran has the ability to make the right choices. It should not, going forward, target